Danful offers unparalleled, curated, and bespoke tours across Africa for travelers seeking genuine cultural experiences, enriched with magnificent sights, sounds, and flavors found on the continent. Each trip is reliably curated to ensure visitors are gifted with an immersive and authentic adventure. Whether you find yourself strolling along the charming white sand beaches of Sierra Leone, feasting on the mouth-watering delicious foods in Senegal, observing or partaking in various aspects of the Isheshi traditional system Ifa native to Yoruba land, Nigeria, with Danful, you will rediscover a fulfilling sense of kinship to the true heart of the motherland, her communities. Our core values focus on integrity, quality, safety, and sustainability. We are uniquely committed to assisting with the advancement of African infrastructure and promoting African businesses, so both travelers and the communities they visit receive beneficial exchanges. At Danful, we understand the importance of connectivity, and we have created a model which provides bespoke experiences based on your passions or hobbies. With us, expect a long-lasting spiritual bond between you and your destinations. Live, love, Danful, Africa. To learn more, visit danful.africa.
Peace, family. We are live again. Dynasty Mirror Search for Uhuru. Thank you all. Thank you so much for joining. Hit that like button again. Please hit that like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. I will greatly appreciate it. How's everyone doing? It is hella hot here in Atlanta, Georgia. It's burning up. It's about 95 outside. And I remember I came on here about a couple weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and I was like, you know what? It is unseasonably, if that's even the correct word, cold summer. Is that the right word? Well, you guys know what I mean. Like, I was expecting it to be hot, 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 and then 2 weeks later, I get what I asked for. It's burning up here in Atlanta. El Uro, why do Africans and Pan-Africans why do Africans and Pan-Africans care so much about what Black Americans do and how they want to classify themselves? Well, I'm Black American, El Uro. I mean, I'm Black American. So yeah, it's a very interesting time that we're in, because I don't remember having all of these categories back when I was younger. You know, I'm 44 now, and I just don't remember you know, the number of, you know, how we want to identify ourselves. I don't remember it being this many identifiers. He was Black, he was African American. That was it. Now, of course, with social media, I'm pretty sure there are people calling themselves Indians and Hebrews and Moors. Of course, they were back then, but this was before the advent of social media. So now, I mean, FBA, ADOS, Soulann, Moors, Hebrews, Indians, indigenous to America, I guess that'd be the Indians. But what's interesting, you don't see other groups of people referring to themselves with this many different type of this many type of, you know, options like other people do, or descriptors like other people do. That's what's interesting. Now, with Jamaicans, I'm pretty sure there's some Hebrew Jamaicans or some Jamaicans that claim that they're Indians, you know, and I'm pretty sure same thing in Brazil. But even when we had a conversation with the lady from Brazil a couple of weeks ago, she said it's more colorism. You know, light skin, dark skin, but they don't do all of this. And this is my theory. My theory is all of this comes from the prison system. Again, my theory is all of this originates from the prison system. I don't know what bookshop got in the prison system, but a lot of this, what we consider consciousness, originates from the prison system. And I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with that. Yes, if you have plenty of time on your hands, I would love that you would read books and better yourself. But yeah, again, I just don't remember us classifying ourselves with all of these different types of in all these different types of ways. No, nobody cares what you call yourself. If you, it's for you to decide what you want to be called. Do you see black immigrants discussing what to call you? Yes, I always thought it was interesting, you know, because it's like it's something new every other day. But I got this. Let me go to my X account. So, are you guys familiar with Hotep Jesus? And he was speaking on this. Here we go. Black Americans are going through another identity crisis, which has led to a digital civil war. Let's pull this up.
Perpetual question.
Let's talk about niggas. Why the FBA cult was inevitable.
The FBA, Soulann, Black American movement that we're experiencing was birthed out of the reality that many African Americans do exist in a state of perpetual questioning of their origins, and that is intentional.
That's what it is. I've said it before. Black people, Africans trapped in America, have an identity crisis. And they have an identity crisis because they have no historical orientation.
And that is intentional. That is by design. The white supremacist country that we live in has intentionally denied them access to actual historical facts.
That's not true. I disagree. And judging from all the pseudo information that's out there that gets even regurgitated on here on this channel, it seems like we have access to too much information. It's information overload. So no, nobody's hiding the books from us.
Woo!
I'm proud to be black. I love it.
Has denied them access to their history. They have created this weak spot in order to later, at this point in time, exploit it against us. They're taking advantage of a thirst for knowledge born out of a lack of self-understanding. People desperate for truth, and they're grasping at straws. Well, let me birth you into the beautiful, blinding light of truth. You are African.
Talk heavy, queen. That's what's wrong with these Akatas. That's what's wrong with them. That's what's wrong with the Shine, the Negro, the Black American. That's what's wrong with them. On one hand, they'll say, oh, I was brought here on a slave ship from Africa. Then on the other hand, they're going to say, I'm not African. Nigga, you African.
right, guys.
You African.
Guys, excuse the N word. I'm gonna have to send Hotep Jesus a receipt for the N word tariff.
Africa. Africa.
Your people were stolen from Africa,
Facts.
forced to come to this country and endured slavery
Facts.
and then endured Jim Crow
Facts.
for 400 years.
Was it 400? Yeah, it's about 400.
But it does not matter how long we have been here, even as we have continued to add on to our culture through the experiences that we have had here in this land. The fact that we are African cannot be changed. But by tricking you and making you think that you are something that you are not, you are that much easier to conquer and to destroy, which is ultimately always their goal. We are not Africa because we live in Africa. We are Africans because Africa lives in us.
You know why these Akatas, the shine, these Negroes, the Black Americans have no orientation? Zbigniew Brzezinski, National Security Council, Memorandum 46, designed to destroy relations between the African and the Black American, 1977. And here we are, 3 decades later. 4 decades later, 1977. The plan finally came to fruition.
All right, guys, I'll put the link in the chat room. If you want to call in and add to the conversation, you're more than welcome to call in and add to the conversation. Link is in the chat room. Let me pull up one of my favorite videos when someone was obviously having an identity crisis. And, people weren't going for it. Because no matter how you try to reclassify yourself, you're still viewed as Black of African descent no matter what. No matter how hard you try to fight it. All right, go ahead, Passport King.
Good evening, Dynus. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh man, here we go again. This is pretty much like a part 2 to yesterday. So let's get right to it. Let's cut to the heart of the matter. I'm going to give the statement right away that answers the kind of question and did give supported evidence. Is Black America having an identity crisis? No, it's not. I think what's being called an identity crisis is nothing more than a reset of what people's been used to from the majority of Black America, and they're having issues processing it. And it's not just the diaspora, it's across the board. This is the diaspora, this is the Democrats, the DNC, this is the Latin American immigrants, whether they're here legally or illegally. This includes Asians, this includes Arabs, this is across the board. This even includes Republicans and white conservatives. We are not responding the way that we should be responding, even when things happen. And that's messing up a lot of people's plans. Let me put it this way to give a little more context, right? Okay, let me get my thoughts. Let's go with this. Because see, when other people come on, what's going to start the name calling. You hate Africans, you hate the diaspora, you hate yourself, blah, blah. Before that starts, let me frame the picture nicely, right? When Trump won re-election and he became president in 2025 again in January, remember all those anti-ICE protests? You remember that, right, Dynus?
Yes, I do.
And there was a lot of them. They was going on for months. What was the one thing that kept coming up over and over again? Was there not diverse, for lack of a better term, Latin Americans, whether they was here legally on social media, calling out the Black community, saying that we need to be out there? Some was begging.
You're right.
Yeah. Am I lying about that?
You're not lying. Yeah, right. So they, even as you're about to say, went as far as threatening, saying that we're next.
Yeah, and guess what? But see, that's why I'm starting with there for a minute. Now let's fast forward. Remember those No King protests?
Correct.
There was at least 4 or 5 of them. Same thing. If you look at them, it was like milk and magnesia. All you saw was white people. There was the media and white people saying, "Where's Black Americans?" They want us to get involved. We're like, hey, this got nothing to do with us. Now let's fast forward a little bit more and come a little bit more to closer to present day. Remember the Somalians and when the heat turned up on them from the scamming in Minnesota and the insane amounts of death going on. And I don't know who in the DNC cooked up this idea to fake like there's civil rights in Selma, Alabama. And I guess the idea was that the Black community was going to embrace them and join the protest. The only Black person like they had out there was Jesse Jackson. May he rest in peace, despite whatever issues I have with him. Jesse Jackson's goofy grandson. And they was out there singing Negro spirituals. Suddenly, Somalians, the same ones that be calling us Jurias, they were suddenly Black immigrants. And some of the very same people that claim we got no culture, suddenly they understand what Black culture is, and they're trying to use it to their benefit, even if they're using an old playbook. So I know I can't keep going on forever. So let me put in a nice little bow. What the so-called identity crisis is about delineation. This was never supposed to happen. Black Americans who were U.S. slavery descendants, freemen, aka FBA, some go by DOAS, some go by ADOS. There's some other terms. We were supposed to be the stepping stones, the human shields, and the attack dogs for everyone else. We supposed to fight for everyone else and put ourselves last. And we've been told this by the Democrats. Did not Kamala Harris said, I'm not going to do anything that's only benefit Black people, and her famous no. Bernie Sanders was asked about reparations.
She said no.
Yeah, Bernie Sanders was
Hold on. I
reparations.
gotta play that video. Hold on, let me play that video.
Oh yeah, please do.
No, but go ahead and continue. I'll pull it up.
So even Bernie Sanders was confirmed to, hey, what do you think about reparations? And he said, I don't understand what that means. All of a sudden, he don't understand the English language. And when people explain what they meant by reparations, oh no. He said it with anger. Oh, here it is.
Hold on, let me play it. Hold on.
I never back down. I never back down. Stand 10 toes down. Never back down.
If a lawyer is truly exceptional, they're an advocate, they're a friend, they're a listener.
Do you support reparations for Black people?
Well, listen, again, we had over 200 years of slavery. We had Jim Crow for almost a century. We had legalized discrimination, segregation, and now we have segregation and discrimination that is not legal but still exists and is a barrier to progress. We have disparities around housing. We have disparities around education. We have disparities around income. And we have to recognize that everybody did not start out on an equal footing in this country. And in particular, Black people have not. And so we have got to recognize that and do something about that and give folks a lift up. That's why, for example, I'm proposing the Lift Act. Give people who are making $100,000 or less as a family a tax credit, which will benefit and uplift 60% of Black families who are in poverty.
So by default, it affects Black families, but there's not a particular policy for African Americans that you would explore.
But no, if you look at the reality of who will benefit from certain policies, when you take into account that they're not starting at the same place and they're not starting on equal footing, it will directly benefit Black children, Black families, Black homeowners, because the disparities are so significant. So if we focus on the specific issues that have resulted in the greatest disparities, and we understand that that's part of why we're doing it. Listen, the reality also is this: any policy that will benefit Black people will benefit all of society. Let's be clear about that. Let's really be clear about that. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people. No. That's only going to benefit Black people. No.
Yeah.
Something that's only going to benefit Black people. No.
All right, go ahead.
And that right there, as the expression goes, is where she effed up. That, mind you, her political record is trash in California. It's not just that. If you look in her past when she was the DA in California, and you see what she did to Black people out there, she should have never even became senator. But we're gonna put that aside. But that clip right there.
Hold on, one second. Somebody said I only have 6 likes. Y'all get these likes up, man. Get the likes up. Hit the like button. Guys, if you have not hit that like button, please hit that like button. All right, Passport King got 30 seconds. I got to pass the mic to Babaliko. Go ahead.
Yeah. So to wrap it up in a nice little bow, what's being called a so-called identity crisis is nothing more than cognitive dissonance, not just from the diaspora, because I'm going to be accused of hating Africans and Caribbean is bigger than that. It's from everyone that's being used to black people just following the Democrats' lead and rubber stamping any agenda they put before us. And them days are done with. And people don't know how to cope with it. That's what it's really about. So, and well, I'll probably get another chance to speak later on delineation and debunk that it only exists. Actually, I already debunked it. Let me say this real quick. People want to claim that FBA ADOS only exists online. Well, did we not talk about the anti-ICE protests and no black people came out to join it? Did I not mention as a documented fact the No Kings protest, no black people joined it? Did I not mention when the Somalis were protesting, even in Selma, Alabama, that's black to this day, no black Americans joined it? Well, for something that people's claiming is only online, it seems like the offline world is mirroring the delineation that's happening online. But like I said, they got cognitive dissonance and don't want to deal with reality. They can't accept
all right,
that.
let me pass the mic. Go ahead, Babaliko.
Yeah, Passport King. I'm gonna agree with you. I'm gonna agree with you with what you said, but we have to agree too that the Republicans is not good as well. Trump has said when he was running for election, he's not going to start no war. He start a bunch of wars. He's a liar. Okay, I lived in New York for almost 20 years. Okay, the guy been nothing but going through bankruptcy, so he's just running the country down amok his last term too. So he ain't doing good his damn self. Republicans and Democrats is not going to do a damn thing for black people. I always said, my wife was going to vote. I said, who are you going to vote for? I said, I hope you're going to vote for no Democrats. She's watching me. I said, I hope you're going to vote for Trump neither, because he's lying. He's going to start everyone. And it's so said, so done. Everything I said, done. And what? We stayed home and we didn't vote. Nobody in my house voted. So what I'm saying is we got black Americans. How much? We got 40 million. We got another Caribbean and African. Let me put it another 10 million. Let me just round it off to about 50 million. You are telling me around 50 million of black. Let's put Caribbean and African and black American to the side together. You telling me we can't vote for somebody of we own with 50 million of us? Why we got to vote for white men? Why we can't vote for somebody who we all kind of look up to and put there? We got 50 million votes. We got a lot of votes here in this country, but we always run to the Democrats or the Republicans. Why we do that? Why we don't put out our own party and do our own thing? You know what I'm saying? But it's a division. This FBA and this ADOS and that, it's too much division, and that's the problem. I've been talking to a couple of Hebrew Israelites. I got some of them in my family, and a lot of the things they're saying, I'm a Pan-Africanist, but a lot of things they're saying is true. You understand? One thing they said, the white man is not going to do a damn thing for you. You're not going to get reparations. I believe that. Okay? Normally they say they want the reparations in blood. That's what the Hebrew Israelites be saying. Now, I'm closing it off now. All I'm saying is we got a lot of power. If we put aside FBAs and you from the Africa and you from the, if we put away all that, we come together as blacks, like how the Spanish do, because Spanish don't really roll with black people like that. They don't really come to our black shops and all that stuff. They stick together. If we put ourselves together like them, we could accomplish a lot without the kind of xenophobia. Because I ain't gonna lie, sometimes some black Americans could be xenophobia. I ain't gonna lie, it's a fact. So if we could put those things aside and come together, I think we could move mountains with our 50 million votes. But I'm gonna end it there.
All right, Mr. Al Morris, go ahead.
Peace, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Doing pretty good. Yeah, I wanted to say as to the identity crisis, I would say, yeah, to a certain degree. Now, but I would also say that as far as the ADOS or the Hebrew Israelites or those type of I don't know, counterculture things, that's more so a small percentage. I would say that the true to me true identity situation more came about with the ghetto culture, and that kind of I guess colonizing and having as much influence as it does now. I just think that shows itself because again, when you don't have like a strong identity in a lot of ways, that's how maybe like demonic subcultures are able to, gain the power that they have, where okay, for the most part, our foreparents, lived in the rural South and were heavily Christian. So by the 70s, all that flipped to like 85% of the black people, 80% of the black people living in the cities. So the identity kind of was something different. People became different. And I said it went from the rural type of worldview to the city type of thing. And identity came from that, you know what I'm saying? That has been allowed to like all the ratchet and the worst of us and the nigga thing kind of be. So I would say that's more identity crisis that we dealing with than the Israelites and the Hebrews and that type of thing. I think just how that identity of decadence and our cultural filth has, been able to permeate and exist up and down from upper class, middle class, lower class to the point where you have somebody like a Jasmine Crockett. I think what she was like the daughter of a engineer or somebody, or she comes from an upper middle class, and you feel like you have to indulge in the ratchetness or the ignorance, so to speak, that's true blackness, or that's the true Black American type of thing. So that's what I would say is the identity crisis that we dealing with now is our identity in this ignorance and this ratchetness and what this minstrel show that we see in popular culture, or is this something grounded in something moral with a good spiritual system? So that's what I would say.
All right, guys, please hit that like button. Again, if you have not hit the like button, please hit that like button. Let me read these super chats. Only Lonely 4601. Thank you for that. Holla. What does the end of the delineation look like, or is it supposed to be a forever war? It's all by design. Thank you for $5 holla. Is it appropriate to ask the delineation happened when tribes were participating in slave trade practices prior to colonialism? Respectfully asking. That's a good question. Good King Justice, go ahead.
Peace, bro. You can hear me?
Loud and clear.
Cool. All right. Yeah, I don't think we have an identity crisis. I think African Americans, Black Americans, we still acknowledge that we descendants of the transatlantic slave trade for the most part. What I think is happening is a lot of these ludicrous voices, because of the internet, become amplified. And in regular life, you don't really pay attention to these people, but online, you will give it some attention. And when it comes to delineation, we delineated long ago when the white man put us on the slave ship. Elijah Muhammad called us Lost Found Nation of Islam, the tribe of Shabazz back in the 30s. Republic of New Africa called us New Africans in the 60s. So we've been delineated. We've been our own ethnic group. The problem arises, like the super chat said, when people ask you after the delineation, what happens? Are we going to push for power? Are we going to build our own cities? Are we going to have actually community control? And that's when the conversation goes nowhere. So I think that's what the focus should be on. But I think majority of our people still acknowledge that we descendants of the transatlantic slave trade and that we're our own ethnic group. People with common sense already acknowledged it. And I yield.
Okay. Africa, go ahead.
Yo.
Africa, go ahead.
I will let Skywalker go in first, whoever I come after. Yeah. I'll let the FBA or the African Americans go first.
Okay, go ahead. Well, let M go then.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, my brother.
Well, let M go because M.
I was here before.
No, you weren't before M.
All right.
Go ahead, M.
Oh, my bad. Okay, my bad.
All right, thank you, sir. I want to speak first of all to the guy that spoke before the last guy, as far as bringing up ratchet culture and Jasmine Crockett. I don't agree with the fact that our culture is ghetto, because when you look at the origins of ghetto, it goes back to Europe, particularly Nazi Germany. So they was considered ghetto far before we were. And you look at blaxploitation movies or the social engineering that kind of caused us to function how we were functioning today, we could trace that back to the 1970s. So that's not always who we were. It's just certain instances in time that we adopted these characteristics. But my point I wanted to make was, as far as the topic, are we having a identity crisis? All of the terms you mentioned, Moor, Hebrew, Black American, they're all preceded slavery. People were called these terms prior to slavery happened, the transatlantic slave trade. Even the Jewish capital of the world, Israel, recognizes a sect of Black Americans as Hebrew Israelites from Chicago. They have territory in Israel. You look at the treaty between Morocco and United States. In that treaty, they distinguish Moors and Christians. This is the first document that recognized United States. But we never, even what they called him Abraham Africanus. That's what they used to call Lincoln when he was a lawyer. He was actually defending so-called Negroes as Moors, saying that they weren't Negroes, they're Moors.
Who?
Abraham Lincoln, when he was a lawyer before he became president, he had
Oh my God, Diners, can I please
cases
talk
in
now?
which he was, you know what I'm talking about. He had actual cases. He was defending in court, saying that these were actual Moors because the law, the law recognized Moors and Negroes as two different people, even though you could be either or. But most people didn't know that they was Moors, or the Sultan of Morocco recognized Moors and gave them certain rights in America in that first treaty.
I mean, that's not true.
But you look up the treaty right now, you can see it. You could Google it.
Exactly. Hey, Diners, can I please talk?
No, I'm the host. I'm talking. No, so they called him Abraham Africanus because of his position in the Civil War, the side he took on the Civil War for running to free Black people, and it was like a newspaper that it was satire. Like, you know, pretty much this white man is upping Black people out. But yeah,
you validate that he actually was called Abraham Africanus. But you could also
I validated, but in the context you were trying to use is just not true.
But you could fact check it that he actually defended Black people in America as being Moors and was winning cases.
No, he did not say that being Moor.
You could look it up. You could fact check it right now. That's what I'm saying.
He was Portuguese. The guy he was defending, bro.
And he was defending them in court as Moors who had certain legal status. What I'm saying is these terms were terms that always has been used to classify different types of people before we was bunched together doing slave trade. Even a book I read, several books I read, but one particular was called The Invention of the White Race. And it was an instance in which they said
we still need to back up. What you're saying is just not.
But you could fact check it though. That's what I'm saying.
Fact checking it. He was not defending no Moors.
He defended Black people, and his defense were they weren't Negroes because they say Negroes had no rights, but Moors did.
He never said that.
I'm telling you, we could fact check it.
But he never said that.
Okay, I'm gonna post the link. And then I'm gonna post a link when I'm finished. But I'm saying,
no, you conflating things. The guy was Portuguese, bro.
But what I'm saying is, regardless if he was Portuguese or not, he actually said the term Moor was used because you have Portuguese Moors too. What I'm saying is, a book I read called The Invention of the White Race. It was in Moorish Spain after what you call it, the Spanish Inquisition. They say the Moors thought that if they convert to Christianity, they will be left alone. And they say they still enslaved them and sent them to America. In that book, they sent a lot of the Moors to America, but a lot of us lost particular identities. And then I think what happened was, since we was left idle in America without too much interaction with Africans, we was able to get this scholarship and find all of this, like even Noble Drew Ali.
Well, what scholarship that Abraham Lincoln defended the Moors?
Not just that, even Ivan Van Sertima. They came before America, like all of the scholarships.
Debunked, man. What's the other guy? Pseudo-science, bro. Pseudo-intellectualism.
He said Ivan Van Sertima pseudoscience. The people that came
his
before
theory is pseudo. I'm not saying he's categorically pseudo, but his theory is pseudo.
What
I'm
about
not. No, let me
Chancellor
not say it's
Williams'
pseudo. It's
destruction
not
of
backed
black
by very
civilization?
much evidence
What about John Henry
etymologically.
Clark? What about all of the even Amos
John,
Wilson?
John
All of these
Henry,
scholars.
John, you're conflating John Henry Clark with Ivan Van
But I'm
Sertima.
mentioning all of the scholars that put out knowledge, that dropped all of this knowledge. Some of the scholars, even
We not
the one that put out
Moors.
What you
Nature
saying
Nature
now?
Knows
John
No
Henry
Color
Clark
Line.
would not agree with you. He
He
would call
probably
you a
wouldn't,
quack.
but some would. Even I'm saying all of the scholars didn't have the same
Man,
ideology, but a lot of us was able to delve into this knowledge.
Ain't no scholar agreeing with you that Abraham Lincoln defended Moore.
I'm telling you, I read the honestly, I read the whole case, but I got a synopsis of the case when I was researching Abraham Lincoln. He was actually a slave at one point when he was a child, because back then white people was put on plantations too. So he was actually like, I didn't say he was a runaway slave, but he was a slave because they didn't have no child labor laws and whatnot. But I'm saying he actually did use that as a defense in a court. And if you look up that treaty between Morocco and America,
we got dude, come on.
Can you look up that treaty between America and Morocco and or validate that it distinguished the Moors and the Christians?
Abraham Lincoln was not a slave, bro.
When he was a child, he was on a plantation. His father put him on a plantation.
Has nothing to do with us. We not.
But regardless of that, I'm saying if you look up that treaty that recognized the United States from Morocco, who was an African
He's talking
nation.
about the Barbary Treaty. This is run of the mill, sovereign citizen, Moor science temple bull BS.
No, not Boris. I'm talking about the actual treaty between Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, and whatnot, and the Sultan of Morocco.
Brother.
In that treaty, he distinguished the Moors from the Christians. You can look it up right now.
No, I'm not saying you incorrect, but it's a non sequitur in regards to us. That has nothing to do with black people being quote unquote Moors or Moroccans or Almoors.
It was dealing with the Americas, and he said the Moors had certain rights, or the Christians had certain rights, and it was dealing with slave trade. It was dealing with the right to travel. It was doing. You can look up that. The treaty is like one paragraph. You can just look it up.
No, I'm not saying you incorrect, but that pertaining to quote unquote us or quote unquote black people is just not true.
They wasn't called. They just say Moors and Christians.
Yeah. Go ahead, Skywalker, because this is the prison babble.
Can I get the floor now,
Dinus? Look it up. I'm telling you, look it up. Look up that treaty between Morocco and America.
It's
exactly. Hey, we got okay, yeah. Okay, so like exactly, it's prison babble, and actually, man, this brother is really, this brother is part of the problem. Coming with all these different pseudo, different explanations that seek to distort history. Oh, we this, oh, we that. You know what I mean? It's black people. I mean, African Americans want to be everything except what they are. They want to accept everything except the truth. And so, man, this young man is a perfect example. Amos Wilson calls it rational persuasion. And so our brothers go out and read these books. And because the books are written in a rational way, right? They even go and find stuff to support their arguments, right? And form logical arguments based off this babble. And they persuade victims like this young brother right here, right? You know what I mean? And somebody just mentioned, like the run-of-the-mill Moor science babble. That's exactly what it is. You know what I mean? But you got different versions of the babble that the African Americans find themselves victimized to. You got the Moor scientific babble. Somebody mentioned the tribe of Shabazz babble. Somebody mentioned the Hebrew Israelite babble, right? You know what I mean? So, like, it's a consciousness issue. It's an education issue. And like, the great master Amos Wilson says that black people in viewing the world through a European-centric perspective, it's natural and logical for them to negate being African because European culture negates Africa. It hates Africa, right? You know what I mean? It's the historical foundation of destroying Africa and African people. So, I think it would be beneficial for African Americans, instead of, like just coming up with all this hate talking, talking bad on their brothers in Africa. It's really best to just view themselves as a nation within a nation, an African nation within an American nation at that, right? And act accordingly, right? But the answer to the question, which is the topic of the topic today, yes, African Americans are suffering from a brutal identity crisis. It is an identity crisis that is emphasized in the schools. It is an identity crisis that's emphasized in the music, emphasized in the very culture, in our very way of life, in our very way of being. I mean, really, Dinah, I think it was a rhetorical question, the topic. I mean, you don't even got to say yes or no whether or not African Americans are suffering from an identity crisis. Walk into a mall and you will see a bunch of black people walking around with blonde wigs on their head, right? You will see a bunch of African Americans squeezing their huge thighs into European clothes, right? And trying to fit into all these European clothes made for smaller people, made for white people. And so, it's evident that the identity crisis that African Americans are suffering from is much more than what we see on the surface, right? Like Amos Wilson says, in order to behave the way that we behave, we would have to be out of our minds. He also says that in order to behave the way that we behave, we would have to have been educated such that we can't even see what's right in front of us. So, that question, whether or not we're suffering from an identity crisis, is a perfect example. Obviously, we're suffering from the answer to the question is right in front of us, right? Who do you dress like, right? Who do your women value? Who do you value, right? You know what I'm saying? Let alone, dividing yourselves up into all these, pseudo groups and forming all these mythologies about yourself. Right? Believe it or not, your ancestors already wrote your mythologies, right? Your ancestors are already buried and dead, and these white people they know where your ancestors at and everything. You don't even got the identity crisis shouldn't even exist. You actually got more.
You got too hype.
Yeah, we lost him. Go ahead. Go.
Dinus, if you look at that document, paragraph 6.
This mentions nothing about black people.
It says more. Paragraph 6.
We're not more. We're not more.
So who in America was Moors? Who in America was Moors at the time? He talking about the Moors and the Christians.
1787, July 18th.
Yeah,
I mean, brother, that term back then is
American.
That term back then was synonymous with a lot of stuff. It could be synonymous with being from the Levant. It could be synonymous with being a Muslim. It could be synonymous with being from North Africa or the Maghreb. It's not like that term is just in general. But what he means by that is people that are Muslim.
Nah, hold on. So, let's do this. Let's look up what is a Moor. Let's start there.
Okay.
It's an exonym.
Yeah, it could be interchangeable with Saracen. Like that term doesn't mean black people. It's not talking about quote unquote sub-Saharan Africa.
Here we go. Historical term for the Muslim people of North Africa and the Iberian Peninsula, modern day Spain and Portugal during the Middle Ages.
And then you mentioned some treaty
between
he's talking about the Barbary Treaty.
It's the treaty of great peace and friendship.
Sorry. I know this very well.
Exactly, like Berbers.
Now, that
was between Thomas Jefferson. The founding fathers and
none of those treaties have any legal significance, bro.
It's the oldest
none of those treaties have any legal significance.
It's the oldest standing treaty in the world between America and Morocco. What you talking about?
Yeah, they are Moroccans. With people that you see in Morocco, Mauritania, Spain, Portugal, Libya, Algeria. These are the people that you call Moors today. Okay, and some of them like. I would say about 5-10% mixture.
But were they in America? This was dealing with the United States.
There's possibility they were not.
You're not a Moor.
I'm just saying the term was used before we were called African Americans. In America, they say the Moors have certain treaties.
The African Americans during that time were referred to as Negroes or black or the other N word.
I would tell you, you see the treaty. You see what it says.
It says more. That does not.
From in a Moroccan context, they view us as infidels.
At the time, they called white people Christians. They didn't even call them white at the time. They was
Where
called
were we when that treaty was signed?
In America. I think a black slave lady actually did the translation. She spoke Arabic.
You should go get
image trolling.
Go buy yourself a turban.
But I've showed the evidence.
Go buy yourself a turban and some genie pants, man.
You didn't show any evidence contextually. What you're doing is extrapolating what you want from.
Yeah, he showed it, bro. I mean, go buy yourself a turban and some genie pants, man. And I'm a lawyer, bro. Look. Hey.
Okay.
Brother, it's
Exactly,
like
bro.
anybody who's been
And
around this quote unquote conscious
you're a
thing.
victim of confirmation bias, bro. You go to the internet and look for all other false information to support what you already believe. You know, I mean, unfortunately, bro, I'm a lawyer. Once again, hey, listen, brother, I'm a lawyer. I can tell you, I can tell you right now, brother. I can tell you right now that like I said, brother, I can tell you right now, brother, that I've read cases and stuff like that where our ancestors were trying to sue to get back to Africa. You know what I mean? You know, like
what case was this?
Did the Moors? Hold on, listen. Well, did the Moors exist? Yes, the Moors exist. You know, there were some black people who came up out of Carthage and and lived in Spain.
That's not the point I'm making. We're talking about America. This treaty is the treaty that made America a sovereign nation.
Name the case number.
Morocco he is correct in Morocco being the first nation to recognize the United States in this treaty, but what he's extrapolated from it is nonsense.
Bro, you have been made
in this treaty. They mentioned two distinct people, Christians and Moors, dealing with the United States.
That's not talking about black people over here in general, not you, brother.
My fault for cutting somebody. You was on pass the mic to somebody. My fault.
But what we're trying to explain.
Skywalker. This guy.
Skywalker, I'm talking.
He is interrupting the dialect. Hey.
God dang, man, I'm talking. All right, so that does not apply to black people in America, descendants of chattel slavery, because the majority of those descendants of, or the majority of the slaves came from West and Central Africa, not Northern Africa. Does that make sense?
But we actually came from the Mali Empire. A lot of us spoke Arabic.
That's not
true for the most part.
I'm talking.
My bad.
Mali's not Northern Africa. You understand?
It's right over there next to Senegal and Morocco.
That's not considered Northern Africa. That's West Africa.
But they were Muslims. You think they didn't speak Arabic?
They went to war with the Moors, bro.
They spoke Bambara. You got a passport,
I have one, but look, check this out. I have one, but when I was researching Mansa Musa and the Musas, they say that they had their children in chains until they was able to recite the Quran in Arabic by memory.
What's your point?
They was reading Arabic. They had to recite the Quran from their mind in Arabic in the Mali Empire.
How does that apply? What's your point?
We was speaking Arabic before we was enslaved.
That's true, but what are you saying?
That's true. I'm talking. Hold on. Are you on that narcotic?
I don't do drugs, man.
I mean, come on, are you on that narcotic?
You telling me I haven't researched this stuff?
What does that have to do with the Moors?
They was mentioned in America with the recognition of the country. The Moors was able to do certain things, and the Christians were.
Mali's not Northern Africa, bro.
It don't matter if it's Northern Africa. They was a Muslim empire. They still are.
The document you sent me, what did it say in paragraph 6?
Let me look. Paragraph 6. It said the Moor word. That's what I wanted you to see, but I actually read it a long time ago.
It says if any more. Okay, no. First of all, let's get back. Define more. What's a Moor?
It said when you read it, it said person that was in Morocco and Spain.
Right. Okay. So why are you inserting Mali into this?
Because when I mentioned in my thesis earlier, I said that the book I read said that the Moors was sent to America as slaves. That's what I'm telling you.
We gotta pass the mic.
All right, man. Thank you,
bro. Yeah, can I come in now?
Yeah, go ahead, African. After that's the Invisible Man.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, look, the term Moor it can be varied. Okay, it depends on where in the world you are. In Western Europe, it was used as people of Muslim or brown or black skin, okay? So you're not far from it, but the American connection to the Moors is where I basically disagree with you. I mean, this was around the 14th, around late 14th century. So basically, you got to understand that how they call it, Mr. M, that the history of the Moor and the Almoravid is also linked to the to the vengeance of that created the transatlantic slave trade. So you're looking at something that happened way before the transatlantic slave trade. Um, so if you're gonna connect the dots, I'm looking at the reason why transatlantic slave trade actually occurs at the first place. So to associate yourself with that, I wouldn't go that far, bro. Okay.
Africa.
Yeah.
Can I read paragraph 6, a portion of it real quick?
No, let him finish talking, brother.
They're
Then you
saying that
ask him
if a
after
Moor,
that.
an American that was a slave to the Majesty's port, they was to be
So
set
some of
free.
these Moors were
They was to
involved
be
in the
set
transfer.
free
Some of
immediately.
these Moors,
If
some of
they
these
brought a
Moors were
slave
involved.
from America
Some of the
to
Moors,
the, if
some
they
of the
brought a
Moors were
slave from
involved in the
America, that's what they say.
transatlantic.
If they brought a slave from America to the Moors, to Morocco, they was to be set free. That's what it's saying in paragraph 6.
Some of the Moors were involved in transatlantic slave trade. Let's
That
leave it
has
as that.
nothing
Let's
to
not
do
go too
with
far.
us, though, brother.
Um,
Nah, most of them were.
They was
And some
talking
of them
about
got
they
set.
brought
What he
slaves
saying?
from
No,
America
let
to the
him finish
Moors.
talk. He wasn't finished with his premise,
Go ahead,
brother. Like
I'm
you
sorry,
just
man.
interrupted him.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, in terms of the, I don't. This is study I did very deep. The Moors and the Almoravid, I know it very well because my people were in the Moors days. They were tiny bit involved in it, but Almoravid, my people were heavily involved in it. We have different script of it. But basically, in terms of identity crisis, in terms of the when you're talking about the black, I think identity crisis is something that we're suffering from at the moment. So I don't think I would just label that on African Americans only. I think even Africans that be living in the diaspora themselves been struggling with the identity crisis. We need to look deep within and go back and avoid the things that some of our people trying to do here to attach themselves to other group of people, attach themselves to other group of other history, and detach themselves from that and attach themselves from the real African history, the real self of ours. Our ancestral, what our ancestors managed to achieve. If we can attach ourselves to those things, I think it will actually help us a lot. I mean, the power that African Americans can have if this can be solved, you know, um, it will is actually immense. Trust me. I think you underestimate yourself as a group of people. You actually do, and I think you don't understand the land that you call America today, where you find yourself in. I think is lack of organization is what you're suffering from more than anything else. Um, if you can actually organize yourself properly, trust me, I don't think there's any group in the world that can actually compete with you guys. Trust me. I'm saying this because right now, I'm giving you a good example. Right now, the entire world, I repeat, the entire world is waiting for you guys when that election day come to go to the ballot. I know some people might disagree with it. Fine, to go and vote to get rid of this guy that you currently have in America. And people know the people that can actually change that. But the only people that can actually do that in a more likely for it to happen in a large scale are the African Americans. Because and I mean, I'm not saying it's going to um, affect you guys in a positive way or negative way, or how it's going to affect the global world, but the world is waiting for you. Trust me. So the reality is, this crisis need to end. One way or another, African Americans need to really look deep within and reorganize themselves. And I think this is the time to really organize yourself as people in America. And I think if you have to detach yourself, not not as detach yourself as looking at Africans as enemies, but detach yourself to find yourself um, as a group of people, where because you came from. Listen, I don't think there's a lot of group in those world that have been through what you've been through and came out the other side and still look resilient, and still, you know, actually keep your head up and look up straight upright. Trust me, not a lot of group have managed to achieve that. You are very strong people, but there's something missing. I don't know if it's whether to got leadership or maybe you don't have the alliance, the right allies in the world that can actually help you to be on your side for that to come to a final conclusion. But I think it will happen, but I think also it's lack of strategy. And um, this issue, this FBA issue, or African American issue and so on, is part of the research. I think eventually you find yourself. I guarantee you, it will happen. I pass the mic for now. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Invisible Man.
Gentlemen, I had to catch the replay last night. It was live. Listen, I would kind of structure the debate as identity, maybe an identity crisis, but also a maturation process, because Black America is also having to process new immigrants that then challenge their identity, as well as we go along and mature in how we want to identify. Being my age and having gone to school in the 60s and 70s, and listen, you have to forgive that noise in the background, but and then listening to my parents and grandparents talk about the monikers that Black people have gone by or been given. This is just another stage. So let me say this on the influence that Black people have, even though you may disagree with FBA. After that came out, I think earlier this year, white Americans start calling themselves heritage Americans to delineate themselves as to those who have been here since the beginning, since the settler time, right? So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Facts.
And, for me, I didn't meet an African. I didn't meet a Jamaican. I didn't meet anybody out that was not an American until I went to college. And then I started on campus because just being in college, you get to meet more and more people. But I can tell you, growing up, there were no Africans in the city. There weren't any Chaldeans or Arabs in the city, right? And I can tell you, on the bathroom stall, I'll never forget, on the bathroom stall, when we were going at it with the Middle Easterns, somebody wrote, Black and white may not get along together in this country, but when we come together to whoop ass in a war, nobody can beat us, right? That was kind of the conversation that was taking place, because we did not like the fact that Arabs were coming in telling us that we were living our lives the wrong way. So the maturation process, plus having to process all these new immigrants, is a new thing for us. Now, the other thing that really I think came into play in more current times is there was no real discussion on how African tribes played a part in the slave trade. Sure, people may have known it, but that was not in the ether like it is right now. And so when you have that, on top of the fact that you got more Black minorities coming in, and then, in a way disrespecting what American Blacks have done, then you get this competition going on. Even with the terminology of using African when the AME Church was established, African was the only term that people knew. Ethiopian was used even before that in the early 1800s to describe Black people, right? So let me see, I got two more points, and then I'm gonna pass it, right? I think it was Africa, or somebody said yesterday about, and he said something just now about making connections. In my finance class in college, I had to do a comparative analysis of cheap labor, right? And at that time, China wasn't even in the discussion, right? It was Mexico, Canada, and some other island Asian country. China wasn't even a player in this thing. So in that comparative analysis, what I'm going to say there is that the world has gotten so small, so that people, especially Black Americans, when they say we aren't going to do anything with Africans, you heathens, you this, that, or the other. Well, if you don't, you're just getting further and further behind the 8 ball, because that's the way the world is working right now, right? And there's so much opportunity, like Africa says, to make these combinations, that's where you have to really look if you want to do business, if you want to make money, if you want to do a clothing line. FUBU should come back, because this is a great time for FUBU, for us, by us. And their clothing line, even like Starberry, Stefan Marbury went to another country to have his gym shoes made. If you are ignoring the fact simply because we disagree with each other, FBA, ADOS, Pan-Africanism, Hebrews, whatever the hell they're called, we're missing the boat, right? As long as we have the same thing in common that we're trying to get to, then maybe we can make some strides, right? Finally, I'm going to say this. Somebody said yesterday, black people don't control anything. You don't own anything. I'm not American, blah, blah, blah. Well, I'm sorry if you're a black person and you don't consider yourself an American. That's unfortunate, if you ask me, because as I said before, we were traded by African tribes. It would not have happened but for that. And then we got mistreated, and we live amongst white people that were even worse than being traded. So blacks in America do control things on certain levels. We control the city of Detroit. We control the city of DC. We control the city of Atlanta. We do have political control. We do have people that are making laws on every single level in this country. So I don't want to hear some African or somebody say we don't control anything. We own billions, trillions of dollars worth of businesses here. So if you want, and the only thing I agree with your boy Brandon from, because he's a live wire, is you got to go out there and you got to buy. You got to make your money for yourself, right? So I'm an American. That's how I lead off. I never let a white person, an Indian person, or anybody that's not from here, when they ask me, what are you? I'm an American. Even a white person that's over here, you better ask them, because they may be a first generation Irish person and they ain't got no more damn right than, they will never have any rights to America more than a black person has, because black people have been over in this country more than 90% of the rest of the population. That's it.
Great stuff. Well said.
Yeah, sound.
All right, guys, hit that like button. Links in the chat room if you guys want to call in. You're more than welcome to add to the conversation. But please, guys, hit the like button, share, and subscribe.
We haven't really settled the dispute.
Huh?
You haven't settled the dispute about the Moor dealing with Morocco.
We gotta move on. We gotta move on. Who wants to go next?
I ain't win yet.
Oh, go ahead, Dumbie.
Yeah. First off, greetings to all you brothers. If there's any sisters over here, greetings to you as well. Greetings to all anybody that's listening or watching. What the brother Africa said was very accurate. What the brother Skywalker said was definitely the most accurate. Anybody who's trying to study the psychological pathology that just black people around the globe have, bro, you need to go and peruse Amos Wilson's bibliography and go listen to his lecture. He speaks on the mental disposition right now. He speaks on that in the lecture, The Falsification of African Consciousness. He talks about this verbatim. Black people have, due to the programming that we are subject to within colonialism and the systems which you would call quote unquote white supremacy. I don't use those terms. Baba Kamal Kambon would say white terror domination. But due to these systems, there's a deprivation model, and the mental process that puts black people through, it's like they don't want to cling to anything that's necessarily theirs or organic. Therefore, they cling to these Hebrew, Moorish, Islam, anything that white people deem to be valuable. They want to cling to, whether that be Egypt or North Africa. It's not, nobody really values the culture that we directly come from, the Oyo, the Ijebu, the Iketi, the Dahomey. Like nobody wants to really associate with that because it's not viewed within the cultural context that we come out of, within the places that we are within the diaspora. So therefore we, like I said before, we cling to those other things. Now, until Black people globally embrace straight on 100% organic our cultures, we are going to continuously face these deficits. These deficits don't just show themselves in run-of-the-mill activity. These mental deficits are the reasons why we aren't confident in each other when it comes to implementing cooperative economics, why we don't value each other when it comes to creating our own curriculum. We seek validation from the outside source. So our main problem globally, and we all have the same problem, it's not just quote unquote African Americans or quote unquote Black Americans. We lack the confidence, and it's the mental, the mental disposition that we have, in the mental pathology is the main hurdle that we have of not obtaining power. We have the know-how, we have the group. Nobody can physically do anything with us. We are the most physically superior entity, human, Homo sapiens sapien on the planet. Until our mental comes right, though, we are going to continue to be consumer class and subservient to the other groups that have better organization and strategy than us. Now let somebody else talk.
All right, let me pass the gift of God. Go ahead, gift of God.
Well said.
Hello, panel. How you lot doing?
Yeah, we're good, bro. We're good, bro.
Yeah,
You
good
got the
evening.
mic.
Good evening.
Good. Anyway, yeah, this is I just wanted to say actually this is for Dynast actually. I just wanted to put out, is there any like programs, or is there any streams where we can talk about the benefits we can both gain as a people working together? You know, the benefits economically and the benefits socially, you know, because I think that will touch a few conscious minded people, you know, that will arouse a few conscious minded individuals into moving into the right path, you know, instead of this separation which is happening, this delineation, sorry, which is going on. So is there any streams where we can talk about, you know, economic benefits between you know, us linking the continent and you know, and the diaspora, you know, linking both of the continents, linking both of two peoples coming together and you know, working together for prosperity, because there's a lot which we can gain from each other, you know. And Black Americans also aspire to be great. They aspire to be great again because they are a great people. They were once, you know, looked at and, you know, embraced across the world. And I'm sure they want to get back to that type of, you know, that type of routine, that type of inspiration, that type of, you know, euphoria, that type of, you know, that type of stage where they were at and everyone was aspiring towards them, was looking up to Black Americans. And I think that's one of the ways they could reach back to that level is by, you know, is by economics, by connecting and reaching out to other Blacks and building up, you know, building up platforms and building up connectivity in terms of a trade, in terms of making money. And yeah, so is there do you have any shows or any streams where we can talk about these things in terms of benefits, Dynast?
Yeah, I mean, as long as we bring on the right people and the professionals, yeah, I mean, why not?
Yeah, because I mean, that would be great, you know, that would be absolutely fantastic in terms of, you know, getting a few people to start thinking critically and you know, start coming on the conscious side onto what we are trying to do as a people, you know, because we need to we do need to be free. We need to be free because economically we are not free in the world. Everywhere you go on the social status, we rate quite low. And I've said this quite a few times. We need economic freedom. And that's what we're looking to do. That's why you see most African countries are linking up with Caribbean countries. Because they understand that we don't have economic freedom. When we need massive loans, when we need money, we always tend to go to either the Europeans or some Western country, or either the Asians. Do you understand? So it's that economic freedom that we need, which we're trying to do right now. But it's unfortunate that some other Black ethnic groups are making it hard for this to take place, So yeah, but anyway, yeah, it would be great. So if you can do that, that would be fantastic. We can talk about these things because I think that's really important.
Okay. Give God. Let me pass the mic. Go ahead, Kunta. After Kunta, steady on politics.
Yeah.
Hello. Good evening. It's actually evening in Nigeria. To the chat, to the panel, and everybody watching. Personally, as a Nigerian Pan-Africanist, I recognize my position as an outsider, in this very interesting and intriguing subject. So I can only offer a perspective from the outside looking in. So to answer the question succinctly, I'm not on ground in America. I've never been to America, so I don't really know what the disposition is in real life on the ground. But going off what I see on the internet, especially on social media, it would be foolhardy to not admit that there is some form of identity crisis that our African American cousins or distant relatives are going through. And personally, I think it is as a result of, personally speaking, my own theory, just like Dina said, his theory is based on the fact that he came out of like the prison bubble rhetoric. My personal theory is the fact that there's been a dearth of. Sorry, somebody is speaking. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, someone needs to mute their mic.
Yeah, so my personal theory is that there's been a dearth of leadership in the Black American community. And I'm saying this from a position of sympathy and empathy, because when you study like the history of Black Americans in the 20th century, right from the end, or right from the success of the civil rights movement to the rise of the Black Panthers, and then the feds getting involved, infiltrating and destroying the revolutionaries of that era, some, in fact, practically unaliving all of them, going all the way to the mid-90s. Between the mid-90s and then the explosion of social media in the early to mid-2010s, there hasn't been any real revolutionary, visionary, radical, forward-thinking Black American leader. So that vacuum has been filled by a lot of, quite frankly, no disrespect, by a lot of charlatans, by a lot of grifters, by a lot of entertainers and internet personalities. We went from Malcolm X to Tariq Nasheed. We went from Martin Luther King to Dr. Umar. We went from, Huey P. Newton to Dane Calloway. All of these people who basically were just spreading pseudo information just to line their pockets and to swing the socially engineered Black Americans to not properly acknowledge or take pride in their original African ancestry. Now, I don't understand that, in the relationship between people from the continent or Black immigrants and, the native Black Americans, there might have been some level of tensions or misunderstanding or cultural clashes. I recognize that. And as somebody who preaches peace, understanding, and reconciliation in everything I do, I don't think we've done a great job on all sides to properly understand each other's struggles and stories. We basically just misjudge or judge each other. So a lot of Black Americans, as a result of feeling hurt or out of emotions or out of some form of betrayal, quote and unquote, are beginning to delineate and then disassociate themselves from their African origins. But then it leaves a bigger question. So what else do they get to claim? So that's where these whole theories of Hebrew Israelites, Moors, Egyptians, Olmecs, and all of this, pretty funny and intriguing theories come into play. Now, what is the solution? The solution right now is for there to be a prioritization of education, especially informal education, because formal education is what you get in your school, what you teach, what the students or what the kids learn in school, through the system. People complain about the American education system. I really don't know how it is. I personally think the fact that you guys have some of the best universities in the world, there's no reason why a lot of your citizens should be this ignorant and loud on social media. But with that said,
Let
I
me
think
ask you this. What happened to that $600 billion that the people stole from Nigeria?
Don't devolve the conversation
Man,
into
we're
this, bro.
not.
Let him finish,
Yeah,
bro.
we're not. That has nothing. It's gone.
I don't know what I genuinely don't know what
Probably gone.
I genuinely know.
Go ahead.
I genuinely don't know what I had to do with the topic. I could speak on this on another space or another room if you want, but I was just trying to offer solutions from the outside looking in. Like I said, I acknowledge my position as an outsider, so I don't really have an authority on what you do or what you identify as. I recognize it. What I'm saying is, I think there needs to be a lot more cognizance placed on informal education. Now, what do I mean by informal education? Parents teaching their kids about the real origins and not just, pseudo-intellectual information from TikTok or from YouTube. The kind of books you recommend to your kids to read, ensure that they are peer-reviewed. Peer-reviewed is that it will pass every single anthropological, scientific, genetic, and linguistic spectrum when it is placed on that crucible. It is a kind of book that scholars, scientists, and academicians can read and verify. That's first. Second, we need to teach ourselves. We need to school ourselves in the concepts of critical thinking, analysis, and logic. If you're saying you are indigenous to the Americas and then you have no ties to the continent of Africa, how exactly did your ancestors get there? Because then you have to start beginning to defy the theory of the Out of Africa, the concept of the Out of Africa theory, because then it would bring further questions like, okay, how did this happen? How come you guys suffer from the sickle cell traits? How come this is this and how come that is that? So we need to make ourselves a lot more intellectual. It is not a coincidence that majority of the greatest Black American voices are revolutionaries. It is not a coincidence that many of them were not just deeply educated, they were also intellectually sound. These were people who could debate with some of the greatest scholars of the time. Malcolm X, people don't even realize that Malcolm X was in jail for a little while, but because the way he conducted himself and the way he was well educated and he was debating senators, traveling across the world, meeting with world leaders, that was what raised his credibility up. How many can Dane Calloway debate with any US senator today? No. Can Dane Calloway can Tariq Nasheed organize a lecture in Harvard and then project this same pseudo nonsense that I was putting in all these Aiden Colors movies and expect people to swallow it hook, line, and sinker? No. So we need to revive critical thinking, use of logic, scientific analysis, and academic prowess back into the Black American community. And this as well applies to us on the continent too as well, because trust me, even though you might feel like we are secure in our identity, there are still so many of us who still, probably as a result of shame, as a result of self-hate, still try to align ourselves or our history with origins outside of the continent. You have some Igbo people who think they are Israelites or they are Jews. You have some Yoruba people who think they are Arabian. So it's just a cacophony.
And you have some Fulani people. You have some Fulani people who think the lighter you are, the closer you can be to the Arabs.
Exactly. Some Fulani people who are Arabophilic. So it is very, very embarrassing. The difference is on our side, we don't really give a lot of those clowns who say that.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah, I'm listening.
As a Nigerian. Okay.
Yes, sir.
What would you say to African Americans, especially with Nigerian diasporans, who came to the US and the UK, okay, and who work hardly to undermine their success and the hard work that they did, played, the roles that they played to make life easier for African Americans? I will quote Kemi Badenoch in the UK.
Kemi Badenoch. Okay. To answer your question, I have two answers. First of all, I personally think the narrative of Nigerian immigrants undermining or being problematic to the native Black population.
Let's stick to the UK because I know the UK well.
He's going to deny it and not take any responsibility.
First of all, Kemi Badenoch resents Nigeria. I mean, Dinas can bear me witness. Kemi Badenoch hates Nigeria. So you can't really put down on us because she doesn't even identify as Nigerian. She identifies more with being Yoruba than she identifies with being Nigerian. She hates
exactly,
Nigeria.
That's the point.
She criticizes. So you can tell already that she's a self-hating person. So she basically represents herself. If Nigeria were to go to war with the UK today, she will fight on the side of the UK. So you can't really put that on us. Did you understand me? Every single chance she has to project
Sorry,
No,
I don't
no
think
accountability
that's
whatsoever.
that's not accountability on that. Sorry, man.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
well,
I lived here long enough, and my
but
city is a good example.
but you,
I've seen
but you
different
gotta
examples
understand.
from one country. I don't have anything against Nigeria. I love you guys. You're my
I
brothers.
mean, it's easy for
Yeah.
Nigeria is a hate magnet. It's easy for people to hate Nigeria. I work with dual consciousness, even on
No.
the African.
I have listen. I'll defend Nigerians. I would criticize them.
You don't
But
even
I
have to
still love
defend us.
Nigerians.
I understand.
No,
And
but I do.
you mentioned Kemi Badenoch. That's why I was speaking on her specifically. I'm not. I can't. That's why she doesn't like us the same way she doesn't like other black people. She's just a self-hating
So do
anti-racist.
you think Africans should stay away from the black
There's other
African
people
American struggles?
I pass the mic to.
Yeah.
Please,
Sorry, Dinus. Sorry.
Dinas, thank you
Okay,
for having me, and thank you for
so
allowing
Kunta,
me.
before you go, do you think Africans should get to stop getting involved in African American business when they come here?
I mean, sure. I personally, if you especially if you are not a Pan Africanist, well, even if you are a Pan Africanist, stay out of their business, because at the end of the day, they don't. Many of them have expressly come out to say they don't mess with Pan Africanism anymore. So just get your coins, do whatever you got to do, and stay out. It is that simple. No contact, no trespass. Simple.
Pass the
Thank
mic,
you very much.
Teddy on politics.
Thank you, Dennis.
Yeah, okay. I'll begin by saying I'm not a psychologist or psychiatrist. It's just based on my 60 plus years of life experience and dealing with Black folks. I think that subconsciously, Black folks, specifically Black Americans, have an issue with reconciliation, reconciling that they live in a country that that doesn't identify with them and the country doesn't want Black folks to identify with it, never has. So I think that subconsciously Black folks are, at a crossroads, or there's a dilemma subconsciously. Again, I'm not a psychologist, not a psychiatrist. I'm just my life experience. So that's the first thing. The second question would be, or second thing is, question just for people that identify themselves as Black Americans. Will you be participating or celebrating this 250-year supposed anniversary as a Black person, as a Black American, knowing your ancestors were enslaved? Will you identify as an American and take part in any of those celebrations, knowing that your ancestors were enslaved and for 100, 200 years, or at least 150 years, and then another 150 so years of
Excuse me, is that a
Jim Crow?
question?
Yeah, that
Excuse
is
me, is that a question?
I won't.
the question. Will you
Okay,
be
I'm going to
participating?
answer. Yeah, hell yes.
Yeah,
And I
that's the
wave the
question.
American flag. No, it's not a problem. No. You see, I'm sick of this. I'm not trying to break your time, but I am so sick and tired. I'm almost ready to curse of people trying to shame Black Americans and making us think we should be ashamed of the flag. It's the fact that our ancestors was enslaved and forced across generations for centuries that built America to the #1 superpower. I'm not ignorant of
Okay,
the
let me
past.
interrupt
Hold
you
on.
because it's still my time. It's still my
He gave
time.
you a yes
It's
or
still
no
my time.
question. He didn't ask you to elaborate.
Okay,
You did
fine.
all the
Right.
elaborating.
It's just, it's still my time. So
I'm tired of people trying to shame us for
based
But
on
respecting the
I would
flag.
say this
That's
for
our
a guy
flag.
to
We got a
mention
right
the
to
homie.
respect it.
A guy mentions the homie tribe as we should get back with them slave trade.
God dang, man, I don't know what the
Exactly.
hell.
You're the same thing.
Go ahead, Teddy. Go ahead, Teddy.
Yeah, okay. So you, Passport King, would wrap yourself in a flag that's representative of the enslavement of your ancestors. Assuming
You
that
got
you
that right. Because you
identify.
know why,
Let
Teddy?
me
Because
finish.
hold on, Teddy. You're full
Nah,
of
nah,
Teddy.
Ain't no
Pastor,
hold on, bro. He
No, he asked me
talking.
something. He asked me
Let him
Can I
finish.
finish? You would wrap yourself in a flag that's representative and has been from the beginning. The enslavement, degradation, and subjugation of your ancestors. That's what that flag represents. It always has, and it always will. So
Then why
that
are you still in the USA? I'm saying this real quick.
when you go outside of America and you ask anybody outside of America, a lot of people outside of America, I don't know everybody, but outside of America, who they identify as American, they identify white folks as American. When you have to deliberately go and tell, well, I'm American too, and so that's not their first thought. Their first thought is white folks. That's who they identify as being American. So if you want to embrace that whole identity or that attitude and wrap yourself up in that flag that has, like I said, has mistreated your ancestors, mistreated their descendants, which is you, and you want to wrap and then celebrate that in what is it, day after tomorrow? You want to do that and feel good about that and identify with that. Again, based on my 60 years of experience with being black in America, well, I'm not in America anymore, but being black in America, that's probably the biggest issue is that subconscious reconciliation of trying to identify with a country that doesn't want to identify with you. Now you can talk. Go ahead.
Hey, can I answer that?
Well, no, God, no. Passport.
Come on, he asked us open-ended question.
I'm gonna let Passport King answer. I pass it to Jagoon.
I'm gonna be very brief. I am so sick and tired, whether you're a Black American or diaspora, I am so sick and tired of people trying to shame Black Americans to make us ashamed of the U.S. flag. First of all, there's some reports, but I'm not going to get into it, that Betsy Ross herself didn't even sew the flag, and it may have been an enslaved woman help with it. But whether that's true or not, our ancestors paid for this. Hold on. You don't want to listen. You got your chance to speak. Our ancestors, yes, they was enslaved. No one's denying that. No one's denying civil rights. No one's denying the ongoing injustices and fight for justice by Black American. That's even more reason why I should be proud of the flag. You know why we should be proud? Because we're not like these diaspora immigrants that picked up and fled because it's tough in their homeland. Haitians just lost TPS last Thursday. There's already news reports of some of those very same Haitians that lost TPS. They're already trying to flee to Canada and trying to get asylum. I'm not saying all, but some are trying. So you cannot dare compare anyone to diaspora to us, because we don't run. America is the #1 country in the world, the #1 economy in the world, because we are essential to making it that. And no one else in the diaspora can say that. And imagine, that's just on slavery. We haven't even gotten to inventions and innovations that make the modern world possible, that most of the people who claim to be so educated, you got your degrees, you don't even know was invented by Black Americans, and makes the modern world possible that y'all take for granted. So don't you ever try to shape. Now, mind you, personally, I got no issues with any Black person that personally said they don't respect the flag. I think they're stupid, but hey, that's their right. But for those who have no problems with the American flag, even knowing the history, and you want to shame us, how can I phrase this nicely without cursing? You must be smoking crack. And I started crack smoking, so went out in the early 2000s. But apparently you're still on it. That's all I got to say. And I
ain't no one trying to shame you, though.
Yeah, those of us who are
it wasn't just shaming, it was insulting.
It definitely is shame because people. Bro, you yielded the mic. You yielded the mic, bro. You yielded the mic.
Let's move on.
You're always referring to the past.
No, hold on. Let me say this real quick. Y'all
bro, you yielded the mic, bro.
Rep their flags. You don't tell that to Haitians. You don't tell that to Trinidad.
They got independent.
Bro, that's not your flag, bro.
He's like,
you didn't do nothing to get that flag. You begged that white man to let you free.
Can't take the truth.
Exactly. Bro, listen, bro. This is what it is, bro. They will be shamed, bro, because people like Passport, bro. Y'all think like slaves, bro. Y'all embarrassment to our people, bro. Y'all had a mind of slaves, bro.
They're house Negroes, man.
I agree with the guy to an extent.
Y'all think like slaves, bro. Y'all want to cling to that flag because y'all think it gives y'all better.
Hold on. Let him talk. He finally said something that makes
and garbage. Why should we accept either one?
Let him talk. He finally said something.
No. Let me pass the mic to Jagoon. But let me do super chat first. It's all by design. Thank you for $20 holla. Should African countries and other colonial powers pay reparations to the descendants of slavery from the slave trade? Do African countries owe descendants in Africa as well? Again, slavery was an indigenous practice in Africa. Is that the root? Hey, I'll let Passport King answer. Passport King, you got 45 seconds to answer.
Wait, hold on. I didn't even read the question. Can you read it again, please? Oh, put it
Should
back up.
African countries and other colonial powers pay reparations to the descendants of slavery for the slave trade? Do African countries owe descendants in Africa as well? Again, slavery wasn't a
Okay, I got it. Thank you, Dinas.
Dinas, Elvis want to join. Can you drop the link for him? Please.
I mean,
right now.
the panel's full. Passport King, go ahead and answer. You got 45 seconds.
Yeah. I don't even need 45 seconds, Dinas, but thank you. I didn't mean to cut you off before. I'm sorry about that, Dinas. I don't even need 45 seconds. Yeah, that could be down the road, but guess what? That's later. Our primary objective is dealing with the U.S. government first. That's where the first comes from, and then later on, possibly African nations, Britain as needed. But guess what? I'm not going to let the Africans off the hook. We get reparations from the U.S. government. Whatever we could have got from Africa would be a pittance. That's a nice British word for y'all Brits that's on the panel. Y'all know what a pittance means. It will be a pittance compared to what we would get from the U.S. government. So that's my
They created the language you're speaking right now.
All right, let me pass the mic. I got to pass the mic to Jagoon. Go ahead, Jagoon.
Thank you, Dinas, and greetings to the panel and the platform as a whole. We doff our cap to the hard work that Dinas puts out on a nightly basis. I would like to start on a slightly different tangent. I've been listening to the conversation, and it's been quite good. I really enjoyed Punta, I believe his name is. I enjoyed his statement, what he had to say, what he brought to the table. And the majority of us that can't really deal with too much intellect, even though I'm clear, precise, he asks us to raise our intellect in many ways. And I agree with that statement. I think it's good for the platform if that takes place. But what I heard as soon as he had finished, more or less, was
Hey, your connection's terrible, Jagoon.
Really?
You're on your Obama phone. I guess they made it to the UK too. The Obama phone.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
sorry about that. If it's bad, is that any better?
Yeah, it's a little bit better. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask the panel, because I'm here obviously judging the whole of America a lot of the time by the voices of the FBA, as they do irritate me deeply as to wherever they may be coming from. I can't work out all of the time, apart from to say that they are closer to white individuals in their country as an understanding of civility across the land, across the diaspora, across the world, than to their own kith and kin. But it's not like that in America, as in Black America. I do understand that Black America is much bigger than FBA. So in saying that, what I've seen of late and learned was from the World Cup. And what I was hearing from Americans of all types, all stripes, was quite wonderful, to be honest. One, they saw the world come into their countries. And they were even saying that even the Middle Belt, they came across as lovely people, lovely individuals. And they joined in with what was going on, the celebration of the World Cup, and how much bigger the World Cup is to something like the Football Federation in America. Beg your pardon, it slips my mind. And I thought of this. NFL, thank you very much. I thought about this, and I just looked across I saw about 3 or 4 videos that were displaying a whole group of Americans and how they were seeing what football was. Many of them were interested in the football itself. Many of them didn't have a clue about the football, didn't even know it was on in America, and they bumped into it a lot of the times. Many of people were crying because what they felt is that this is the whole world coming to America and celebrating here with us. It's a beautiful thing. And I was watching all these kinds of videos, and, at times the isolation of certain countries in the world is not always clear. But it's we know that America is very insular. But it's not just insular; it's rather isolated as well. So when the world had come to celebrate, one person said, "We love how the Polish are in our area, and they're eating and appreciating all of our poison food." And he laughed, and I laughed, and I thought that was, interesting. In that, you see, I don't think we understand the world without the politicians, and a lot of what we speak on this channel is confused babble. A lot of rubbish. People that think they understand geopolitics and they clearly don't. But the fact is that they've lost humanity. There were people talking about it's like a healing. Now, I just wonder on the panel if I'm just watching something on the news, or is it a reality where you are right now in the States? That this
It's
is
not no
that this is
reality,
the-
brother. Most Americans don't care nothing about no World Cup, to be honest. I'm just being honest.
Is that you don't?
I second that.
No, I understand. I do understand that.
Soccer's not popular here, brother. I'm just being honest. The NBA finals and the trades is more important than that to most people, especially if you're talking about most black people.
Americans or Caribbean immigrants, but Americans.
Most black people don't care
but
nothing
I
about
said
the
a lot. I
World
didn't
Cup.
just speak about the sport. I spoke about the world coming together, really, in America.
But I'm telling brother, in order for them to observe that, they would have to be watching the sport. I'm speaking about black people specifically. Most black people in America could care less about soccer
And it's
at
not
all.
just black.
We
Even
see it,
white
but we ain't
people.
paying
Most
attention,
white
bro.
people don't
We
care
care about
interesting.
real football.
in
Yeah,
America.
they're not.
I find it funny how he said that FBA is somehow connected to white people. Then he went around bragging about how everybody came together.
What are you complaining about, brother? I said what I said. It was nice and peaceful, even for
You just sound like a hypocrite, man.
a cockhole like yourself.
Nothing there. Everybody came together. But first of all, first FBA is running around with white people. Now all of a sudden you bragging about everybody
What are you
coming
talking
together with
about?
white
Going around?
people.
You know nothing about me, bro.
Hey,
The world
say
coming
what you
together.
were saying about the American flag again, though, bro. You ain't get a chance to say
I was saying that the guy, I agree with him. Why is we celebrating the 4th of July? Because we are treated like garbage. We were slaves. Jim Crow, they
bro, that's the
destroyed all of our
smartest thing
cities.
we've ever heard you
But
say on
the
here,
same
bro.
is true for Africa. They do this. They destroyed Liberia. They sold us into slavery. We should just build a wall and separate ourselves, or we should just accept the truth
There's a
that
big sea separating us, man. It's
everybody
all right.
hate
Don't need
us,
to
and
build
we
a wall.
just
That's
got
a
to
really
boss up
bad idea.
and become conquerors. You see what I'm saying?
Brother, I feel where
Everybody
you're
hate
coming
us.
from,
Like
brother.
we've
But
been destroyed by everybody. Like the Africans come over here and talk down about us, even though they come to our cities and enjoying it and impregnating all the women. Liberia, they done looted the
come
bank,
on,
stole
brother. You
all the
sound
money.
salty now, man. Come on, bro.
I'm just saying, like, what I'm saying is everybody
too
treats
fast
us like
sometimes, my brother,
garbage.
man.
All this
Everybody
is
Where you getting this from, man?
Everybody
wonderful
on earth
conversation you're having.
destroys and exploits us.
Yeah,
Yeah, but again, brother, you can't come on here and talk about some our people sold us, but you do know that our descendants was selling people too that got sold
You
over here.
said that we should get back
You
with the
can't even
homie
make that
tribe.
distinction.
They will sell slave trade. Why would you get back with them?
Brother, it don't matter. Regardless of what you're saying, then the people that was over here, the house Negroes and the field
We
Negroes, it's the
have no
same
friends,
dynamic,
like
man.
John Henry Clark said. That's just the truth. We shouldn't celebrate America or
let me ask you
Africa.
this, John
John Henry Clark didn't say none of what you talking about. Stop
He said we
lying on
have
the
no
elder, bro.
friends.
You
That's what
lying,
he
bro.
said. Look at
Let me ask you this, though.
Lying.
Did you like to highlight the Africans that speak down on us? What do you do when you hear an African that bigs us up and wants unity with us?
Where are they? Other than Africa?
They come on the show all the time. They in the comments. They paying Africans. They exist.
My bro, he got
It's a
some
guy named
complex,
Saint-
bro.
it's
He
a
wants
guy
somebody
named
to
Saint
beg
James
him, bro.
said, I'm sorry that your people were so weak that y'all got slaves. So what?
Dude is real
It's a dude
sensitive,
named
bro. Like he's extremely sensitive, bro.
Pookie Rivers. The dude named CD calls here always denigrating black people. He prefer to be around whites. He feel more safe. Even though his people that stole all the money from Liberia, they over there laundering the money and these fake.
But brother, anybody who talk like that is a coon. So why you take him serious, bro? Like stop being
I
sensitive,
don't even
bro.
understand where the conversation's gone. The conversation's
leave it.
Like we got coon. We can't act like we don't got coons in our stuff too, bro. It's the same dynamic
Rubbish,
here,
bro.
bro.
Just rubbish.
optimistic. Actually,
Coons
Crybaby
be
talk.
coons, brother.
I'm
I got
optimistic.
a
I
principle
don't see
about
the
saying if
world.
someone
I don't see the
What is
world
that
as
I got
crybaby?
this principle.
half full.
If someone is not around, don't talk about him. Leave him. It's not on the. It's not on
What I'm saying is,
to
I
defend
don't
himself. Yeah.
see us
Why are
as
you
far
crying?
as bad as everybody else see us. I see us on the way to the top. All we got to do
Well,
is like
keep
get
going,
rid of
homeboy.
all
Keep
of the
going.
Why highlight
Let's not
get rid of all
delusional,
the
brother.
things that's bringing us down.
conversation.
You
Yeah,
delusional.
All the things
I
that's
hear
dragging us
you. I
down.
hear you, M.
We
I
keep
hear you. Let's
going.
not just derail the conversation.
We keep going back to the slave masters in Africa, and we keep trying to be around the slave masters in America. When are we going to just do our own thing?
That's what we
Do our own
But
thing.
that's exactly what brother. Nobody's stopping you from doing your own thing. Why you talking about we? Galvanize your critical mass and do your own thing. Who is you waiting on?
Who's going to help us do our own thing?
See, bro, this is what I be talking about, bro. You can't talk about all this boss up and you talking about who's gonna help us, bro. That's what I be. You got some type of complex, bro.
The guy said earlier, I agree with him. Why are we celebrating 4th of July? Because they have enslaved us, they have destroyed us, they have did atrocities to us. But the same is true for Africa.
It's not the same. It's not the same, brother. It's not the same thing at all. It's not the same at all. And for you, for you to juxtapose that, bro, you that's some cool stuff. What you doing right now, bro? To juxtapose them two dynamics.
Let me just give it. Let me just give you a good example, right? The Irish were also slaves. Okay, we all know that the Irish. Yeah, the Irish were also slaves. Okay,
the Irish are the scum of the earth. Why are you talking about them for?
No, but I'm just saying but they managed to form.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Not the same thing.
Yeah,
No,
the Irish is the scum of the earth.
Servants.
That helps save 20, then you can push back, fam.
They've not always been indentured servants.
They are the scum of the earth. They have built nothing. They have invented nothing. The Irish, the British said they're hopeless. They justified dominating the Irish. Actually, that's what slave racism started with the British and the Irish.
Why are you so
There's something wrong with you, brother.
It's just true.
Why do you enjoy
I'm not saying it's
oppression of
not,
other
but you
people?
got some type of complex the way you speak.
He's drunk to poison me fully.
No, it's not that. Like he got, I don't know what it is. Like it's he want to be powerful, but then he want to ask at the same time. Like it's just cognitive dissonance.
As I said, he has a preference for the way the European, Anglo-Saxon, white American, those people, he has a preference for how they do things and how they get things done.
You have a king.
Then to have any pride in himself. It's easy for him.
No personal attack.
Do you not belong to King George? Are you not a subject of King George?
What are you talking about?
You are a subject of King George, the British monarch. You is property.
Okay, enough with it.
We're just over talking each other. Let me read this super chat. It's all by design. Thank you for $5 holla. To Jagoon, the problem is immigrants, including white Americans, English disrespect FBA. FBA has legit history in North America. All right, go ahead.
What's he talking about? Well, it's good that he spent money.
He disagree with you. You know, that's how much he disagree with you. You have to spend the money just to make a point.
No. It's all okay. It's all okay. You know, the thing is, as I said, you know, there's ways that as I said before I came on, I was listening for a long time, and there are those who lay down sound partitions from their mind, from the goodness of their rhetoric, from how they placed words, from how they added to the conversation. And then there are those who just take it away and throw it in the dustbin. And I don't always understand that. It's like, are you a what they call a clown? Are you something that's just disturbed? Because there are, I've been listening before I came on, and the intellect that I was listening to, I enjoyed it. And I don't know. It's like from when somebody is speaking a reality, a truth, instead of us taking from that position, someone will come and crash the argument, talking about some rubbish that he wants to cry about. Get off. Yeah, I mean, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're not joining the conversation. You're just to mash up the thoughts of people, commonplace people who are trying.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Doing. What do you mean?
That's fine. That's fine. Let's leave it. Let's leave it and move
you
on.
know
I'm not
something, yeah?
arguing with
The
anyone. I'm
way,
just laying down
look,
my understanding. Didn't argue.
Okay.
the way you come across, it's like you're just looking for handouts. You know what I'm saying? The way you come across, you keep on like referring to
Handout.
like African. You keep on referring to Africans. Africans need to give you something. You know
Who
what I'm
said
saying?
Africa need to give me something? What are you talking about?
You said that. You said that a couple of times.
I
You said
said
that a
y'all
couple of
stole
times. They need to give
$600
you
billion
reparations.
from Nigeria.
You
Y'all
said
running
that
around the
they need
country,
to
the
give you
world,
What does Nigeria
laundering the
need
money.
to
See where we've gone.
Y'all a bunch of
What does
thieves. You ain't
Nigeria
run
need
around with
to
something
Hold on.
for you.
You said
This is
Africans need to give you
It's so funny.
reparations, and and Americans, yeah, Caucasian Americans need to give you reparations as well.
Dude, Passport said that.
Who said that?
I mean, as far as like a crime against humanity, what Ghana's begging for, why would Ghana get reparations?
Yes, you did.
You not
You
say that all
did
the
say that.
time.
Why would Ghana get
You say that all the time, you
reparations?
know.
Why do
Sorry?
Ghana want reparations? I just read an article. Jamaica's over there trying to go to England trying to get
Bro, what is
reparations.
bro, you do this every
They
time
got
you
a
come
right
on
to
here, bro.
they,
What is
they
your
got
purpose then, bro? Like, I don't get it, bro.
I
Y'all
keep
need to come
saying
out here
this,
trying to
yeah.
vent. Y'all need to go see a
Saying this to
therapist,
you.
bro. Real talk.
Listen. I keep saying this. You lot over there in America are not the only victims. Yeah, do you understand?
Victims
Yeah,
of what? What you
victims of
talking about?
slavery in the Caribbean, the
Transatlantic slave
victims of the
trade,
slavery
brother.
on the continent.
Look, the whole thing is
You need to
African leaders have been getting funds to develop the
anyway.
country,
Look,
and they've
if
been
they
running
were
off
to
with the
give,
money.
We
if
never
they
They
go
were
for
to
claim they
give
was gonna build all
reparations
these bridges and
tomorrow,
all these roads. They
you lot
ran
will
off
not
with the
be
money,
getting any.
and now they owe
Look,
billions of dollars.
if they were
Hey,
These
to
hey,
give
Africans
M,
around
what
the
is your
world
reparations,
purpose?
is
M, what is your
laundering the
purpose in
money.
engaging in these
because you speak new
conversations? What do you
languages.
what do you want to get out of these conversations, bro?
I'm trying to bring the truth. I just tried to
Look,
bring the truth
All right,
earlier with the treaty with
so
Morocco.
you
The
say you
topic
keep
is,
trying to
are
bring
we?
the truth, and
The
nobody's receptive to the nonsense you
listen.
talking about.
The
So why do you
title of
steady come on here and
the
derail the
title of the
conversation?
discussion. The title of the
Why do you
discussion. Are
have an
we?
if they
affinity
were
for
to give
derailing the
reparations,
conversation
you're not
Are
gonna
we
get
in
any
an
because
with
identity
your
crisis?
counterproductive sentiments?
I got guys. We gotta pass the mic. Let me get some more people in here. Give me a second. Yeah, that dude. I think M be on that. Be on that bottle or when he call in sometime. I don't know.
There's something
look,
wrong with him, bro. He need to go
You know
see
what?
a
Let me stop.
therapist.
No, you know what? Let me stop. I don't know him, so let me stop.
Nah, he need to go see a therapist,
Yeah,
brother.
please, yeah.
I apologize, him. I apologize. That was
Yeah.
wrong. Go ahead, man. Sake. Unmute yourself, man. Sake.
Hey man,
Yes, correct.
peace and love to the chat. Hope everyone's doing well. All right. All right. So let me add to the conversation. Continuing like I was saying yesterday. I hear echo. I don't know, someone's mic.
Yeah, somebody to mute.
Yeah, someone needs to mute their mic.
I think
Go
it's
ahead.
fine now, brother.
All right. So all right. Yeah, I'm hearing feedback, man. I don't know who that.
That's you then, bro.
That's
me?
you, then, man. Sake. That's you. That's you.
Okay. All right. So let me continue. So pretty much what I was saying, I'm gonna continue what I was saying yesterday. That pretty much, they have a right to call each other whatever they want, right? So I don't think that any other group should tell them exactly what they should be called. But I do want to say this, you know what I'm saying? And let's be clear before I say something. I'm for FBAs to get reparations, so I'm gonna let that just be clear. They deserve reparations, right? But here's my question towards Passport King, right? So I got two questions for Passport King. I asked him yesterday about the AAS, right? Because he always likes to use the argument that they should go and fix their countries, right? I mentioned the AAS. I mentioned how they got the mineral deals, how they negotiated, how they fixed the roads, the infrastructure, how they creating jobs and everything, right? So if these brothers are doing exactly what you're being told, why they can't get a little credit? But instead, they're not getting credit. They get dismissed, get called a Russian agent. So today, I would like to ask Pastor King, would he at least give him credit? That's the first question.
Okay.
And then the second question, hold on. I got one more question. The second question is like I said before, FBAs deserve reparations. There's no question. So why is it that your chief went and decided to pay reparations towards Iran had no problem paying reparations to Iran, but has a problem paying reparations towards Yah. And what is your next step to get it if he refused to pay Yah but paid Iran with no problem? That's my question towards Passport King.
All right, the first question. I don't know what this obsession in needing Black Americans, whether you want to call us free men, FBA, ADOS, DOS, to co-sign y'all in the diaspora, but apparently y'all need the emotional support. So you know what? Whatever you said about AES here, are you listening? I'm clapping. Do you feel better now? Is that what you want to hear? Okay, AES, great.
Why did you
All right,
even
no,
answer?
I'm not being sarcastic.
That's
great. Now, is that gonna hold on? Is that gonna stop the diaspora from fleeing and coming to the United States? But I'll stop there. Let's go to question 2.
Bro, Europeans leave Europe more than Africans in Africa do. Why are you
we ain't gonna play those
games?
games.
We are not playing any game. It's just the reality.
Exactly,
There are
Kunta.
more
Thank you
Ukrainians.
for that.
There are more
Well said,
Ukrainians in
Kunta.
your country right now than
There's
there are
more
Nigerians. What are you saying?
that live
Mhm.
outside of Jamaica than inside of Jamaica. You don't have to believe me. You could.
Those are not African countries. Jamaica is not an African
let me tell you
country.
something. We're the
But that's
least of
part
your
of
problems.
diaspora.
We're the
Now,
least of your problems.
Let him answer the question. Let him answer the question.
Now let me go on to number 2. Okay, he's trying to frame a "I got you" question. Are you trying to blame Black Americans, whether you want to call us FBA, free men, DOS, ADOS? Are you trying to blame us for? I'm assuming by chief, you don't mean some chief from some tribal nation. I'm assuming you mean by commander in chief of the U.S. military being President Trump. Are you trying to blame us for Trump in the Iran
I
conflict?
never blamed
No, he
anything
asked
but
how you gonna
Iran
get
conflict.
reparations,
I said
Yo,
specifically.
can you be quiet, King Justice? Learn some
You
self-control.
got comprehension issues,
Let the
fam.
man speak.
I said specifically, if your commander in chief has no problems paying reparations, then he subsided with Iran, but he didn't subsided with y'all. What are y'all planning to get reparations from the commander in chief or
First of all, you're
whoever?
conflating two different issues. Iran is international conflict. That is the purview of the federal government, specifically the executive branch of the U.S. government. And I'm not trying to insult you, because apparently when I speak, everyone takes everything like an insult. But I just gotta say it straight. You don't understand the U.S. government. Only thing citizens can do is express displeasure. And let me tell you, his own party was on his neck about the Iran thing. And I'm not going to get into it because it gets into sensitive areas. King Justice,
he's asking you how you gonna force the United States government to
I'll
give
tell you what,
reparations.
since you were so all-knowing, use your psychic powers and read my mind and speak for me. Go ahead, King Justice.
Your mind is full of nonsense. That's why you can't comprehend a simple question.
Use your immense psychic powers and read my mind.
Bro, he is asking you, how are you going to force the U.S. government to give Black Americans reparations? That's what he's asking you.
Who says we got to force the government?
Because Iran is getting.
Hold on. Do you understand English? Do you know what?
Look, you wouldn't even be getting any money anyway. You won't get no reparations. Hold on.
Stop.
The whole point of reparations is from the transatlantic. You understand? It's from the transatlantic slave trade. So if you wanna, if you're not connected to Africa, you're saying you're not connected to Africa. You're not gonna get no reparations.
Good for God. Shut up.
Your case is
now.
Your case is done.
Someone mentioned 4.
My brothers, my brothers, you know,
you guys keep talking over him. Let him talk.
Yeah, I extend my love. I'm gonna jump off. You know, someone else can come in.
All right.
Have a good evening. Yeah, love to everybody.
Have a good evening, man. Shout out.
Hold on. Do I have to get on an online dictionary, Merriam-Webster's, to read y'all the definition of force? Do y'all understand? See, this is what I mean. Y'all like to
just answer the damn question.
No, stop.
Listen,
cut me off by listening.
You're doing semantics, man.
Listen, you might learn something for a change. Y'all like to.
There's nothing you have
to clown Black Americans. You want to clown FBA. Y'all act like we're somehow beneath y'all. We're not. Hold on. No, stop. I'm answering your question.
No, I'm just saying that.
I'm talking. The host is talking. Pastor, you got 30 seconds to answer the question.
Okay, here's the question. First of all, you framed it in the wrong way. We don't have to force the government because force implies violence and conflict. We're not trying to overthrow the U.S. government. We are going to get restitution now. It may take years, it may take decades. Look, it may happen in our children. Wait a minute. Excuse me?
It's a generational begging. Man, y'all are embarrassing to the quote unquote ethnicity, bro. Y'all are slaves, bro. Real talk.
So wait a minute. So slavery began when in the United States? Excuse me, in the 13 colonies, right? And when did slavery
centuries
end?
ago? It has been centuries.
Hold on.
We've been free for centuries and haven't got any reparations. You talking about
the precedent has already been set in the Supreme Court. A crime against they set the precedent. A crime against your ancestors is not a crime against you. The reparations is a non-starter. It's not happening. Y'all need to stop, bro. It's embarrassing.
Slave revolts before the American Civil Revolution.
Bro, how are you gonna get reparations? Stop lecturing us about slave revolts. Answer the goddamn question.
Y'all need to stop directing questions to us, and he's not.
I gotta pass the mic. Go ahead, Elvis.
All right. Thank you, Donis, and hello to the panel in the chat. I mean, the conversation is good. Every time I hear, Passport King speak, it might just be my ears, right? But he definitely has a Caribbean accent. And he's constantly and everybody else who has an ear. One second, brother. It's my time to speak. Just relax. Don't get your pennies up in a bunch. Relax. I think the other guys.
I'm not your cross-dressing dad, Elvis.
The other guys on the panel who has the ear, they can hear it.
Passport King is uneducated. It's a figure.
No. Go ahead, Elvis.
Yeah, they can hear. For me, I'm sad. Today is a somber day. I'm thinking like, why would a Jamaican or a Caribbean not want to claim their lineage? Because as a kid, we went to school. And there were some African kids who didn't want to be known as Africans or Caribbean. They would lie and say that they're from this place or that place when you can clearly hear that they have an accent. And you know what they do? There's a trend on YouTube or TikTok where a Nigerian kid will be speaking regular. And then when he says McDonald's, he might say McDonald's. They will say a word and you pick up that they have an accent. Same thing with the East Europeans or whatever. You have an accent, brother. You might be from one of those U.S. territory overseas, like the U.S. Virgin Islands or St. Kitts and Nevis, but or even Belize, you definitely have an accent.
Nonsense again. See,
you do.
Elvis, get to your.
Yeah, my point is that, there's a saying in Africa, maybe African Americans have that same saying: never cry more than a bereaved. People who are trying to show up themselves that they're so invested into something, they tend to cry more than the bereaved. Even M that comes up here, who, from my understanding, is a legitimate African American, he doesn't even cry as much about reparations than somebody who, in my eyes, is cosplaying because they're trying to show that they're so invested into something when really, in reality, when you do the background check, they have no legitimacy to it. And that's why you always have to watch out for these people.
So showing
you gotta have some impulse control. I got 30 more seconds. Let me finish my summation, man.
Do the background check.
Go ahead,
bro. We hear you. We all hear you. Donis have heard you. Other people have heard you. You have an accent.
We hear you got a homoerotic desire for.
Men. I can't help everybody was telling you how gay you sounded yesterday, and now you're trying to bring that on to me. Don't bring that on to me, bro. I'm scared of my sexuality. Don't bring that bullshit to me.
No,
my point here is
desire Caribbean men, and that's okay, Elvis. But I can't.
What? I'm just telling you, you have a Caribbean accent. We all hear it, bro. I hope you can't run away and hide behind homosexuality. You can't do that nonsense. You have an accent. I've heard it. Other people on the platform have heard it. That's why you speak so slowly, like you don't want to mess up. We know that.
It's okay, Elvis.
People who have an accent, they speak slowly. They count the words. They try not to get mad because when they get mad, they speak on their regular voice. So they're always trying to be self-tempered. I'm telling you, you are Caribbean cosplaying. If it's Volvo, if it's M talking, we can have a conversation. They're legitimate African Americans. You're a cosplayer. Every time you come up to speak, you mention Whether
can
you
have
call
one that
yourself
dressed like a
ADOS
woman,
or
Elvis,
ADOS or
whatever tickles your
Soulann,
fancy.
we hear your accent.
You can have one that
Another
wears a
day you was
snap
talking
on,
about
Elvis.
Negroes, you
Whatever
called it
you want, Elvis,
Negros.
they got you
Who called
covered.
Negroes
They got you,
Negros?
they got you
That's a
covered.
tell right there. So we hear you, bro. You can be all sassy and sensitive. It's not going to change the fact
Sassy
that you
now.
are a
You use the
Caribbean
kind of language
cosplaying.
that black
All the
women
other men
use.
was telling you
I'm
yesterday
getting
that you had a sassy
sassy.
voice, bro.
What's next, Elvis? You gonna
You
say
have a sassy
girlfriend?
voice. You
You
talk
gonna
with a
snap your
drag.
fingers, Elvis?
Don't
Two
sound like no
snaps in a
African
circle.
American, though,
What's
bro.
next,
You
Elvis?
yeah.
He sound
Everybody
like
hear
African
you.
Bambaataa.
Yeah, you don't sound African American, bro. You can't fool me. I've been in this country since I was a kid. I grew up around African Americans.
Elvis, get some new material.
I hear your accent. I'm just telling
You
you.
know what's so
I'm
funny,
sticking on it
Elvis?
because I know it's the truth. And the other guys on the platform, they know
Hey,
what it is.
Elvis, access do the question.
Claim I'm Caribbean and thinking it's gonna sound
A Caribbean African Americans don't talk like that. They don't talk with a drag behind their sentence.
in the beginning. I tell you what, Elvis, I'm gonna play devil's advocate. You know what? To make you happy, I'm gonna say you're right. Okay, you're right, Elvis. This is gonna make you happy.
Right.
Oh no. I'm gonna play along. Let's say
no,
you're right.
I am right. You are Caribbean. You're saying the truth.
Let's say you're right, Elvis. Now,
In a disingenuous way, but you are Caribbean, and that's fine. Be proud of your people, man.
You believe that I'm that. I'm gonna let you believe it. Now debunk anything I said.
No, it's not because I believe it. Because your accent says that you are. It's just a fact.
You can't debunk anything I said. So
Where you from, Passport? Where you from, bro?
The dude says he's from New York, and you guys know New York is full of Caribbeans, man. He's from New York.
When did your people move to New York, Passport?
My people been here before the United States of America existed, dumbass.
In New York, you land, man, bro. You land, bro.
So you're indigenous?
You land, bro.
Whatever.
Your people move from
no black men talk like that.
If y'all want to believe
if you're not from North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, you lying, brother.
Yeah, bro.
My mom's from Berkeley.
Why you hiding? Because we know Dynasty.
Oh, yeah, people are mean.
My mom's from Berkeley. Hold on.
Like, we know people
Since you're a so-called expert on African Americans, where's Berkeley County?
You said well? You said who?
Berkeley County. Where is that?
Man, you know how many Berkeley counties it is in the United States, man? What type of question is that?
Okay, how many?
It's hella Berkeley counties.
No, give a number. You're an expert. Give a number.
Bro, I'm an expert to know if your people didn't come from South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, and migrated to New York, 9.5 times out of 10, you not really African American as you trying to portray. You quote unquote.
Bro. His accent give him away.
That's what you're saying.
Here we go.
Yeah,
he think you can hide behind that accent by talking slow. We hear it, bro.
Hold on. Let him answer. Your people from Berkeley County, South Carolina.
Damn right.
Because it sounds like you talking about one side of your family, bro.
Yeah, it do. He don't sound, and even the accent of New Yorkers, you could tell the ones that's not Caribbean, the ones that's not.
One side. Would that matter?
Hey, I'm not. You hiding that other side. You either Caribbean or white on that other side.
No. Let's go with it.
Wait, you all need to get off this goddamn calling him a name. You all need to get off the calling him a name, saying he's not from here or there. I don't hear
Who
that.
is you,
bro?
Go ahead, Invisible Man. Go ahead.
You all have done this and carried this out day after day after day. Who am I? Well, I am from South Carolina. Both my parents, South Carolina and Georgia. I don't hear it. And to keep calling him gay or something else, you guys do that because you can't stand on your goddamn argument.
Well, hold on.
Nah, he said homo. That's why we said it.
The host is talking. Invisible Man, but at the same time, Passport King slings mud as well. So you know.
Okay. But all I've heard is this gang up on him for the past couple days. And let me say this: I will be waving the American flag if you can.
You a slave.
No. You want to know something? I have to ask you guys: Do you kind of give Africans a pass for selling you? If they didn't do the same thing.
All Africans hold up. You probably descend from the Africans.
That's what I'm saying. We descend from the same Africans that was selling.
Nah, he's indigenous. He's indigenous. He said he's indigenous.
Hold up. They captured you. They They raped our girls. They chained us.
And the white
they
man
put
did
us
us 10
in
times worse,
Come
and you
on,
still
and
cool
that's
with
your
him.
reason. That's your reason.
Wait,
The
nah,
white
bro.
man did us
No,
10
you
times worse,
gotta
and you still cool
you
with
gotta
him.
Hold on,
categorically substantiate what you're
That's your
saying.
reason.
Hold
You
on.
gotta
That's
categorically
your reason.
substantiate you saying in context, bro.
Hold on.
For you to
Your
try to
reason.
make it the same as
That's
Hold
your
on.
reason.
Wait. Hold on. Be
That's your
specific.
reason.
it's
Be
coon talk,
specific.
bro.
Be
The coon talk. You
specific.
the coon because you can't
Hold
even
on.
take the chains off your
Invisible man.
brain. You're
Nah,
Invisible
the
you
coon
man.
got the
because you
bro.
can't get
Invisible man.
ahead.
Be
Now you
specific.
talking about chains on the brain,
Hey
but you talking about
guys,
some. You gonna wrap yourself in
it's
an
the
American
it's the
flag, bro.
4th
You
of
a coon,
July
bro.
weekend.
Stop.
Invisible man.
Everybody is on happy
Invisible
hour, man.
man.
Let's
Be
He's a
relax.
specific.
coon,
You
bro.
want to know
Invisible
something?
man.
Take
Everybody
your
got a bit of
happy
that gin
ass.
and juice.
Take
Oh,
your
say, can
happy
you
ass.
see? You was a
Take your
coon.
Invisible man.
happy
Be
ass
specific. What
back
you
to
talking about?
Africa, then.
You was a
You
coon,
don't
What
want
you
to
man.
be
Get
talking
out
about,
of here,
over
invisible
bro.
here.
man?
Take your
Somebody
happy
got a
ass
mute.
back to Africa.
I am. I am. I am. I am going
Take your
back.
happy
Guess
ass
guess what
back.
you
Invisible
gonna
man.
be doing?
Let's
Yes,
keep it
sir,
civil.
Master.
No,
Yes, sir, boss. Oh, the biscuits are so
Invisible
good,
man.
boss. Hey, Master, can I get a
Invisible
cup of
man.
tea?
Look,
So
I want to
goofy.
see you
Invisible
vote,
man.
Dan B, and all the rest of you
Invisible
all.
man,
Go
calm
back.
down,
I've
brother.
been to
Invisible man.
Africa.
Calm down.
Mr.
Man, get
Invisible
your
Invisible
Man,
shucking
man.
and
Don't get a
jive and
heart
coon
attack,
yourself
bro.
on, man.
Mr.
Coon
Invisible
shit.
Man, you're an
You got a
elder.
pulmonary
You're
aneurysm,
You're
man.
over a
you're an
coon.
elder, sir. I'm gonna give you that
Yeah.
respect.
Invisible man.
I
I
heard what you said, sir.
don't need
Hold on, let
respect
me
because
get
of my
Invisible
He
age.
gonna get
Man.
an
I want to
aneurysm,
ping
man.
people. I don't take
Nah,
it
He
he's
gonna
personal.
get
I
an
heard what you
Like,
said,
aneurysm.
and I
a
respect what
super
you said,
coon,
sir.
man.
But it
Come
doesn't
on.
change
Don't
the
get an
fact that the
aneurysm,
guy
man.
has a Caribbean accent, sir. He does.
that's what you
Get off that
claim.
bullshit.
He
Get off
does,
that
sir.
You're a
We
bullshit.
hear it, sir.
Yo,
Get
Donis,
off
man,
the
you hearing this?
How
He
you
bullshit.
a
cursing.
Liberian
Donis,
in
he hearing this though,
Africa?
right?
You
He
think you're an
cursing.
expert
Because
on
you have an
American
accent. I could be a
accent?
Jamaican. I could be anything. I can hear an accent when I hear it,
And who
bro.
the hell are
That's
you
the
How
kid.
to be
how are
calling
you
an
an expert
American
on
You
because you
have
accents?
an
from
accent,
Africa?
bro. The
Liberian.
others have heard it.
Cut
I've
it
heard
all
it.
out. Cut
Stop
it all
Hold on,
out.
I
denying
got
your
a question for
heritage, man.
Invisible
You
man.
have an accent.
Invisible man, if you could, bring your,
Okay, I'll bring it down.
your
I'll bring
elder
it
self, if
down.
you can contribute to the topic, with
I
your wisdom.
contributed, but I had to come back up here and say
But I got a question for you.
my flag will be up there with Crispus Attucks.
Okay,
Christmas
cool. I
Attucks
got a
was a
question for
coon.
you.
Oh, shut
Fine.
the fuck
Yeah,
up.
he really was.
And you
Fine.
are
Invisible man,
too.
you want some
Anyway,
biscuits?
When I hear stuff like that,
Invisible
that
man,
makes
you
me
want some
think
cookies
you're
and
a
some
cheddar
biscuits?
because that is so
Invisible
Happy
man, I got a
Happy
He,
question
he,
4th of
for
he,
you.
July,
he a
Mr.
shoe
Invisible
shine and a
Man.
bootlicker.
Enjoy the
Shoe
holiday,
shine
sir.
and bootlicker, man. Y'all out there
He
crazy,
want
man.
some cookies and some
wow.
biscuits.
Dan B, when you go to Africa, we will say good riddance, have a good time because you ain't
Man,
never
look,
left
He
this
wants some
When
continent.
you
cookies
go
and
to
some
look,
You
bro.
biscuits.
haven't even left
that's
this
He
true.
wants
continent.
some
You left
cookies
your
and
man in
some
Africa, man.
biscuits.
You left your now you walking around here
Now I
with
left my
the
mind in
operating system of
Africa.
a
Now I
European. Yes,
left
you
my
Some
did.
mind
cookies
in
and
You
some
left
Africa.
your
biscuits.
man
Now
in
I left
Africa,
my
man.
mind in Africa.
You left
You
your
have
man in
no
Can I
Africa.
ask you
I
a
got a
You don't
simple
question
even
for
know who
question
Invisible
you
before I
are.
man.
cuss to the
You
heart
don't
of
even
man?
know who
Donis,
you
come
are.
here.
The rising
This
You
is
sun.
sound
Donis.
that
He's
American flag. Get your goof ass
Blackfoot,
on.
Nah,
Cherokee,
man, don't
Yankee,
disrespect the
everything.
I tell
elders,
you what.
please.
No,
Let
no,
it,
no.
let it-
It's
Nah,
about
bro,
this
ain't no
because of
elders.
people.
Elders
Don't be
earn
out
their
here wanting to
title.
laugh
Age
on
No,
don't
no,
our.
make
no,
you
no,
no
no, no, no,
elder.
no.
He's an
You came
old
out here
coon.
wanting disrespecting people,
Let me
man.
earn this title.
You
If
gotta
you
earn
ever
respect,
saw me
man.
on the street, I would take you out in a minute.
You
Man,
are
take your
a
old
invisible
geriatric
man.
Invisible
self
Man, you never
down.
been like this, sir.
You a third your
No,
help.
no, 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 no.
You need help going
You
across
are
the
a
street, bro.
invisible man.
Stop playing with me, dude.
You ain't doing nothing,
You
man.
tell this
You
Oreo
Collect your
coon.
disability disability and sit there somewhere. Go
Come
collect
on,
your
man. Let's not
disability and
do
sit
it.
there
Hold
somewhere.
on. One mic, guys.
Hey, P gangster.
Stop talking. I'm talking. Stop talking. Yeah, Visible Man, we don't do the violence and, I'll pull up. We don't do that over here, guys. Let's be respectful. But Visible Man,
Can I
please
ask him a
give me
question?
your wisdom.
No,
Okay,
I'm out.
King,
I'm not answering your question because you don't have
Now, you
you
gonna
don't have
answer my
legitimacy in my mind.
It's a simple question, brother. You blame the whole continent for Africa for selling us as slaves when the whole continent didn't sell us.
No,
Do
no.
you
See,
see
that's
how that
wordplay.
doesn't
I
make any
did not
sense?
say the whole continent. And
Look,
when I
I've told
first
you
came up,
so much
oh,
times,
yeah,
we're all
when I
victims.
when I came up, I said we have gone through a process of calling each other Ethiopians way back in the early 1800s to Negro, to color, to everything else. I didn't say we were having a problem, an identity crisis. I said we were going through a maturation process. All right.
That has nothing
You
to do with
guys
my
cannot
question,
even
bro.
entertain what I did not say. And in fact, what I said is that some of the tribes in Africa sold us. And I asked you, yes, some of the tribes in West Africa, some of the kingdoms, some of the chiefdoms.
Okay, so if it's some of them, how can you get
Look,
mad at the
maybe
whole
some of
continent?
your
statement
people
is
like
so
even
stupid,
sold
bro.
like, sold other people. So what are you talking about?
Yes, your statement is
If you
stupid because the same
trace back
tribes you
your
talking about
lineage,
that
you
sold
probably
you
find
and
out
the
that
same
most people
people,
like from
your direct
your people
descendants were
like
selling
probably
people,
sold other
man.
people. You know what I'm
That
saying?
got sold vote over here. What are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is, do you just give them a pass because they
They are us. It's no difference. We are them. They are us. The same way that the coons over here in the United States was selling people out on the plantation is the same way that was going on the continent. It's the same thing.
You're gonna wave the Ghanaian flag. You're gonna wave the.
Nah, I'm gonna wave that Burkina Faso flag, the land of the upright people, the land of the upright people. Not no American Vespucci. That's not me. That's your problem, man. Know who you are, man. Claim your lineage, man. Know who you are. You ain't no white boy. You black.
Man, do you say that about the Irish and Italians?
You are the
Do you say that
motherland.
about the Irish and Italians? Do you say that to the Italians?
Get on out of here, man. You talk.
Do you say that about the Italians?
Man, go collect your disability and go sit down somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, let's be respectful of the elder. All right, guys, let's
Dinus, can I make one quick point?
I can take care of myself. Trust me.
Okay. Go ahead, Passport King. You got 30 seconds. And I gotta read the super chats.
You know, this nonsense of so-called being a Caribbean, the man himself who started is Elvis right here. And see, you know why he does that? Because you cannot intellectually debunk
Intellectually.
No. He cannot debunk anything like that.
Guys, stop muting everybody up. Go ahead, Passport King.
So the only thing he can do is leverage what he knows would be taken as what he thinks would be taken as offensive to so-called the delineation movement. Oh, he must be a immigrant cosplay as a Black American. What benefit would I get out of that? I asked that moron that
We don't
before.
know. That's what we're trying to figure
and that's
out.
a simple, straightforward question. And guess what? You know what? He's never given me an answer. So let's say he's right. Let's hypothetically say he's right.
But your accent is gay, though. Your accent is very gay.
What benefit will I get out of cosplaying if I'm not Black American?
The same benefits you be claiming to. Maybe get, I don't know, bro. You weird, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Y'all some characters.
No. That's the question. So it should be.
Dinus, in all fairness, he asked a question, right? In all fairness, right? I'm telling you, I'm a person who I have strong convictions. That you know, I've been on this platform. My position don't change. If I hear accent, and I listen to you, I listen to everybody that speaks on this panel. You have an accent. Is a Caribbean accent. I'm 100% sure on that. So you can obfuscate, you can try to hide from it.
You know what?
The only person you can't hold on, let me finish.
So from now
the only person you can't hide from is yourself. And everybody else that listens to you knows you have an accent. So that's it.
Are you Black American on both sides, bro?
Nothing personal about it.
Child marriages.
Are you
I don't even know, all that nonsense doesn't apply to me. I'm just telling you have an accent. If you're mad about that, be mad, bro. That's my observation.
Are you Black American on both
My
sides?
observation is that you have an accent. Anything else is irrelevant.
If he's from New York, it's a high probability he has some Caribbean in him.
And you only said one location. Like most people would have said, my mama from side from here, my daddy side from here.
Where's this Danby from? Where's Danby from? Who are you and where are
I'm
you
from Burkina Faso. I'm from Tanko Dogo. That's where I'm from.
Okay. So Elvis, where you from? Where are you from? Where are you from, idiot? Where are you from, idiot? Because you don't want to be honest and tell us where you're from.
Ain't no honest. That's where I'm from. I'm not no coon. I don't identify with America. That's you.
You say you're American.
Nah, I don't. I'm not no American, bro. I'm not no American. Forget him. No.
Are you in America?
Yes, right now I am.
Take your ass back to Burkina Faso.
It's invisible man.
No.
Hey, guess what? I am. Guess what? I am.
Hey, invisible man.
Like when you act like that's some type of profile statement, that's exactly what I'm doing.
Yourself back to the senior citizen home.
Bye.
Okay.
Get out. Bye.
Y'all gonna be sitting over here intergenerationally begging with people like Passport as y'all representatives.
Invisible man.
We
Invisible
don't beg
man.
for anything. I've been to a lot of continents in this world. I don't beg for anything. I don't say anything about.
We shall overcome. Get your.
See what I'm saying?
Come on, man. Let's not do that, man. I know he's kind of out of pocket today, but let's not disrespect the elders, man.
I got a question for you, sir. I got a question for you, sir. Do you control Homeland Security?
I have been in the top levels of government and
Do
influenced
you
some
control
decisions.
Homeland
I
Security?
have
Yes or
worked in
no?
the White House.
The U.S. federal
Do
I have
you
worked
government
Oh,
for
so
the
control
yeah, you a
U.S.
Homeland
Supreme
Security?
Congress.
Cold
Do
man.
you
Listen,
control
George,
Homeland
All the
let
Security?
me
way
tell
in
you.
there under the white
Do
man's
you
belt.
do you control Homeland Security?
Y'all just
Here's the deal. You
Do
can
you
ask
control
whether I
Homeland
control.
Security?
You can
and
ask
that's
whether
real
I
difficult to
control
do. That's not an
a
easy challenge.
department. No, I don't control a department.
Okay,
But
so
I know
let me
people
ask you another question.
I
So
know
let me
I know
ask you
black
another question.
people who
Hold
have
on.
sat
Let
in the
me ask you
chair
another
of the
question.
were
Let me
Secretary of
ask you
Commerce,
another question.
Secretary of
What are you gonna
Agriculture.
do
They
about the
control things.
And they
500,000
still didn't get no
Ukrainians?
power.
What are you
John
gonna
Hey,
do?
Boyd
Hold
got
on,
problems with the
hold
come
farmers
on.
on,
again
guys.
right
Let's
now
have
Let
when
me
I
some
ask
get
you.
in
decorum,
there.
man.
Hold on. Let me
We
answer.
can't hear
Let me
everybody
ask you
speaking
another
at
Here,
question.
once.
let me tell
What do
you
you?
what kind of power they
Wait.
wielded. Let me
Hold
tell you
on.
the
Wait,
kind
we
of
got
power
no
they
I have a
wielded.
power.
second
Hey,
When
question.
I
guys,
when
I gotta read these super chats, and I gotta read these super chats first. Oswald Bates, thank you for 249 euros. Oswald Bates, thank you for 599 euros. The University of Edinburgh made a repatriation timetable. Well,
Hey,
yeah, repatriation
hey, Donis.
timetable timeline.
Can I ask a very quick random
I'm reading the
question?
money. I'm reading.
All
Don't
right, go ahead.
interrupt
Go
me when
ahead.
I'm
Go ahead.
reading the money. Don't interrupt me when I'm reading the money. It's all by design. Thank you for $2 holla. 9 million Brits are at risk of losing citizenship. Oswald Bates, thank you for 11.99 euros. I mean pounds. No, yeah, euros. I'm sorry. 1900 London, UK. The first Pan African Conference is held in London on the 23rd to 25th of July, 1900, and is organized by the West Indian barrister Henry Sylvester Williams. Babaliko 9354, thank you for $5 holla. I agree with Elvis. Passport King, stop it. You not African American. All right, go ahead, V.
Hi guys, hi Diners.
Hey.
Yeah, I've been listening to you guys talking, and the conversation started off pretty good. Talking about uh, our brothers and sisters in America, diaspora, either they're confused about their ethnicity or not. And I thought that well, should I say Black Americans, because sometimes it's African Americans. Some people get upset about that. I believe that you guys underestimate yourself, and it's quite sad considering what your ancestors went through, and you are still there. Any group of people would have been died off, or they would have become so insignificant in number. Considering the hardship, the difficulty, the pain, the anguish, and I've learned a lot about history, particularly enslavement history. I didn't learn much when I was in Africa schooling, but when I came to Europe, I started getting, you hear certain things and you get a bit confused, and I thought, no, let me learn about these things. And I started learning from here in Europe. Now, looking at the history that you guys have been through, you really underestimate yourselves, and you have allowed the European system, I would say American system that you all live in, not just America, even in the Caribbean and the Brazils as well, you've allowed the system to overwhelm you. I can understand in a way because of the oppression that sometimes is still happening. It's not, look at, for instance, every day you hear about somebody being killed, injustices and all that stuff, and the prison system was used to really to try and destroy your communities and so forth. But you guys have done well. Now, regarding people being having a conversation about how they want to identify themselves, and I think this is something that should be left to the our brothers and sisters in the diaspora to discuss among themselves, because after 400 years in Brazil, I'll say it's about 600 years, maybe in America 400, or coming on to 500 years, there has to be a diversion. There has to be a separation. And the separation has already happened. Now, how they want to identify themselves, it's up to them, Sometimes I think some of them is a bit too much to say that you were indigenous to America, but I don't understand the history behind it, or I don't understand the reason behind it. So I'm not going to say much about that. But if you have some sort of ancestral lineage towards maybe the people there that was on the land, then perhaps you can claim that. But you see a really strong Black man, look like, if you're walking around West Africa, nobody will know any difference. They'll think he come from there, calling himself indigenous, and it's a bit, I look at it and I just thought, no, this is like you running away from who you are. And you shouldn't do that. Your ancestors the history that I've learned, your ancestors accepted, vast majority of your ancestors accepted they were from Africa. They did. They didn't make no qualms about it. I learned it. It's not my culture, but I learned it. You know, I learned they did. And there was, if you look at, say, historically, a lot of them did have a very strong sentimental beliefs about Africa. Somewhere along the line, it has lost. Some have lost, some is still there. But that is because you guys have encountered many Africans, which some of us can be very ignorant about history. We are ignorant about our own history, let alone to learn about anybody else's history. We learn about, if you go to school in West Africa, and this thing ran through the whole of West Africa. In West Africa, either they speak the French countries, or I hate this thing, but say, for argument's sake, I have to say it, for French country or an English country. I learned about the British royal family going back, say, about 600 years, even more before I learned about my own. This is how bad it is. And you have the French education teaching the French kids down in West Africa about the French Revolution, about before they don't even. So we are very ignorant about our own history. So I think sometimes when people go on the internet and they start saying, oh, the African, it's not necessary, because these people, when they're speaking, even as an African, I know that they are ignorant about what they are saying. They don't know anything about the African American history or Black American history or the Caribbean history or, say, the Latin Blacks history, and they just say anything. So, I mean, you have done so much considering where you guys started from. I mean, you should be proud of yourselves. I mean, I don't understand, because you guys have even, I'm going to say this, and many Africans may be a bit cheesed off about it, but say if you take about thousands of years, maybe 1,000, 2,000 years, when we started getting defeat in the North Africa and eventually ran down to the southern part of Africa, we have not achieved anything. But you guys have achieved a lot, considering the situation that your ancestors were in. So I don't know why people don't want to accept they're Africans, but your ancestors did accept you, they were Africans. If you look at your own history, they did. They said they were Africans. They never said anything else. And also when it comes to slavery, and then we also, the Africans did sell us, and it is true, some Africans did. Some Africans also died fighting to stop slavery. Some Africans did die fighting to stop slavery. So it's unfair for them to say all this, and if you look at, say, Africans, what was I even going to say? If you look at the history of the continent of Africa, slavery, really helping others to enslave us, was a very, very tiny in comparison to what the continent represents. But unfortunately, it was so bad that it sort of have overwhelmed the whole history of Africa. And every time we talk about Africa, it's about slavery, either the Arab sub-Saharan slavery, Arab trans-Saharan slavery, or the Atlantic slavery. But we have to put things in perspective, and as Black people move on and think about things that we would do that will elevate us. And I believe that African American or Black Americans have elevated Black people a lot. I know it's annoying that when you have people that come into your space, I always believe I was brought up in a traditional African home. And even though people think I'm westernized, my father brought me up like this, make me speak my mind. My father used to debate with us, a topic, he would call us and ask your opinion, and he would tell you to be bold and frank, speak up about it. So that's how I was brought up. But I was brought up in a traditional African home. And the traditional African home teaches you that you go to another man's territory, you don't go and disrespect them. So the Africans that have got opportunity to come to America, it's not just Africans, by the way. You get some Europeans that also come lately, and they also disrespect Black Americans a lot. But I don't see some of our brothers having an issue with them as they do. And I suppose it is kind of understandable that if you think of somebody that may look like you or a bit like you, disrespecting you, to be more painful than somebody that in their background and their history, they've been racist and then be very nasty towards your people throughout generations. So I can understand why you sort of take a lot of beef with the Africans doing it. But we have to let this thing go a little bit. There is this story about in Africa, say for instance, two brothers went to the farm and the slave raiders raided the farm. And one brother was captured. Another brother got away and ran away home. What do you think will happen to that family? One son went and they never will see that child again. And another came home. Their family would be sad about it. So to say that Africans were like not sad, some communities were very sad about what happened in slavery, and they fought tooth and nail to stop it. So I would say that our brothers in America should go a bit easy and always getting angry and so forth. And the Africans did this to us, and I know it's history. You need to learn it, but we have to put it in perspective. And the last thing I would say about regarding the Moors. The Moors, it doesn't matter how you put it. The Levant, the North Africa, at some point they were all black. People don't want to accept it, but that was the case. They're all black. And so these references were actually started off by the Romans. Well, the Greeks were called Egyptos and so forth, but the Romans are the one that were using the word Moor. Now, with regarding to say Moor, it was referring to black people. But as the invasions came along, and there were people that were got mixed, because most of these people that came, even if they came with wives, they still took black African women as concubines. They were specifically very, as I said, to destroy any community, you have to go through the women. So with all the fighting and they were dying, they made sure that they took the women to, have children with them, and then take those children and indoctrinate them in their culture. And then, that was what some of the Romans were doing. But the Romans' race really didn't matter with them. It was the Arabs or the Persians.
The Romans were extremely racist. The Romans
You conflated thousands of years of history, though, sister. Like, you conflating thousands of years of history, and those two groups of people in that time frame is just not the same.
I always thought V lived in Ghana. I didn't know she was in Europe. I always thought she was.
I lived in both places.
Should I say hundreds of years? It's not technically thousands.
Well, but I do spend more time in Ghana. I live in both. I've been living in. I lived in Europe when I was a very young girl. But
are you in Ghana now, or are you in the UK?
Currently, I'm in Europe. But I was in Ghana a few months ago.
Okay.
But I'm preparing to go back. I live in both. Well, I wouldn't say I prefer to live in Ghana, but sometimes situations need to bring you over here. But what I'm going to say is regarding the word Moor, it was referring to black people. Later on, as I said, with people invading and coming in, most of them did not come with women. They came in. If an army is coming to a place, they wouldn't have a whole group of women with them. So they took the women in the places that they conquered. When they conquer you, the first thing they do, they take your women and your girls and your children. So they took the women, and when they took the women, keeping them in their harems or intermixing and marrying and having children with them, then you have the mulattoes came up. So they will also be referred to as Moor. But most of the time, you will find those people that were even a lighter skin, their mothers will be black. I would say in about 90% of the cases, their mothers will be black. But their fathers.
No, that's true. That's true, Southern, in like Mauritania. But when you talking about like past like Tunisia and the Maghreb, it was the people that they mixed with were the Amazigh. It wasn't like the the people you talking about right now is the Harathine in Mauritania, which they're called the Moors.
You can find a very, very dark skin Amazigh.
No, that's true. But the majority of the people historically that were referred to as the Moors they're not referring to quote unquote black people. It was just synonymous. For the most part, it was synonymous with Muslim. But you are correct, it was termed as black too, though.
That place was conquered later on by Muslim. But if you look at the English
guys, 1 second. Kunta, you got to call in on a different device. It's just your We're getting way too much feedback on your end. Oh, go ahead, V.
If you look at the historical context in what we call in England, for instance, one of the English queens, she's Queen Elizabeth I, I believe, went to a place in England at that time, and this is many hundred years ago. I'm talking about. Even I think it was the same time period with the Arabs invasions and so forth. And he saw a whole group of black people there, and he was referring to them as blackamoors. Now, when they say blackamoor, means a very dark skin more. Okay,
yeah, that's
so,
true.
And why is that? That's differentiating between.
Yeah, that's to distinguish that they were darker than the regular Moors.
No, that's not that. It's not even that.
No, that
You
is
see,
true.
a Moor. Wait, please. A Moor is a Moor and was originally. Wait, madam.
It's my turn. Let me finish, and you can explain
I'm just
yourself.
coming in just to support.
Well, let me finish.
Differently. Calm
Nah,
down.
but if you finna support, like I'm finna start dropping primary sources, because if you to speaking without sources, you just talking out your behind.
Oh man,
and so are you in that case.
No,
What
but
are you
I'm
talking
saying
about?
let's hear it, Jago. I want to hear where he's going with it.
So
maybe he has different information
Let
than
me
we do.
just conclude my point, and you can come in and have your say. I mean, from the context that I read while she was complaining, they were very dark skinned. So she said blackamoor. So means he's making a distinction between maybe a mulatto Moor or a lighter skin Moor and a darker Moor. So to say that Moor is the term that was generally used for black people. That's why the word places like Mauritania.
Nah, it was
Yes, it
Muslim.
was.
Sarah, it was to identify
let me
North
speak,
African
madam, so we
Muslim
don't
that was
get
Muslim.
My last name is Morris, so it comes
It's
from the root word Moor.
all the Moors in Europe were understood as black.
Bro,
They
you've
were
been
understood as black, even though many of them were Arabs and many of them were also Muslim. But the original Moor is a black person.
It's not true.
It is true, I'm afraid.
That's not true.
Well, you don't know. You have no idea.
The term
You don't even
Moor
know
was
where the
used
word comes from.
interchangeably with the term Saracen. That the term Saracen does not denote being black.
Can I
It's
just
just not true. That y'all are spreading
Moroccans,
pseudo
right?
misinformation.
Why do Moroccans call themselves Moroccans?
If you talk about
Are they black
Mauritania,
people?
Mauritania now.
At that time they were. If you go to the south of Morocco, you'd see them. The southernest part of Morocco, they're different from the north.
No, that's true.
If you go to all the northern African countries, if you pass the lighter skin only live in the Mediterranean coast. They can't live beyond that. So if you go lower, they're all black.
That's not true. White people
Well,
live in
the
South
lightest of
Africa
all,
right now.
the lightest of them all is Algeria, and if you go to Algeria and look at them, you know they're not even Arabs. You can see that they're
They're mixed
European.
between the Arabs and the people that was already over there. The whole North Africa was black thing. That's pseudo. That's not true.
No, they do. They
Or
do.
at least during the period that y'all are talking about. If you're talking about during the Green Sahara, then we're speaking with some sense. But that's thousands of years after. Y'all are conflating history and spreading pseudo
I'm talking right now. I'm not having to go back.
Okay, so if you're talking right now, the people that you would classify as quote unquote black, that's not who the majority of the Moors that we're talking about in Europe.
Before you get unnecessarily het up, really unnecessary. I said that the lightest skin of the North Africans are Algerians. And if you know Algerians, they have a close connection with Europeans of all sorts, not just the latest French, but the Huguenots, and many people came into Algeria at that time.
The Huguenots, and there were also
God knows what you're talking
about.
Yeah, I don't.
Morocco right now is not black.
Yeah, there's not a black population. Like I don't.
But if you go down south, they hide the black people. They do not portray them on their TV. They are very racist towards them. I mean, look at places, people like people in Mauritania, you would think they are white. No.
Y'all do know that there are primary sources from that time that give direct accounts of what the people look like, right? Y'all
Yeah,
do
but
know you can read this.
currently, even in Mauritania, there's only 20%.
Sister, there's
Those
no need
people
to
got
even put.
conquered by
You can
Arab
go read primary
invaders. That's
sources right
why.
now during that time period that describe what the people look like and who they were talking about. There's no need to do this.
What's
Okay,
that time period? Which period is
From
that
the
time period?
7th century all the way to the 16th century.
Facts, bro. Mali
in
had a whole war with
Mauritania
the
right
Moors
now.
in 1599. What are we talking about?
Facts.
Like, do y'all
They
really know history?
destabilized the Mali and Songhai. Like, what are we talking about? Y'all
They
gotta
were
stop
not.
coming
They
on
were
and
not
spreading
black
the
people,
pseudo
bro. They
false
were
history, bro.
Arab.
It's not
At
true.
best, they were Arab mixed with black. They were not
In
purely black people.
Mauritania right now, in Mauritania, 20% of the people you describe as Arab, whatever, mix. 80% are black.
In power.
You're talking about the Haratine. You're talking about the Haratine, which are descendants of the people that they enslaved,
80%
that are called
of
Moors.
80% of Mauritanians are black, but yet they've been ruled by the 20%. Now you look at them, you would think
Bada
that
bee
they're
dang.
Arabs, but Mauritania is not an Arab country; it's a black country.
They
Okay,
got conquered by Arabs.
It's not seen. Mauritania is not seen as a black country.
We saying
They don't-
Moors. We
They
saying
don't really
Moors
see
are not
themselves
black.
that way.
Yeah, this is conflation, man. This conflation.
The rulers of Mauritania has suppressed the majority blacks, and they're confused and they see themselves as everything
And
else.
that's what's going on there.
Yeah, the Haratines, that's correct. But you conflating them with the Moors of the 7th century, the Almoravids. With Tariq ibn Zaid. That's not, there wasn't no, you had black people that they captured and put in the military, but they weren't categorically black.
I
It's
have read
nonsense.
an English text that
Well,
talks
they were
about
black holes.
Moors coming all the way to Senegal Bay. I have
That's
read an
true.
English
Yes,
that talks
That's
about
true. They
soldiers.
captured the people and put them in the military.
Yeah, Moulay Ishmael had a whole black guard. Like,
Yeah, facts. Like
so what are you
they
talking? What are you
weren't. No,
saying?
but again, you're trying to categorically classify them as black. That's not true. They majority of them were not black. From the periods that y'all are talking about. Now, at certain periods of time within the military, were there aspects and times where the majority of the military aspect was black? Yeah, but they weren't categorically black people. It's nonsense.
Dinah's post the links for Brandon, please.
If you're talking about the most the rule Andalusia, which is now considered as Spain or the Iberian Peninsula, some of them were black, some of them were mixed, and some
Tariq
of them
ibn
were
Zayd
proud.
was the one who conquered the Arabian, the Iberian Peninsula. He was not a black man.
Yeah, he wasn't black.
And neither was who they talking about Carthage, Hannibal.
Yeah, Hannibal and all. Yeah, that's pseudo nonsense talking about he was black, bro. But
anyway,
was
all
King
I will
James
say
for you
is,
Hebrews listening.
all I will say is when the word black, Maurice.
Oh boy, hold on. V, you got 30. V, I'm talking. V, you got 30 seconds. I'll pass the mic.
Okay, I'll just conclude now. So you guys can I mean, yeah, I'll
All
just
right,
conclude.
all right, let's pass the mic. Go ahead, YB.
Mauritania is a Roman Latin word for saying black area.
Let him say V. I gotta pass the mic.
Morocco.
V, I gotta pass the mic. Go ahead, YB.
Okay.
Yeah, how you doing, Dynasty, man?
Good. How are you?
I'm good,
man. Brandon, the studio's not full. Brandon, click the link. The studio's full, Brandon, because you're not clicking the link. Brandon, click the link, Brandon. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, YB.
Yeah, man. I'm a long time fan of your work, man, and your panel, and I appreciate your efforts with Africa and promoting a lot of these things I find interesting. I wanted to ask you, as it relates to the topic, when you asked about identification, and I was going to ask you, what do you think about peoplehood and self-determination? Because we argue over names sometimes, and they don't necessarily connect to peoplehood and self-determination. If you understand where I'm coming from.
Nationhood.
No, I mean I support nationhood and self-determination. That's fine. Absolutely. Why wouldn't I?
Oh, no. It's not a challenge. The reason why I, bring the question up and I ask it in that manner is that when the Civil Rights Act was passed, the latest Civil Rights Act, which our ancestors pushed for us, they pushed for a racial status. And this is not a diss to them. I'm just saying as it relates to names currently, a lot of times there's arguments over names and identity. It's just that the names and identities we push for, they're not based on self-determination of peoplehood. And I'm not talking about a separate nation state. You can have peoplehood and you can have self-determination without asking for a nation state, which is
That makes
ethno-nationality.
it pointless then. We already a people.
And in my opinion, and from my understanding, our descent comes from Africa, as you greatly and wellly promote on your channel. And our self-determination, our peoplehood should have names that relate to our ancestors and where we come from. But the current names and the current identities that we fight over, they're not based on self-determination and peoplehood. That's what I wanted to add on.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay. Go ahead, Brandon.
Hey, is Metro PCS still showing me love?
Yeah, you're on your Obama phone, but it's okay.
But you can hear me, right? I'm good?
Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead.
Barely? For real?
Now you good. It just sounds like you on Metro, but we can hear you now.
You good, Brandon.
Okay, hey, here's the whole thing. We gonna sit up and argue about identity to the end of times because there's just too many dishonest people who don't want to accept the facts about history and everything else. Like, he up here talking about Moors was black. They wasn't. When the brothers correct her, she's trying to argue from a position of total ignorance. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. Multiple people are trying to tell you, but you right just because you right. Very immature. But
is different from what
it's my
you
turn.
read.
I can interrupt you. It's my turn. Yeah. So the whole thing is, man, black folks want to be everything but what we are, right? Look, whatever your ancestors was, doesn't matter if what you're doing now doesn't even meet or exceed what they did, right? We have ancestors, Diners, who lived in a time where they didn't even have running water, who are more productive than we are collectively right now. Understand that. Black people was
Brandon, I agree with you. Go ahead.
Black people got TV, cars, you know what I'm saying? We got a little money in our pocket, all the technology. We haven't been able to form things that our ancestors was forming 200 years ago under the threat of death. Right now, they're slaves, and some of them can't even read. So what happens is when you lose sight of progress, when every day you wake up, any day you wake up and don't say, how can I better myself as a black man or woman today? How can I learn a new skill? You're betraying your ancestors. So talking about what they did means nothing because you're not living up to you're not even attempting to advance or improve on what they did. Diners, these people got a phone in their pocket. You could learn anything through AI, man. AI is amazing, right? Do you think they go to seek knowledge? Do you think they challenge what they believe to find out new things and to know the truth? No, they don't. They just find one ignorant narrative and they try to weaponize it against everybody else and then come around and beating everybody up with it. Hebrew Israelites, FBA, these damn Nubians, and the list goes on and on. Now, the African, you'll sit up and argue with him. Africans are weak-minded just like every other group of black people because now you got Africans saying they Hebrew Israelites, right? So what? So if I realize that I have the power to influence an African who knows who his granddaddy was, great-granddaddy, knows his history all the way back 500 years ago, if I have the ability to influence this moron that he is now suddenly an Israelite who came from the tribe of Jacob, that's not somebody I'm going to argue with. I'm going to lead that person because that person is under the umbrella of my influence. So you look dumb sitting up here arguing with people who aren't even black American, who you have so much influence. Females. It's because everything,
Brandon, you're on your Obama phone. You definitely
Fix your Obama phone, man.
Get some influence on your connection, Brandon.
Hey, I started driving through the ghetto and the signal.
Nah, don't blame it on the ghetto, dog.
Hey,
You said
hey,
that whole Brandon. Stop lying.
those other days I was in the white neighborhood and it was good. But Dynas, I'm just saying, man, these dudes are up here arguing identity. You are a black person who descended from Africa. The only thing that changes about your identity is what nation you're from, whether you're American, whatever else. All the other stuff is subculture. It's not the culture, it's subculture. It's not your ethnicity, it's not your genetic makeup, none of that stuff. So I would say just let that go and go build something, go create something, and then if you want to be a Hebrew Israelite or a Martian or then people will say, man, that dude used his psychosis as a benefit to him and his family. Until you do that, you're just talking mess and nobody should listen to you.
Can I just correct something that Brandon just said regarding the Moors?
All right, V, you got 45 seconds.
Yeah, the text that I know now read, Moors were generally referred to as dark-skinned people. I don't know in this world where the dark-skinned people are, except majority and predominantly in Africa. Later on, when
people in Yemen.
let me please finish. Later on, when they became mixed and all that, they became mix of Arab, North Africans, and dark sub-Saharan Africans, for crying out loud. And they conquered the Iberian Peninsula or Andalusia. It was a mixed people. They never referred to them as Arabs alone or North Africans alone. The Moors, when the Europeans
V,
said
can
the
I ask
word
you a question?
Moor, they were generally referring to dark-skinned people. Now, they could be from anywhere. I don't know.
V,
Yes, relative to them. Yes, dark skinned
That's what
people
the
relative
Europeans
to
were
them that also
question.
believed in Islam.
Arabic
the word
considered
Moor.
dark skinned people.
What the hell is that gonna do for anybody right now? How can that help my daughter get into college?
Anything for
No, I'm
anybody,
asking
but
you a
I'm just
legitimate
saying.
question. How can that
Like I
help my
said,
daughter
I
get into
don't
college?
know. I do not know
Brandon, did
if
you not pay
So
nobody
you
attention to
just
the
knows
out here
title?
anything
just
for
capping.
anybody.
Brandon, relax on the
I'm
lady.
just
It's not that
saying
serious, bro.
what it is.
It gotta be all.
Hey,
The
shut your
point
mouth,
is,
Elvis. This is a patriarchy. Shut up.
it's not a patriarchy on the platform,
Shut up.
Brandon.
Well, but Brandon, chill
Shut
out.
up.
Have some
Brandon, chill
patriarchy
out.
on your
Brandon, chill
connection,
out. All
Brandon.
right.
Hey,
We gotta pass the mic to Man Say. Go ahead, Man Say.
Yeah, I was just gonna add to what V was saying. For some of the European languages, they do got two words, right? Like for example, when I was growing up, I speak fluent Spanish also too. You got the word negro and moreno, right? But most of the time, with Spanish folks, they be like, "Hey, mira el moreno allá o acá." They always call you moreno and stuff too. It's mostly referred to people who are either black or darker skin, but they also do have a second meaning, which is like brown hair. But it's very rare that I hear that. I usually hear that from Spaniards that say moreno. But I'm just saying that if you look at the other linguistic languages from the other European languages, you will see two words for black. I'm just saying. So
This what y'all gotta understand. The Europeans was literally seeing the black soldiers, bro. Y'all gotta put all of this in historical context. The Moors are an exonym that refers to Muslims, Berbers, and various other people. It never stood for black people in Africa.
Hey, y'all remember in the movie Baby Boy when Melvin talked about guns and butter? Y'all need to go watch that scene all over again, bro. Because 90% of the stuff y'all be talking about don't equate to nothing beneficial. It's just literally exercising your jaw. Yeah. Progress, improvement, advancement. Other people is going to the moon. You up here talking about what the skin tone of a Moor is.
Dynasty, before they go back through 500 years of Moorish history again, can I make a quick point, like 30 seconds?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Remember the very beginning, I made my opening statement, and I don't want to toot my own horn. I think I was pretty good. I think I laid out why the delineation movement is bigger than diaspora, because certain people, they like to use, like the late Kevin Samuels, may he rest in peace, sign language, shame, insult, guilt need to be right. I pointed out how it's not just about the diaspora, showing how there's so many groups from Latin American immigrants, the so-called No Kings protest, the Somalians, how they've been trying to drag Black Americans into it. And I laid it out clearly. Now, this is not a personal attack on Elvis. I'm pointing something out. When he came on, his sole purpose was to do what he always does. He cast this accusations that I'm Caribbean. He got no proof of it whatsoever. And here's the thing: he's a Liberian. How does a man that lives in Liberia become an expert on American accents?
Because I came here as a kid.
Wait, hold
I
on.
grew up here.
And hold on.
I don't live in Liberia. I live in the United States.
Dinus, check WhatsApp.
And here's the thing: what proof do you have that I'm? Well, first of all, before you even get to the Caribbean,
Your accent.
You didn't even speak on anything I spoke on. Your sole purpose was to come on here and keep hitting your Caribbean, your line.
You are, because that disproves everything you're trying to fight for.
How can you prove that, Elvis?
Because your accent, bro. I hear your accent. I'm not saying that to be mean.
No.
You have an accent.
I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand how your third world mind works. Well, how did you?
Yeah. Okay. Let me explain it to you quickly, right? I came here. Yeah, I came here. Yeah, I came here as a 10-year-old, right? I went to school, elementary, late elementary, to middle school, to high school, to college.
Wait, that's too vague. You went to school. School where?
Well, when I first came, I was in New Jersey. I lived in Ewing, New Jersey.
Okay.
I went to Fisher Elementary School there. So I went to school with African Americans. I became friends with African Americans. I'm also friends with Africans and Caribbeans, right? You can hear when a Caribbean is born here, they don't really have an accent, but there's certain things they might say that they'll probably tell you that maybe their parents are immigrant. And then there are those who came here when, hold on. The way you pronounce certain words, the way you say certain things, the tone of certain things is an accent.
No. You can't just say that. No, which words? Be specific.
No, maybe you're gonna go try to practice the words, right? You're gonna try to practice the words. I'm telling you. Listen.
No, you gotta give examples.
Hold on. I mean, you gotta let me speak, right? I'm not gonna tell you the words, but I'm telling you, other people said the same thing to you. We hear you, bro.
No, see, that proves right there you're full of it. If you're not gonna tell the words, you're making
other people tell you the same thing. You have an accent,
I think I
brother.
proved my point.
And it's a Caribbean accent.
More than a slander.
It's nothing personal. I'm just telling you. I hear it.
It's not a Caribbean accent.
No. You just.
It's not a Caribbean accent. It's a gay.
I know you're a Caribbean. I know you're a Caribbean because you're defending it too hard. You're a Caribbean because you're defending yourself too hard. If they told me I'm a Caribbean, I'm gonna say whatever. I'm not a Caribbean. Leave it at that. You sounded like an orphan. You gotta just let it go.
One line of your lineage, bro. I noticed that. And don't no real Black American do that shit. You said South Carolina. No Black American would have did that. They would have said, "My mama, the people from here, my daddy, people from here." So you multi-ethnic. I'm putting two
definitely.
Okay, cool. Let's play devil's advocate. Let's say y'all right. Now disbunk everything I said in the beginning. No,
hold on, passport king. Hold on, passport king. Like the good King Justice said. Like, for example, when people come at me and say, "Dinus, you an immigrant because you're that you are in Africa." Listen, roots in Terry, Mississippi, and San Angelo, Texas.
Right.
That's it. Terrell, Texas, and Savannah, Georgia.
It's that easy.
I already said that.
East Texas and Mississippi, right here.
Carolina.
No, you didn't. You like my daddy is from. My mama from South Carolina. My daddy from Berkshire, wherever you was talking about.
Montego Bay.
My dad's deceased.
Sorry, dude. I hope you guys gave him a traditional Jamaican wedding. Funeral.
Stop it, Brandon. I'm not saying it to be mean to the guy. I hear he goes hard for FBA, but I'm saying that I hear an accent. That's all.
You know that, Brandon?
In the eyes of FBA, you will always be a tether, dude, no matter how much you sit up here and bootleg.
You know what? I tell you what, since y'all want to claim I'm a cheddar, let's go with it. Yes.
A cheddar, did you hear the accent? The accent slipped out. The accent slipped out. Did you see it?
You hear those words. One of the words is tethers. You can't say tethers. That's what I keep saying. You think I'm being mean to you?
I'm telling you. I'm a tether?
I'm saying yes.
Yo, that's what Caribbeans do, bro.
Disbunk everything I said in the beginning. Since y'all claiming on that, good. Let's play devil's advocate. Yes. Now disbunk what I said in the very beginning. Disbunk it.
Let's play got him.
No, disbunk it because your whole identity is that you're an FBA. So when you say that you're FBA, you're not. It disproves everything you said.
You just proved my point again because I gave y'all what you want. I'm saying yes because
Bro,
that's
it's
what you want
cool
to hear.
that you
Now,
have Caribbean, bro. You still our
Right.
brother.
So
We
if you're
paying that
Caribbean,
respect.
that means you are
Yeah, because
tethered, like the
What?
African
What does that
Americans would
mean?
say,
Okay, what does
right?
yeah,
that mean now?
because yo,
Okay,
Pastor
what
I'm
does
King,
gonna
you
that
call
didn't
mean?
say
you
tether.
Tether
You said
Riley from
tether.
now on.
You said tether.
Okay,
We
good.
We
Okay,
don't.
that's good.
African
Good.
Americans don't say that
Good.
word like that. Those are the
We
things
don't
I
say
was
that.
talking about.
Tether
All right,
Riley.
good, good.
Yeah,
Now,
FBAs
debunk
don't
what
say
I
tether.
said
They
from the
say tether,
beginning.
man.
Nah.
Anyone,
Can
can
you answer
anyone
how you gonna
debunk my
coerce the
opening
United States
statement?
government how to get us reparations? Because you never answered that.
Yeah. He never answered that
No, no.
question.
So yeah, see now you want to move the goalpost. See y'all very
No, we not moving
disingenuous.
no
Y'all just
goalposts. You get on here every day
you
and talk
just
about
clowns. You
reparations.
clowns.
How are we
No,
gonna get them?
no, because I'm trying to hear what I stay in the beginning. Because see, here's the thing. Let's take it back to
See what I'm
yesterday when I
saying,
talked
bro?
about the delineation movement and voting the couch. There was a lot of y'all that was real upset and thinking that
That
Black
was a stupid
Americans.
idea. So
No,
we
no, no, no,
asking you
no.
another one.
Stop. Y'all thinking that Black Americans have to vote. No, the hell we don't. And the Democrats do not own our vote. The
So
Republicans
staying
don't
at
own
home
our
is gonna
vote.
get us
Hold
reparations.
on. And why should we vote for nothing? No
Staying
other
at home is gonna
ethnic
get us
group in the
reparations. That's
United
your plan,
States
right?
vote for
Is that your
nothing.
plan? This is a
No,
yes or no simple
I
question.
Hold
vote for
on.
plenty of things. You vote for nothing because you only gonna vote Democrat or you not
No,
gonna
no,
vote.
no, no, no,
That's
no.
exactly why it is.
I vote based on
The
agenda. And
the
yes,
only
okay, here's the
person
thing. Hold on,
the
hold on.
only person who
Let
could
me
argue that they vote for nothing
hold
is
on. Let me
A
flip
black
y'all mind.
Democrat.
And I say this with pride. Since y'all want to claim I'm a Tedder and I cool with that, I
Shut
cool
up.
with
See,
that.
here it
I
came
vote
out
on.
again.
Hold on.
There it
I
was
vote
again.
for. I
You
vote.
talking about Tedder?
Hold on.
Give me that Tedder.
I
Give me that
voted
Tedder,
for.
brother. Give me,
He
brother.
I
said,
Give me
"Give
that
voted
that
Tedder.
for in the
tether,
last
tether."
election, and I don't
Just
regret
be
that.
proud of your
Buddha.
people,
No,
man.
I
Sad when
Buddha,
you're
no,
not
Buddha.
proud of where
Just
you
let the
from, man.
patois out, dude.
okay.
Let the
He said,
whatever the
he
hell.
said, "Yo,
Up
man,
out
I'm
of
a
here.
tether."
Hey,
Give me
let
that
the
Tedder,
pat
them.
tie out,
Hold
bro.
on. I'm not the ones on social media crying for Black Americans to please help us. I'm not the one trying to flee to Canada thinking we're gonna be deported. That's the Haitians and the rest of you
So
diaspora
where you from? You
in
from the Virgin?
America.
You from the U.S. Virgin Islands?
Let me see
Trinidad.
where I'm from. Where your mom was working
See,
as one of them
why you being so
clients.
disrespectful? We're just trying to
That
find out your
boy at
lineage, brother.
Trinidad.
You don't want to
Hey,
disrespect
All
me.
right,
I dragged the accent out of
I gotta pass the mic. Let me read these super chats. I gotta pass the mic. Amara Dumbuya, thank you for the $10 holla. If Black Americans don't want African identity, we need to leave them alone. Cobra 112, thank you for $5 holla. Everyone else is having the identity crisis trying to co-op FBA. All right, go ahead, Pharaoh. Ms. Raw.
Yeah, peace. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Yeah, peace, Dinus. Now concerning the subject,
Is this Mr.
these
Calculus?
terms. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Brother, I'm talking. Okay, these terms. We have Black Americans and West Africans arguing over these terms. Okay, such as African, Hebrew Israelite, Negro, Moors, Sudan or whatever. Okay, and they are adopting these terms and don't even know the origins and etymologies of these terms. Because when you research the origins and etymologies of these terms, none of these terms are indigenous to the African continent. Okay, these terms originate from the Greek text, the Latin text, from the Arabic text. Okay, and a lot of these scholars, these modern day mainstream pseudo scholars, what I like to call them, they try to make it seem like that there's some type of big, large size indigenous African inscription of the word Africa right in the heart of the continent, and it's not. Okay, Africa is a Latin word. More derives from Marusi, which is a Greek and Latin word. Negro, Latin word. Okay, none of these terms are contemporary with ancient Kemet and the ancient Assyrian inscriptions.
Who doesn't know this?
Yes, these are terms that originate from the Greek and Latin language. And even this guy Donby up here, he says we trying to adopt these terms and be all these people, and we should be claiming our Yoruba and West African tribal identity or whatever. But those terms too there is no ancient inscriptions for those words. Those words are found in the English and came about very late. Okay,
What you saying is nonsense. That's nonsense. And I didn't even I brought up quote unquote Yoruba subgroups, but I did that purposely. I didn't even use the word Yoruba purposely because it's an exonym. It's not an endonym. This coming from the same person that's using the term pharaoh, which is a Greek corruption of the term per-ankh. So what do you don't even know what you're
it's older than Yoruba.
So what? What does that mean? It comes directly. Everything I listed was an organic African, quote unquote African concept, brother. So,
but
what
he's
you talking
wrong about the name
nonsense.
of Africa being like, bro. That comes from a free tribe. That's in Africa.
It's etymologically opaque, though. There's multiple
No.
etymologies, but it's opaque. Nobody knows for
Can
real.
you show me an ancient inscription? Okay, before the
I
Latin
don't need an
language
inscription.
of indigenous African text that mentions the word African or Yoruba.
What do you want us to go
There are no
Bro, I didn't even bring up the word Yoruba. I said Eketi, I say Ijebu, I say Oyo, I said Dahomey. That's none of that stuff is English. You probably don't even speak a fluent African language.
Yeah, because all these terms you guys
do you speak a fluent African language, brother? Do you speak? What are you talking about? Of course, it's created. It's a human concept.
Fairness, most people in the United States don't speak a fluent African.
No, but I'm asking him: Do you speak an African language?
What is the solution? What should we go by based on your
what are you
understanding?
talking about? We created those terms that I said. Like bro, you don't even know what you're talking about, bro.
Even Dinah's Yoruba is kind of struggling, man.
Forget that. What should we go by based on your understanding? What should we go by? What's the solution?
I don't need no ancient text.
Skip all of that, bro. Just give us the name we should go by, bro. Give us the name we should go by. We don't need to
forget about what I say.
Give us a name, bro.
Bro, so every
without a solution,
what are you talking about? Bro, dude is dumb, bro.
You know why you can't show it? Because it's based on your imagination, and it's all.
It's based on my imagination, but
all right, man. What's the official word, bro? What's the official word we supposed to be calling ourselves, bro? You tell us. School us, OG.
Word is bond.
The official word.
You talking about?
Okay.
Dude is calling himself Pharaoh.
Hey,
They don't even call themselves Pharaoh. They
wait a minute, bro. Soon as we gave him a real question, he got silent. What should we be calling ourselves technically? Let us know.
I didn't get silent. I was interrupted.
Lace us with some game, gangster.
Yeah. Okay, when we go by indigenous African writings, we should call ourselves Kemetian or Kemet.
What? Get out of here.
All there is.
You can't even vocalize the language, brother. Like you're not even using the language. You're not even using the terms that they use. You talking about Pharaoh? Didn't no Egyptian royalty or Kemetic royalty call themselves no Pharaoh?
You don't know what the hell you talking about.
No, you don't know what you talking about Kemet, but you calling yourself a Pharaoh.
You gotta talk to this. Hey, you gotta talk to this dude you gotta talk to this dude with the Tariq language. You can't just talk regular English. You gotta be like, lace us up with some game, thug life. You jive. You know how Tariq talk to people. One of those. You gotta talk to them, make them feel cool. Yeah. You gotta talk to like Tariq.
Basically, what he's saying is, if you don't have a written language that can be attested, then your language is just some English person gave it to you, bro. You are retarded, bro. You sound dumb. And you don't even speak an African language.
All right, guy. All right, Pharaoh, you got 45 seconds.
African language either, Negro. You speak English.
Yes, I do.
Yo, speak something.
I speak African language.
I die. Like, what do you want to hear? What you want to hear? Obama, what you want to hear? Like,
you made that up.
Bro.
I made it up, bro. You sound stupid, bro.
Well, but it wasn't made up.
Ancient Nubian to us then, Pharaoh.
And these dudes wonder why they don't get girls. Dude, hey, bro, when you go on a date, you don't be talking to women about this, huh? Bro, you don't be talking to
dress on when you go on a date.
You don't be talking to women about this when you take them out on dates to McDonald's, do you?
Hey, tell a Tubby. Prove yourself.
But Pharaoh, what's your point, Pharaoh?
My point is, all these terms you guys are adopting is not found in any ancient indigenous African language.
So just because something is on the wall in Egypt, we should
let him finish, please. Let him finish,
and I don't see why you Negroes are sitting up here fighting for these terms when none of them apply to none of you.
Okay,
terms in particular?
so what name? What? Give us a list of the indigenous, quote unquote, African languages terms that we should be, languages that we should be speaking right now. That,
Yeah, Medu Netter.
bro, come on, bro. Okay. So right, objectively
Medu Netter,
prove that,
Negro.
objectively prove that your ancestors directly came from that area.
Okay, prove.
No.
You prove.
and don't know about
But who
Your
speaks?
ancestors.
But
who
that
speaks?
language can't even be vocalized, bro. It can't
Yeah,
even be
the Egyptian.
vocalized.
No, you prove your ancient West African ancestors were the Yoruba or whatever the hell
I
you
didn't
want to
say
say.
no Yoruba, bro. What are you talking about? I didn't say that.
The Medu Netter.
You know
I come
that
from the Bamana.
you know that
I
Kemet
come from the
means
Bamana.
black land, not land of the black people, right?
I got a question for him. Are you Nubian?
Show me a West African language
I'm asking you a
that
question.
predates the Medu Netter, Negro. Huh?
I'm asking you a question.
You ain't no historian.
Listen,
You just
answer
a
my
fraud.
question.
You a scammer.
You sound like
You're not a historian, wow.
Yo, listen. Answer my question. Are you Nubian?
No, I'm not a Nubian.
No, here's the real question. Why don't you speak a little Medu Netter for us?
We'll wait.
Of course you're gonna say Uncle Johnson. Everybody, that's that greedy, man.
something basic. Say something juicy and make a sandwich.
Hey,
show us your ways,
quote something from the Pura Haru.
No. I speak the original language of history.
Say I'm gonna get the
Dude is an idiot, man.
Do you know where the word history originates from?
Hold on.
Do you know what language the word history originates from?
Huh? Hold on, brother. Speak the language.
You're not even enunciating my name right. You know you're anglicizing my name, right? Talking about being colored as. It's not big, not Dobby.
You be over there on that child molesting platform.
Okay.
No,
Hold on.
Hey, man, calm down.
Hey, guy, one mic. Hey, Pharaoh. Ain't no. Them type of words ain't gonna be used here.
Yeah. My question to Donnie is, do he know? No.
And he gave the
Hey, bro, enunciate my name right, bro.
Do you know what language the word history originates from?
Give him 30 seconds.
How is that important,
Speak
bro?
the language. Speak the language for 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Can you? Yeah. My question is, do you know?
My brother,
when it comes to history, do you know the language the word history originates from?
My brother,
is it from the matter?
Hey man, listen. I'ma just say this. If you can't say everything you just said in Medu Netter, you just need to shut the hell up. If you can't explain all this in Medu Netter, just close your lips.
Bro, dude is a walking contradiction. Dude is coming on here talking about.
You a fake African Negro.
Dude is a walking contradiction, bro.
You don't know what the hell you
Man, what are you talking about, bro?
Hey,
I'm Bamana. What are you talking about?
Domby, hold on. Brother, speak the language for 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon, iota.
That's Greek. You just doing the Greek alphabet, bro. Get your dumb ass, bro. You are an idiot, bro. You are an idiot, bro. You dumb epsilon.
Hey, guess what?
That is a cap or some shit like that.
What you an Elamite now? What you an Elamite?
English.
Get your goof, bro. You are retarded, bro.
How old is the English language?
Hold on. Let us go ahead. Finish.
How old is the English language?
No.
Go ahead. Wait.
How old is the English language? You don't even know, brother. You don't even know the date of the language.
I have a real question for you. How long was the bus you took to school every morning?
Dude is dumb as hell.
Hey, hold on. Yo, brother, go ahead.
You didn't have a bus.
30 seconds. Go ahead.
The bus didn't make it because your fat ass flattened the tire, nigga.
Yeah. Continue speaking your language, man.
Hey, Pharaoh. Hold on, guy, Pharaoh. That's the tariff.
It was a van. It wasn't a bus.
Hold on, Pharaoh. That's the $10 tariff. You can send it via Cash App. And where it's not allowed.
That's for burning to buy a cheeseburger, man.
Oh dear.
For calling fat.
Pharaoh, that's a $10 tariff. Yeah. That's my Cash App, Pharaoh.
What was that for?
Hold on.
Man. Y'all dumb.
What's that for, Daddy?
Jagoon, I'm talking. Pharaoh, that's a $10 tariff. You can pay it or you just got to drop off.
He ain't paying that, bro.
You don't got $10. Look at how you dress on that picture, man.
I didn't know they had short buses in ancient Egypt.
Short camels.
Dude
You
talking
are
about
crazy.
he talking
All
about
right,
colonial languages.
let me pass the mic. Let me pass the mic to YB. Go ahead, YB.
Yeah, Dennis, tell me what that was for. So
Well,
I know.
hold on, Willie, you're not allowed on here, Willie, until you pay your bet. All right, Willie, not allowed until you pay your $25
Willie,
bet.
Wall Street, Willie.
Tell me what's going on, Dennis, please.
Go
You
ahead,
can't
YB.
insult people. You can't be disrespectful to other people. He's not allowing it.
Fine.
Jagoon, it's YB's turn. Go ahead, YB.
You gotta pay to play.
No, I just want to know why he was fined.
He said the N-word.
Oh, I see. I see. I didn't hear you. Okay.
All right, go ahead, YB.
Yeah, Dinus. What I was saying to you like a minute ago, I'm saying that if when we argue about these names, and I'm not getting personal about the names. If we don't know what a name is for, like peoplehood and self-determination, these are political science concepts, and these are concepts that have to do with how you establish yourself to push rights, to push better for your community, for our things legally on all levels. If the name is not based on that, then we just kind of what happens is we're just blowing hot air. It goes for the FBA guys, it goes for anybody. We have to have something that connects us back to ancestors, which is Africa. That's not debated. And that's what if we arguing about a name, that's what the name and the reference is going to be for. It's going to be for peoplehood and self-determination. Arguing about a name, if it's not based on those things, and I'm not just saying just loose definitions. Those things have meaning that allow us to push our communities, and if we want to become an ethno nationhood that represents the descendants of our ancestors, that's what the whole setup will be based around. Anything else, we're just going to keep renaming ourselves things that don't push us forward.
All right, go ahead, AA. Then we got to close. Go ahead, AA. AA, unmute yourself. AA, unmute yourself.
He's on there.
AA, unmute yourself.
AA at the AA meeting.
But Dennis, why do Willie have to pay the tax? I thought he wanted to bet against the Arca.
No, this is another. He made another bet after that.
Oh, okay.
I forgot who it was against, and he lost, and he started
Can
talking.
I ask YB a question?
He started prison babbling, and you just Go ahead, ask a question to YB.
You speak about self-determination in the name thing, but then when we brought up the nationhood aspect, you said it wasn't about that. So what's the point of organizing behind a name if you're not going to be an independent nation state? And when I say that, I'm talking about how Burkina Faso became Burkina Bay when Thomas Sankara was there when they got their independence. South Sudan separated from Sudan and became South Sudanese. So what's the point of potentially 40 plus million people coming under one umbrella as a name if we're not going to push towards our own nation?
Oh, I completely agree with you, and maybe I'm misspoke or it was a misunderstanding when I was speaking. What I was saying is that it's you start as an ethno nationality, and then it leads to a nation state. It's not before. You just don't jump to nation state. You start as ethno nationality, which is peoplehood and self determination, and then it leads to a nation state. So I agree with you 100%.
Okay. I got you there. Yeah, I agree with that. I thought you were just saying come under this umbrella of the name, but do away with the idea of becoming an independent nation. You're just saying put one before the other.
Yeah, and I'm saying I don't really think when I hear people with these arguments, so like even I don't agree with the FBA stuff. It's like, and let me say this to a lot of people that's listening. A lot of these FBA guys get on these forums and they act like they're speaking for us. None of you guys speak for us. So like, and when I say that, I'm saying I know Dinus allows this panel openly. I'm not knocking it. I listen to Dinus panel because Dinus promotes Africa. I've always been into Africa. When I was young, nobody told me I was Native American. My father told me I was African. My descendant line comes through South Carolina, many different areas, one being Gullah Geechee, and even on the upper side by the Savannah River, they found face masks from the Congo. There's pottery that we have that's African. So I'm kind of confused sometimes that these people that say we're not from Africa, they don't keep up on current events. But that's that's another conversation. But yeah, my main point when I came on, I was just saying, and we're arguing about a name, and if the name does not connect us to our ancestors, which comes from Africa, and that name is not based on peoplehood and self-determination, we're just arguing about things that don't matter. That was my point.
I
I
agree.
think
But
everybody
one
on
more
here agree
question before we
100%.
get to
I
Mike.
said that
What
yesterday.
name do you think we should go by?
I mean, so the interesting thing is, when I read documents, like for instance, in Benin, when they talk about allowing citizenship for people from the African diaspora, one of the main words they use is Afro-descendant. Our brothers in the Caribbean, Latin America, they already use the recognized name that's Afro-descendant. That's the name of self-determination that was decided on in the UN by various groups from the diaspora. It seems like we're out of that conversation. Like, I don't hear too many people who really even speak on Afro descendants, but that's the word that a lot of the African governments use for us, and also that's used in the in international dialogues and things like that.
Are you
But the
with the
name,
Afro-descendant nation and Silas Muhammad?
no, not the Afro descendant
Well,
nation.
guy, let him answer the question. Yeah, why, babe? What's the name?
Oh, I don't have a problem with African American. I'm just saying there's, in my opinion, and this is only opinion, I'm not trying to force, the Afro, in my opinion, if we were pushing for self-determination and if we were pushing for peoplehood, we would be Afro-descendant Americans only because that's the current framework that's being used by Africa and the UN to push peoplehood. But it's still our choice. That's just my opinion and a philosophical view. Oh, that's it.
I mean, I see what you're
So
saying
what
as
you
far
call
as
yourself reflect
legislative expert.
your culture and your self-identity? Because in Africa, a lot of tribes are called, they call themselves by what other people call them. Like my ethnic group, the Yoruba ethnic group, a lot of ethnic groups are called by what their neighbors describe them as. So what do African Americans describe themselves as a collective?
Black.
I mean, generally it's black. I don't have a problem with African American. Me personally, because I understand the Afro descendant movement, I would personally say I'm Afro descendant American because it deals with peoplehood and self determination. But if you call me African American or Afro American, I have no problem with it. But I want to use a word that connects me back to my ancestors. I don't want to be cut off from my ancestors. I don't have a problem with my ancestors.
That's good.
Hello. So in regards to nationhood, like where do you see that at? Like, where you talking about within the United States, a nation within the nation? What are you talking? Like, I don't. They talking about being allocated on a continent.
Well, I got a lot of this understanding from really going deep into Malcolm X, and it took me deep into political science and having to get an understanding. So first, before you can have a nation state, you can establish peoplehood right here in America, but it has to be pushed politically. We're still babies right now. I don't think the average African American understands what peoplehood. We're arguing about an ethnic name. If we ever decided on an ethnic name, and I'm not saying it's going to happen tomorrow, I'm just throwing out concepts that matter.
African.
If we decided on a name tomorrow and we push for it internationally and we legislate it here within the United States for peoplehood, first it would start off as peoplehood and self-determination. That would be the first step. And then later it would move into an actual nation state. I guess perhaps we would try to go to one of the African countries and say, and I know that was done in Liberia, so I'm not talking about redoing the will. Liberia is probably an option too. I'm just saying how it works.
No, but see, this is what I'm talking. This is my thing. This is what I said yesterday, bro. These concepts that we have, but it has to be rooted in our organic concepts, bro. We can't keep these people's languages and these people's concepts. We're gonna still be recreating the dysfunction that we have, brother. It's like we got to get back to our original cultures.
So hold on. When you say that, when you say that, define what you mean to me, because I want to understand your train of thought. Tell me how that would look.
How it would look is like use a term like what I mean, a blueprint of like what Sankara did. What he did, he took concepts from the Jula people, he took concepts from the Mosi people. He brought them together. Burkina, upright, Faso, fatherland. He put it together. Like these are concepts. Whatever group, which the majority of us directly descend from, you could say the central Congo, Luanda, the Angola region. So the Bantu is the most similar language group within the continent. Somebody formulate a language. You could even use a language reconstruction like Proto Bantu. What I'm saying is it has to be something that's our culture organically. We can't be trying to be implementing it and adopting this European stuff, bro. It doesn't work for us.
Oh, I agree with you. And that's the part of peoplehood and self-determination. And the reason that I came in here to push exactly the concepts that you're talking about, I don't think we've matured enough to even understand it. I agree with you 100%.
No, but I definitely, because I said what you said is what I said yesterday in regards to the self-determination aspect of people embracing our own identities. But like these solutions have already been formulated by our scholars in the past. My thing is, bro, we're not perusing their work and we're not implementing their work. Like, but if you come on this platform and you haven't read five of Amos Wilson or three of Amos Wilson's books, bro, you're doing yourself a disservice, and you're really not even qualified to be having a lot of these conversations. To be honest, like
No, hear me out. No. I'm completely with you. What I'm saying is, and I'm sure there's small groups perhaps doing these things. I'm saying those of us that know, not the people on here who are arguing about FBA. They'll be arguing about FBA. If it was possible, they'll be arguing about that for another 200 years. I'm saying everything that you're communicating, I understand that clearly. I'm saying it's up to the people who understand the concepts that you're presenting. It's up for us to come together, and I don't mean like come together just rally. I mean bring the minds together, and if it's already been done, let's just push it. Everything takes time. I'm not saying we're going to do it, in 5 minutes, but I'm saying this is the real movement. Arguing about FBA is irrelevant. That has no peoplehood and that has no self-determination. That's a racial label that our ancestors pushed for during civil rights. Well, I don't disrespect their ancestors, but that's where they were at during that time.
Can I put something forward?
Our FBA
Can I put
passport,
something
bro,
forward?
is real quiet, man.
I haven't spoken for a while, guys.
I think he's giving up that identity.
Guys, don't let me shout, please. I just want to put something forward within your conversation. I think you're having a great conversation, to be honest. But I want to talk about ways of togetherness and where it is that we hope to end up as a direction. Now, ways of togetherness first. We as a black people around the world, or in America by itself, you can take it whichever way. The one thing that brings people fundamentally together is to be under some kind of economic value. Once you appreciate your economic value, I believe, then the substance of your politics and protection of your peoples comes out of that. Because now you have something of value external with which to protect that belongs to all of you. And within that economic balance, the politics and the formulation of togetherness as a people then comes to bound. In real terms, I think sometimes, many times in our history, we have always done it the wrong way. We look for our togetherness before what is bringing us together financially, economically. Once we put that shit together and it's working, we've got something to protect. And these are fundamentals that many of our forebears have kind of argued over. We had in Africa, we had Nkrumah, and he was for one Africa. But by the time he was speaking about one Africa, which was fantastic, it was fantastic speeches that he put down. However, he needed to cover his economy and his country first, and he didn't quite do that before they ousted him. The same happened between Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, Dr. Martin Luther King. I keep arguing this.
They didn't have countries like Nkrumah
No,
did.
but they still had the opportunity of moving forward. It was a question of which way forward. So do we take the political side or do we take the economic side? And that was
You
the
gotta do
argument.
both.
No,
No,
yeah, Amos
I
like
believe
this.
one comes before the other.
Nah, Amos Wilson
Because
speaks about this,
I don't
brother.
believe I don't believe as a people we've got enough invested. I believe there's a small group of conscious people. The rest are just for themselves. And in this being the reality of mankind, then that majority that is just for themselves, they have to be included. How are they included? They are included by the direction of their finances and how we are pooling our money together in order to create strength, financial strength, and economic. And once we have that, our politics is easy.
So
But
I
the
got
other way
Nah,
around,
brother, but you have to again, you have to socialize that type of camaraderie. In a vacuum, what you're saying is correct, but again, you're talking there's external entities that have the economic advantage, and those external entities, our people group in mass in general, value them over us, even
it's
if the
true.
quality
That's
of
fair,
goods that we produce is better, they
brother,
still value
brother,
them.
brother. That's a fair argument. I think if it's an argument and not just throwing what I'm saying out.
No,
I'm
I'm not.
talking.
I'm not.
Yeah, yeah.
I
I hear
said
you.
I agree with what you said in a vacuum, but
Yeah,
we're not existing in a vacuum.
I don't believe that it's a vacuumous topic. I believe it's a topic that needs real welling over. You know, if we really do look into the past economies of any African country and any formulation of a pact between countries, and the same thing in the Caribbean, the same thing in Black America, where there has been so many economic positions that you have taken and that have been broken, and you have taken and have been broken several times, but that was still the way forward. The way forward was still the economic way to make sure that your politics follows and protects what you've amassed, what you've built. You know, this is very, very important because I feel that there was a gentleman by the name of Awolowo in Nigeria, and he used to argue with the Pan Africanists, saying that look, before this Pan African project, it is better that we secure our economy and make sure our economy is robust. That's the words he used. And he used those words in saying that, look, we don't know what it is that we're gathering around. You know, we are
Yeah,
not the
but the
same. We are,
continental
No,
And
Africans
how did that turn
economy
out?
and the Caribbean's
yeah, I'm
economy
And
is
how
familiar
did
with
tied
that
to that
turn
Obafemi
out?
nation.
Awolowo.
We don't have a nation.
Can I interject?
Y'all economy is tied to y'all country. We don't have a country of our own.
But not even
um,
with that though, like
You don't have a
brother
Can I
Jagoon,
interject?
Black
I'm gonna
American
drop a
country
link.
is the
I'm gonna drop a
USA.
link to a lecture that you can listen to, brother.
Stop that
That
nonsense.
outlines what I'm talking about, like specifically in regards to how it has to happen culturally first, because like I said before, economically, what you're saying is correct. Then what you're saying with the movements that they tried to implement economically before, the reason why they faltered is because there wasn't a critical mass that was socialized enough to understand that economics is cultural, is quote unquote cultural warfare. Like it wouldn't take much for somebody to come in and advertise and market away from the dollar because they value the goods. Even if what the goods of what somebody black was producing was just as good or better, if they could get it from another price from somebody else, they would still do it. Other groups don't operate like that. Until we socialize and change that mindset, which has to happen from a implement level, then you're not
yeah,
gonna
I
form
take
any
your
critical
point. I
mass.
take your point. I take your point, no doubt. You know, I've run a directory in England, and we actually got the idea from America. This is about 20 years ago, and we called it UK Black Links, and it was to gather the black spend power. What we found is that the black spend power in London in 1990 something, it was about 10 billion a year in the whole of the UK, and we're only 1.2 million. So from there, we decided, look, we're going to put a directory together. We looked at the states and what they were doing. We even flew to the states to see what they were doing in Atlanta. And there was a guy there, forgotten his name momentarily. He had a directory as well. So we weren't going to do that. We were going to do it more on our style. But when we finished our team, we found that there were over 10,000 black businesses in the whole of the UK, and they're still stepping around. And we were in that year we were the fastest growing company. And in this, we found out we did have an economy, but it wasn't a strong economy. It wasn't as strong. Whereas it's quite different in America, where you guys have an awfully strong economy, but your spend power acts in
No,
the
we
same
just don't
way.
have organizational unity. That's what Don Bay talking about.
Yeah, what it does,
Yeah,
however, is that you spend a lot of money outside of your community, as has been said. But it
and
all
that
is
would be solved with the culture.
Yeah, it has the culture. You have to have the cultural camaraderie first, brother.
I don't drop that. I don't drop that. I don't drop
Black
it. I don't drop
Americans
it.
have no country. What's this nonsense?
Bro, shut
We
up.
have a country. No, don't you shut up.
Bro.
You shut the hell up.
No, we don't.
Our
Are
country is
we
United
the
States of
majority in
America.
America?
Wait,
Are we
hold
the
on.
majority in America?
Passport King. Passport King.
It's the United
Hold
States
on,
of
wait, hold
America.
on. Let me ask Passport King 3 questions. Hold on. Passport King, do you have an army? Do you control the minerals? And do you have any industrialization? Do you have any of those things?
No.
So wait a minute. So wait a minute. So you tell me what white Americans control the U.S. military. Go ahead.
Donald Trump, dumbass.
They all do.
What are you talking about?
that was a silly question.
Lockheed Martin manufactures weapons. What black weapons manufacturer? Who is the black American weapons manufacturer?
Hold on. Let him answer the second question. And can answer what mines or what
again?
Okay, so what gold mines or what minerals do you process?
Zero.
The gold
You're just entertaining him. You're entertaining
wait a
him.
minute. Gold mines are not owned by private citizens.
He
in the
has
United
no
States. Those are
information
owned by
at all.
corporations.
Okay, and who run those corporations?
Hold on. You Africans don't control gold, silver mines, and other precious metals.
And neither do African Americans.
No,
What are we
I'm telling the
talking
truth. Did I lie?
Hold on.
Hold on. Did I lie? Yes or no?
Hold on.
Bro.
Let me answer the question.
No. Answer the question. Did I lie?
Hold on.
Do
Let
you
me answer your
Africans
question.
control the gold and silver mines and precious metal mines in your country?
Let me answer you.
Is that a
let me
yes
answer
or
the
no?
question. Yes, they do. The AS does. So now what?
Nah. Oh no, you ain't playing that game. No.
What you mean? Nah.
This guy's wasting time, man.
How?
Yeah, he is, bro. We shouldn't even let him talk.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Hold on, y'all. Let me school him. Hold on. Let me school him. Passport King. Let me school you. Hold on. No, Passport King. Let me school you real quick. Passport King. Let me school you. Passport King. Passport King. Let me school you. Passport King.
Why do your people
Let
have
me school you real quick. Burkina Faso owns 6 state gold mines. Burkina Faso owns 6 state gold mines. The other 3 is owned by the Burkina Bay billionaire, and the rest is operated by foreign companies. And guess what? They have 40% ownership. That's one. The Nigerians, for example, the oil pipeline, the oil pipeline, the oil pipeline in the oil pipeline, the oil
bro, tell us what you control in America, bro.
Let me finish.
Hold on.
Let me finish. Let me finish. The oil
Bro,
pipeline.
why are you here?
Listen. Hold on. No, let me school him. Hold on. Let me school him.
No, I gotta pass them. I gotta read these super chats and pass the mic. It's all by design. Thank you for Fadal Hala. 2 Jagoons, the Baba's leaders still had to hand land to white farmers. Rudo keeps putting Kenya's last. Leaders are corrupt. China's is all in Africa too. All right, go ahead. Hello. Well, no, actually, it's Super African, and after Super African is hello.
Yeah, Dennis, man. Everybody, how y'all
Hello,
doing?
so I'm there. So.
Oh man, Tina will take it over now.
Man,
anyway,
not today. I'm gonna.
Not today. Tina will not take it over yet.
My batty, ma try me lale.
Fiele.
They went African on us.
Nah, man. They Yorubas, man. They don't want to destroy Nigeria right now.
Bro, come on, don't start this, bro. Don't start this, bro. Come on, bro. We not doing this, bro.
No, okay. Let me get serious. My bad. Let me get serious. This thing about black people in America calling themselves typical, all these type of names, right? Honestly speaking, yesterday, right? Brandon came up, right? Brandon said one of the best things that I've heard. Brandon said He has a foot in Africa. He has a foot in America as well. He's investing in Africa as well. You understand me, right? So which means now, whatever way that benefits him, if Africa, benefits him, he could hop in Africa. If America benefits him, he could do the same thing too. Just like, some of us that come to this country, we do that as well, right? So I don't understand, black people, in America, right? They have the physical cash. They have the physical cash, right? They have the knowledge as well, right? And then technology as well, compared to a lot of Africans back home. They have all these things better than a lot of African countries, especially like the know-how. But the only difference is the authority overall that they don't have in this country. So I'm trying to get my head right? What's stopping them from going to one of these African countries, especially Liberia? Build something around it when it's like ownership and it belongs to them, and it's an African country, because to me, any black person has a say in Africa. So I'm trying to get in my head, what's the direction of you attaching yourself to America? Nothing wrong with that, but at some point you have to have some type of authority say when it has to go through you guys or you as well. You understand me, right? When Africa
That's
is
what we're trying
open
to
for
explain
this
the passport.
opportunity, Africa is open for this opportunity.
It's not about
man.
explaining nothing, because you know
You
why?
guys,
That's
no,
that's a
Pastor,
Jedi
bro,
mind
hold on.
trick.
Bro,
Y'all
let
want
him
Black
talk.
Americans
Shut
to
up.
no. You mentioned my
Man,
name.
Pastor,
No,
bro,
y'all
you
want a
Bro,
speaking
shut
like
Jedi
up.
mind
Let
trick
him
to
talk.
resources to
God
develop
damn,
Africa. I'm
golly,
done. I
man.
said my piece.
Pastor, bro, you've been on the show for like over 4 hours, man. I can't even say a 2-minute speech. You want to interrupt me? I'm giving you the facts. Brandon said it excellent yesterday. Excellent. He said it yesterday. He said it excellent yesterday. He has a foot in Africa. He has a foot in America. He's investing in Africa as well. So which means if he's investing, he's thinking about his kids in the future. So which means now, whatever he's doing back in Africa, he's thinking about ownership when everything belongs to him. And wherever he's working with, they're gonna be, ownership as well. So whatever his investment, his kid's gonna continue it. And then it's gonna be massive, because Africa needs investment. I'm like, think about in the next 10 years when you invest in some place, or the next 20 years, how much powerful you guys could be. You guys have the money, you guys have the intel as well. I don't even military wise, you guys have the the know-how as well. I'm thinking about what's stopping some of you guys to be in one foot and then one foot out and then still invest in Africa, because Africa does belong to y'all. Liberia is a perfect example. Dennis always say it. A lot of people come and always say it as well. I mean, Liberia is wide open to be in a way that, man, this I just don't understand it. How long can you be beating your chest as an American when you know the system is rigged against you guys to fail for over 250 years? Africa is not. You go to Africa, right? If you do something, those people in those communities, they're gonna love the hell out of you guys. I guarantee y'all, because those people they looking for something. They look for people that come and then uplift their life. They're not stupid, but the opportunity is there. So if you go there, you respect them, you bring in opportunity, jobs, and everything. Oh man, they're gonna love y'all. But what is the
Okay, do you want to
attachment
respond, or you
to a
just going on? I'm
country
not trying to
that's
cut you off.
over
I'm trying to understand, because
250
you asked a
years,
couple of
that's
questions. Do you
built
want to respond?
and designed?
Hey,
It's
guys,
built and designed.
we got Super African. I got to pass the mic.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
go ahead,
hello.
my bad.
Go ahead, hello. Hello, mute yourself. Hello, mute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Dynast. Hi, everyone
Hello.
else. Hi, Ebomi Jagun.
Oh, I'll be by you.
Yeah, so I have a lot of issues.
Did you say Obami Jagun?
Ebomi.
Ebomi, oh my friend. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
My elder.
If I say Obami too, it's not bad.
He said, "Oh, no, that's
Bale
fine."
me.
I just say he's your king, okay? But Ebomi,
Yes.
okay.
African king, yes.
Who is your king? Man, my God.
Are you jealous?
Darius, I thought you had an age ban on this level.
Yeah.
You know
Here
what's thinking,
come the
Jago?
bullshit,
Man,
man.
Jago. Let me say this real quick. I apologize. Real quick, right? You know, Nigeria says a lot about the, it's not a tribal thing at all, right? About the Emir and all these things, right? You know, in Sierra Leone, the Yoruba culture, right? It's heavy in Sierra Leone, right? Because all these politicians, they join all these like societies that's attached to Yoruba culture. So in a point, it's the same thing with the the Emir as well over there in the north. And I think the Yorubas are the one, that does the culture thing in Sierra Leone. So technically, the Yorubas control Sierra Leone
You
because in
know,
Sierra Leone,
actually, oh, hold on. If I can interject, you do make a point there because it was a lot of the Yorubas who, well, the descendants of Yorubas who fought on the side of the British during the American Revolution, the Revolutionary War, who like Thomas Peters, who was a Yoruba man, who was actually the
yes,
father, who was actually the founding one of the founding fathers of Sierra Leone. He's a Yoruba man. You know, he fought on the side of the British, and you know when he was a black loyalist, and when they lost the Revolutionary War, you know, he went to Nova Scotia, then he went to Sierra Leone. So you do have a point there. There is a very
even
strong Yoruba presence in
even
Sierra.
culture, the
But they
Yoruba culture.
so let me finish. Goodness, get so damn excited. God damn. So yeah, you do make a good point with that. There's a heavy Yoruba influence in
You
Sierra
know,
Leone.
it's always
And then
good.
Abun is gift, my bad. Well, gift friend, gift here. So hello,
Oh,
hello, Jagoon is your gift. He's your gift.
thank you. I mean,
He's your gift.
one thing I must say.
Well, hold on, but Jagoon, let the sister talk, and then we could,
Sure, sure, sure.
go ahead. Hello.
Thank you, Dynast. So, um, I do believe that Africans and our brothers across the sea have a lot in common. Even the ones that are denying who they are, when they wake up in the morning, I wonder if they look at themselves in the mirror and say, okay, today my hair is silky and tomorrow is going to be afro. Maybe my hair is afro and I don't like it. Maybe I should straighten it, or maybe scrape it to have gorimakpa, no more hair on the head, so that nobody will know where you come from. You cannot wash yourself off with languages, with insults, deceiving yourself. They say a person who doesn't have a tree that doesn't have a root will die. How long will that tree survive? In the desert, you know, one tree can make a forest. We all need one another, regardless where you find yourself, displaced, undisplaced. But we're all getting those stripes of canes, regardless which hands are plucking those trees, flogging the people across the ocean in Africa. We are one people. That's the way I see. And if I see someone that looks like me, I don't even bother asking them where you're from. And when you speak and don't sound like me, it doesn't matter to me. I embrace you, because there is this thing when we see one another. But if you're in denial, you're on your own, and I don't want to know you. And this message is not for you tonight. So to them that know who they are and proud of who they are, I'm not saying if you want to delineate, I have any issue with you. Do it quick and fast, but in the next 50 years, don't blame anyone, because everything that is being said is recorded on the social media. You cannot rewind and come back and say, oh, I made a mistake. Make sure you keep going forward, never look back, and I will wish you well. But to them that accept and know who they are, and they are proud of it, in sickness and in pain, regardless, because tomorrow is greater and tomorrow is pregnant. We don't know what is going to give birth to. So we should stick together if we want to succeed as one people. You know, if someone is terrorizing your brethren in the continent, for me, I do. You may say, or you don't share anything in common, but it's a disgrace upon you on the other side of the ocean, because they're actually spitting on your face. It's like, what the hell are you going to do? Because they're going to do the same thing to you too. If one of you walk into the office that don't, if you don't open your mouth, you've already been judged. So with all these mistrust, stereotypes, and class differences, even tribalism, xenophobia, colorism, and misunderstanding of our histories, how is it possible that we can form a real fair relationship, partnership, avoiding superiority from either side, and realize that we all need to heal? We have shared ancestry, pain, even resilience, and we are creative people that can find a common ground to unite each other, acknowledging our differences as well, in peace and unity. The Black Americans have, history shaped by slavery and segregation, civil rights struggles. Africans have histories that are shaped by colonialization, ethnic, political issues, migration, and all what may, people plunger in Africa. So, how come we cannot come together, to build this unity? We can all begin to educate our children going forward. If you think we have a bigger future together and we're not going to continue to be slaves, now is the time for you to educate your newborn child to be proud of who they are, to learn about American history, to learn about, if you're an American, learn African history. If you're an African, learn American history. That way we create equal respect for one another, and then we can come together in music, in fashion, in food, in beauty, spirituality. When we know our history, then we can do business, because we can share ideas and knowledge together. You cannot have it all. For the fact to say you're a man living in a high castle, life ain't gonna be complete for you, my dear. The rich also cry. You
It's
understand?
lonely at the top, lonely,
Yes, lonely
lonely,
at the
lonely.
top, lonely, lonely, lonely. Money on my mind, money, money. Don't care what they're talking about me, empathic. So if you are the man on the high mountain, alone by yourself, enjoying life, remember one day it's gonna get lonely and you will die alone in pain. But when you have people that care about you, and there are lots of you with commonalities, you can share, strength with one another. You can tap knowledge from one another. Imagine how great it will be when the two come together, respecting one another, building each other up. Because B might not have something A has, but we can share this together, and recognize when we have sellouts amongst us, and do not allow those, negative voices derail or make us to lose focus. Whatever we do now, we are doing for our future, the future of our children to come. We should not make the same mistakes our forefathers made. We have to move forward. Coming online all the times, bickering against one another. Do not even vest your energy on anyone who say they are not African. They are not my problem. I wish them well. For the few, or for the people that recognize that we are common, we are one people, perhaps maybe as an American, visit Africa. Then you will have something to learn. But if you have never visited Africa and your voice is so loud in confusion, what sort of seed are you sowing? Well, that's it. Thank you, guys.
Time for a nonsense sermon from Reverend Green.
I'm done. I don't even know if anyone is hearing me.
No,
Rise
we
and
don't get a
shine,
lot of
proud
females.
Americans.
Oh
This
my
is
God,
Reverend
man!
Here he
Green.
goes.
Man, Passport bro. Passport King. Twin brother,
I have
man.
one
That's exactly what
question.
it is.
I have one question for the panel. For all the ones who would love to, I'm hearing your where you like to put your money at. You're speaking from the mouth. However, how much money would this take? This venture talking about going to Africa. How much money are y'all talking about? If I was someone to finance a loan for you, How much would you need?
Passport King, I would urge you to visit Africa and then come back to the
How much
platform
would
and
you
tell
need?
us.
Because you're talking about putting our money together. How much money would you need?
I'm asking you to go to Africa and learn about your heritage. If your
What about
true
Akon
cause,
City? What happened to Akon City? I'm
I
not
don't.
putting a dollar into anything that y'all yapping about. Y'all comment.
Do you really think that you're a rich man?
I'm talking to you as well.
Yes, you're talking to me. I'm asking, do you think you're a rich man?
Why did you flee your country?
Flee my country. How do you know where I am?
First of all, ma'am, let's play
How do
hide
you
and
know?
go seek. I could tell where you're at right now.
Where?
You're in a flat somewhere in London with your mom, your two sons.
Really?
Yeah,
You know
yeah.
it all,
I
don't
know
you?
every single hair on your head.
You're so smart.
Yeah, I do.
Oh my God. So
And
all I have to
you want to be over here with the man in the high castle.
man in a high castle. I bet when you sleep at night, sometimes you weep because you don't know who you are. You weep, and when you come online, you want to convince a lot of us
You feel the
help
strength.
you
You know the vibes. You feel the vigor.
not to help you know who
You
you
know what
are.
it is. Go ahead. Tell me that you're mad at me.
I'm not mad at you. I feel sorry for you.
Give me a big hug.
I really
Give me a
feel
big
sorry
hug.
for you.
Give me a big hug.
Why should I hug you?
You feel for me, right?
I feel sorry for you.
So I touch your heart. I touch your heart. So I'm touching your heart. You so out. Yeah, you so upset. I'm touching your heart.
I'm not upset. The interpretation you're giving out.
I want you to relax, all right? Proud
I'm
Americans. Do you see this? They're not too all bad. They just jealous. They want to be one of us, y'all. Time's up.
Oh,
If y'all had babies, they would be
I don't
real
need to talk to
African
you again.
Americans.
I'm done with you now.
Hey, Super African. You were Super African. You were saying earlier about the connection, man, and that's what the peoplehood is about. That's about the ancestry. You can't have peoplehood without the ancestry. So we don't recognize the ancestors coming back to the continent. There's no peoplehood. People who are illiterate think they can form some kind of movement, some kind of peoplehood, some kind of self-determination, and deny the ancestors. The world don't work that way. The world don't allow you to deny your ancestors and think you can establish peoplehood. They laugh at you when they tell you to go back and figure out where you came from. So the problem is we got a lot of ignorant people.
What happened to Akon City?
I don't care about Akon City. I don't like people who promote
What he do with that
rhetoric.
money? Why would I trust you?
Where's your people?
You talking about a building of Wakanda?
That's an
Tell
excellent
me
what type of money would y'all need?
Where is your peoplehood? Tell me how you're going to get peoplehood. Tell me that.
My place is right here. My ancestral homeland.
Not your place.
Right
Not your
here,
place.
the
Your
best
peoplehood.
place in the world.
Peoplehood.
Diaspora immigrants come
Okay,
to the
Reverend
US.
Green, you get the same question that we gave the Passport King. What do we control?
Where's your
over here?
peoplehood
You don't
at?
control the military.
Where is
You don't control the currency.
How-
You don't control the
How you going to
borders.
get peoplehood, bro?
Even the
How you going to
richest
get
man in
peoplehood?
Africa, he holds all his money in the U.S. banks in J.P. Morgan. Majority of it.
How
Yeah,
are you going to establish peoplehood? How are you going to establish peoplehood? How does it
They
work?
have to write
Tell me the
treasury
step.
bonds for him.
Tell me the steps of how you're going to establish peoplehood.
They
Tell me that, brother.
financing his loans.
Yeah, tell me
Y'all
how you're
don't
going to
own
get that
nothing.
peoplehood. Tell me how
You
you're going
live
to
in
get
a
the
pipe dream,
reparations,
bro.
brother.
You live
Tell
in
me
a
how
pipe
you're going to get
dream.
the reparations. Tell me how you're
Put
going to
down
get
the
the
crack pipe,
reparations.
bro.
Tell me how you going
Put down the
tell me
crack
how you going
pipe.
to get the reparations. Tell me how you going to get the reparations, bro. That's what you need to tell me. How you going to get them?
Put down the bushmeat.
Knock it off, bro. All the silliness. You guys are silly. You don't know what peoplehood is. Knock it off. It's silliness. And I'm here. Everybody who come on this platform,
You trying to
and you
cash a
listen to
check that your mouth can't
everybody
afford.
who come to this platform, I'm the perfect guy for you clowns. I'm telling you clowns to knock it off. You don't even know what peoplehood is. Knock the nonsense off. It's nonsense.
You're not my people. You
No,
talking about going? You talking about? You telling me I'm down for standing in this country? That's my people built from the ground up.
Listen, y'all hear this form? I said, "Where's his peoplehood?" He told me, "I'm not his people." That
No,
shows
you're
that
not
you're
my
not
people.
qualified. You're not qualified, bro. You're not qualified.
You're not my people.
You know,
You're not a
I'm
proud
embarrassing.
American.
I'm embarrassing you. I'm embarrassing you guys right now.
You're not a proud
I'm embarrassed.
American. You don't believe in God.
No, you're embarrassing yourself.
I'm embarrassing you guys right now. Everybody's listening to who's listening to this right now. These guys do not know what peoplehood is, but they want to lead you. These are the guys who want to lead you who don't know what peoplehood is. These are the guys who want to lead
know
you.
what peoplehood is because you can't explain it.
It's time to drain the swamp, y'all.
Oh, I can explain it, but I want you to tell me.
Right,
I want you to.
good.
No, hold up. No. We don't. No, bro. We don't. No. We don't do that. You're the guys. No. You're not going to overtalk me, bro. You're not going to overtalk me. You're the guys who said. You are the guys who saying you're going to delineate. If you're going to delineate, tell me what peoplehood is. If you're going to delineate, tell me what peoplehood is.
What the hell is people?
I'm not upset, bro. No.
TPS. TPS accordingly.
No, bro. What you guys try to do is you start talking rhetoric and nonsense. You start talking rhetoric and nonsense. If you're going to no. A simple question. Simple question. No, bro. If you're going to delineate, tell me what peoplehood is. If you're going to delineate, tell me what peoplehood is.
Prison babble. Was you
if you can't answer that question, I don't have to talk to you. If you can't answer that question, you're not on the level to talk to me, and I'm not going to talk to you. If you don't know what peoplehood is, and you want to have these nonsense conversations, I'm not talking to you, bro.
That's the thing.
I'm not talking to you, bro. You don't know what peoplehood is. When I first came on this panel, all the other brothers know what peoplehood is. But you guys are going to delineate. You guys scream delineation. You guys scream delineation all day, but you don't know what peoplehood is. So I just showed you the clownery and the foolery. It's clownery and it's foolery, and you're asking me what it is, but you're going to delineate. You're going to delineate, but you don't know what peoplehood is, bro. Move on. You can talk all about what you want to talk. I'm not talking to you, bro.
Yeah, good. I'm glad because it's prison babble.
I'm not answering none of your questions until you talk about what happened to Akon City.
You said peoplehood like 50 times, and I said
Akon City is only one thing.
What is peoplehood?
Reverend
Like, no, I'm not going to tell you. So you don't know
what happened to it.
It's just babble, man.
What about it?
It's like prison babble. That guys that get locked up when they come out.
It's supposed to be a city. Okay. What happened to it?
So
it's supposed to be there in Africa. You said, hey, everybody should come. Everybody should leave America.
Okay.
Africa's the place for.
Again.
What happened?
What about it?
Yeah.
What about it?
And Reverend Green, that's what's funny. They want us.
What happened to? Yeah. What happened to Akon City? All that money. No. He put
America.
He put billions into that. He stole billions.
First of all, let me correct you. First of all, let me correct you on
come to the
something.
USA
He did not himself put billions. He got a credit line. He got a credit line from China. So it's clear that you don't know what you're talking about. He got a credit line through China.
Talk about it. Talk about it. What happened?
No, I had to correct you on it.
All I asked was what was peoplehood. Apparently, his refusal to answer what peoplehood was so indignant he had to leave the stream. Y'all was all ganging up on me. That's I was like, okay, cool. Y'all can gang up on me. I'm standing on my square.
Yo, Super Africa, you there?
What's peoplehood? I ain't call him out his name.
I
didn't insult his parents. I didn't insult his lineage. All I asked was, hey, what is peoplehood?
Yeah. So listen.
Let
me ask you a question, Super Africa, right? So
yes,
Mr. Passport King, right? He does not believe that the AS control their own resources. Do they not control their own resources?
Oh, absolutely, they control their own resources. What's wrong with the
Thank you.
AES is just a retarded version of Akon City. That's it.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
How?
Messi,
Green, stop
That's a
trolling.
Russian
Messi.
That's
Reverend
just a
Green,
Russian
stop
background.
trolling.
If the
Stop
AES
trolling.
control their
Bring
own
facts.
That's
resources, why
crazy,
do these
bro.
Bring
countries
facts.
still have
Bring
dirt
facts.
Let me say
roads,
this, right? Let
dirt
me say this real
floors,
quick,
and
right?
shanty
They
towns?
bankrolling from the Kremlin.
Why do those
So hold
countries
on,
not have a
wait, hold on,
stable
Super
power
Africa, hold on,
grid if they
1
control their
second.
own
Super
resources?
Africa, yes, they do control their own resources. You can look it up. I just
They
told you.
didn't take control of their own resources.
Yes, they did. Look it up. I can tell you, Burkina Faso.
So why don't those countries have a stable
They
power
still
grid?
get funding from the
What you mean? They're
Kremlin.
building their
Yeah, they
grid right
do.
now as we speak. They're building their grid right now as they speak. So what are you talking about, Pastor King?
That's why Vladimir Putin came
so they're
there
in
and
process of
visited.
building the power grid. And what about the
Are
dirt
you?
roads and dirt
Yeah,
floors? They also
they're
take care of
building
that too?
they're building roads. They're building infrastructure. And what else?
Sound like
What else you want to
Akon
know?
City to me.
I think Reverend Green is right. This
Am I
It's
right,
not
chat?
Akon City. No,
If
it's
I'm
not
right, chat,
Akon.
this sound like
Hold on.
Akon
This sounds
City.
No,
like
it's
a
not.
Wakanda
No, it's not
fantasy to
Akon.
me.
Hold on. Let
Everything
me
they
answer.
No,
Let
this
talking
me
about
answer your question.
Akon City.
Let me answer.
sound
Let
like
me
a
answer your
Wakanda
question.
fantasy.
Let me answer your question, Passport King. You can go on YouTube right now, and you can see them building roads and infrastructure right now on YouTube. Right now as we speak. So what are
I
you
can
talking
see
about?
ducks playing the piano on YouTube. That don't mean nothing, man. Come on.
You just sat here and you just said, "Oh, what about the dirt roads? Are they building any roads? Are they building any
Okay,
infrastructure?" I just told you that.
okay. I'll take you at your word. How long is it going to take them to pay all the roads in the various members states? I guess that's what you call them in the AES. How long is it going to take them? What's the timeline?
So how long do you think it's going to take between right
No,
now
I'm
from
asking
2020?
you.
Okay, so the
You're the
estimate. Okay,
expert. I'm asking
so
you.
I'll
How long
tell
do you
you.
think it's going to
Okay,
take?
sure. I'll tell you. From 2026 to
Yeah, I need some
2030.
guarantees.
From
Yeah, go ahead.
2026 to 2030. What else?
So
Ask
in
me any other
4
question.
years, it should be completed. You should have nice paved roads, no more dirt floors, no more shanty towns. It should be looking as good or better than Dubai, right?
I said the roads and I said the infrastructure. That was the question. That's what you said.
Now who gonna be teaching at the schools?
Burkina Faso, Malians, and Nigerians.
Okay, not Dr. Umar.
No, not Dr. Umar.
Why not?
What you mean? Why not?
Why not?
And wait a minute,
You not
who's building
qualified?
these? Check this. Who's building these roads in the AES? Are the people building themselves, or the Chinese in those countries building?
No.
Are they building, or is the Chinese building?
They are building themselves.
You sure it's not the Chinese?
Yes, there's no Chinese.
Because China has done a lot of work in Africa.
No,
And you know what's so funny?
Passport
A
King.
few
No.
years
So when
after
we
they
talking about
completed,
money, they all of a sudden
Total
they don't even know,
architecture
see they don't even know what
Passport
the infrastructure
Passport
cost would
King.
be.
Passport
How
King.
much
They
is
have
this
a
gonna
thing.
cost?
Passport King. They have
How
a
much
thing
is this
called
Akon
Faso
City gonna
Mabel.
cost?
Faso Mabel. They sitting there building the roads and infrastructure their damn selves. And they
All
have
right,
the
guys,
reports and
let me.
everything.
My bad. I had stepped away. Let me read the super chat. It's all by design. Thank you for $5 holla. Africa owes a lot of debt to the World Bank. Indigenous people in Africa don't own their land like they should. Mostly foreign powers own it. Or no?
Thank you.
No,
That's
they
the
don't.
truth.
No, it's not. What happened? Hello, she left.
I think she dropped. I think the
Yeah,
connection
she
must have dropped
bounced.
off or something.
Okay. Yeah,
But what else,
Other
Passport
cat
King? What
who's
else?
talking about personhood or whatever the heck he was
Connection
talking
dropped off
about.
for me.
Okay.
I just asked him to define it, and he kept repeating peoplehood. He repeated like 50 times. All I said was, "What is peoplehood?"
Oh, shout out to Pharaoh. Pharaoh paid his $10 tariff. Go ahead, Pharaoh.
Okay, welcome back.
brother.
No.
Yeah.
He
I just
asked
want
you. He asked you, Passport King.
hold on, brother. I just want to apologize for that, brother Dinus. Brandon. He kind of made me angry because he went to slandering and instead of sticking to the information, he went to slandering and I kind of lost my cool and that word slipped out of my mouth. So yeah, I definitely apologize for that.
That's okay, man. We're all human, No one's perfect.
So what happened to Akon City?
Man,
Dude, we're not talking about Akon
Passport
City.
Why
We're talking
wasn't it
about the
successful?
AES. We're talking about the AES, bro.
However, Reverend Green
you
raises a
wasting your
good
time with
point.
these,
Africa's track record on these projects are horrible.
Isn't Senegal part of the AES?
Okay. Oh, no, they're not part of the AES. No, they're not.
He doesn't even know it's geographic.
Look,
Come on
you
now.
don't even know. It's three
Where
countries:
Akon
Mali,
City
Nigeria,
supposed to
and
be?
Burkina Faso.
Where was Akon City supposed to be at then?
Senegal, they're not part of the AES. It's Senegal, man. What else? What else do you want to know, Reverend Green?
With man in the high castle, man.
Okay, thank you. He doesn't
Passport
know what the hell
King.
he's talking
Passport
about.
King, man. Why you call yourself Passport King? How come you can't find your wife in America? Why you have to be a
I can find a
passport king to
wife
find
wherever I want.
your
As long as she's
girlfriend?
a...
Oh, no.
Nah, man, nah.
Wait a
You
minute,
supposed to
hold
be
on, wait a
America
minute.
first, man.
Wait a minute,
You're
hold on. You
American to the
tried to pull this
highest.
before, Masaka. Wait a
You are
minute.
American
So
to the
y'all in the
highest, man.
diaspora, y'all can flee
You
your
are American to the
countries,
highest.
go to the
You are
West,
American
never
to the
want to return
highest, man.
home, but Americans aren't allowed to travel? What kind of retarded
Donald
thinking
Trump
is
an
that?
immigrant.
He did not
So
say
wait a
that. He
minute.
did not. He did not say that.
Wait, no, but that's
Trump
what
is
he's
an
trying to
immigrant.
imply. So
Passport
U.S.
King.
citizens, we're not allowed to
Passport King.
travel?
Donald Trump
No,
is an
seriously, we're
immigrant.
not allowed to travel?
Donald Trump was never here.
And guess
in the
what?
17,
And check it, Masaka. Let's say you're right. Let's say I did get a wife from a foreign country.
Passport
Okay,
King.
and so what?
Passport King.
What if I
You
did?
come
Okay,
here
so
every
what?
day
What now?
and call yourself American, right? You come here every day and call yourself how wonderful
Who's the
as American you are,
president of
right?
AES?
Why do you need a
Who's the people
girlfriend
from?
or
You want
wife
me to
outside
name
of
the
America
people?
then?
Assimi
Who's the
Why do you
Goita?
president of the
travel?
AES?
Right
Akon?
Why
now?
do you have to travel to
No,
find
Ibrahim
yourself a
So
Traore.
girlfriend or
Right
Masaka,
wife,
you
now.
Passport
believe
King?
that American citizens shouldn't travel? That we should
I
just
never.
stay in the United States of
That's not
I
the
never.
point.
America
Listen.
when
I
y'all
never
come from
said
countries where
Why
your
do you
people
have to be a
flee any
passport king?
chance they
Passport
get?
King. You
I wouldn't
cannot
trust
talk
Why do
y'all
you
with
about
have to be
nothing.
a
Passport
passport
King. You
king?
I'm
cannot
trying to
talk
understand
about
his
fleeing.
logic.
No, you can't talk about fleeing when the FBA's flee to Canada, Mexico, Trinidad,
Wait,
Liberia,
No, he's
FBA's are in
Haiti.
fleeing
Canada
because he
and
Like,
don't
come
want to.
on,
Mexico.
man.
He
Yes,
can't
Really?
they
find his
did
wife
flew to
in
Really?
Mexico. They
America.
have a town. There's FBA's in Mexico, dude.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay,
You can
sure.
look it up. Yeah, you can look it up.
Yeah. Well,
You
those
can
aren't
look it up.
FBAs. Those are people
So,
who left America and they had a
so
separate
now they're not FBA.
ethnogenesis.
So now they're not FBAs no more.
No, hold on. Are
Is this
FBA
the people who you
Africans?
talking about that you was
Yeah,
yapping
the
about?
same way that FBAs aren't African. We had an ethnogenesis. Any people that left and they've been gone for a couple of centuries or over 100 years, they're not the same people anymore. That's already
Okay.
several generations.
Okay. But you said
Hold
they
on.
don't flee though,
Do
right?
y'all hold on? Do y'all claim that Japanese are just Western Koreans? Yes or no? Do y'all
Dude, I have
claim
no
that
idea what you're
Koreans are
talking
just Southern Chinese? They all have a lineage if you look
Of
at their
course they
genetics. But
have a
guess
lineage.
what?
I mean,
Okay, but
listen,
they had an
dude.
ethnogenesis. So why do you
Okay,
respect other countries'
any
ethnogenesis,
person
but you
that thinks a
refuse to
Japanese
respect Black
person is
Americans?
Chinese is a
That's the
moron.
problem right there that we
No,
have
that ain't
with
the
y'all
problem right there
Pan-Africanists
because you
and
sat
and the
here.
diaspora. Because
You
y'all won't
sat here
respect.
and you said that what's his face? Everyone else flee except y'all, and that's just not true.
I didn't say no
It's
one
not.
else had an ethnogenesis. I'm saying y'all refuse to
You
respect the
sat here.
ethnogenesis of Black
You
Americans. That's the
you
problem.
literally sat here and you said that everyone else flee and they come there, and I said you guys flee also. That's what I
Wait,
said.
how do we flee? Explain.
Okay, so you saying to me,
explain.
Are you saying to me as an intellectual as yourself that you don't know that FBA flee to Canada, they flee to Mexico, they went to Liberia, they went to Haiti, and they also went to
Name
Trinidad.
somebody.
Okay.
Name somebody notable.
Okay. Well, hold on. Wait. No, let him
Name
go on,
somebody
Reverend Green. Please let him
notable.
go on. So wait a minute. Are the
You can't name
Are the people that
5.
went to Canada? Are they?
You
Hold on.
just
Yeah,
babbling.
he's BSing.
No, I'm not babbling because you can look
he's
That's
at
babbling.
Anchor
Hold on,
Baby
I got
babble.
him, Reverend Green. So wait a minute. Hold on, Masaka. So the ones that went to Canada, are they now Canadian citizens or are they U.S. citizens?
Are they not FBA? Yes or no?
No. That's a simple question.
Are they not descendants?
U.S.
Are they
citizens?
are they
Canadian
not descendants?
citizens?
Are they not
No.
descendants
Are they
of
Canadian
FBA?
citizens or are they U.S. citizens?
Are they not descendants
No.
of FBA?
There's no
Okay,
ambiguity.
so where did they come from?
You
Where
don't
did they come
understand
from?
the
Okay,
question.
no, let's
If
kill
you
the
can't
argument.
understand the
So where
question,
did
you're not in a position to.
the
ones that
did
went
those
to
FBAs
Liberia,
that
are
went
they
to
Liberian
Liberia?
citizens or are they U.S.?
Where did they come from? Did they not come from America? Did they not?
Proud Americans, if you flee, you're an honorary tether by default.
Cleared.
So you're calling all your
These are the
ancestors
people we're supposed to be
honorary
allies
tethers.
with. The lot of them combined, you can't make one brain cell. For the love of God, Jesus Christ. Can't believe this.
What is
This
the
is what we gotta have.
definition of fleeing?
Man,
What is your
man,
definition of
Passport King.
fleeing?
I mean, that's what
Because I
y'all
don't
say.
think
Y'all
y'all
say everyone else
understand.
flee.
Passport
Y'all
King.
say everyone else
Passport
flee.
King, I told you, right? Why do you have to travel out of the country for you to
You
find
already
yourself a
embarrassed.
girlfriend or wife? Why?
Traveling and
Why?
fleeing is two
Why?
different
Why do
things.
you
It's just
have to
how little
travel?
you do
Why
things.
you have to
And
call
your
yourself
Are
poor
you
reasoning
living in your
skills.
homeland? No.
Why?
Exactly.
Are you
You're
scared
not
of your
living in
own
your
wife?
place of birth.
Man, are you scared of your own females in your own country because of what?
Why
They're
can't
gonna
you go
bitch
back to
the
Jamaica?
S out of you. They're gonna bitch the S out of you and take your house and take everything that you have worked for. Give you child support. You can't see your child. No, are you scared of that? Are you scared of that, Passport King? There's an element about your fearness.
So this is all about fear because we
I'm
don't want to
sorry.
leave
Wait a
the
minute. Hold on.
United
I
States
missed
of
it.
America.
Why do you have to call yourself a Passport
Sorry,
King?
I missed
But you
this
always come
babble.
here
What was he
and
saying?
why you listen? You come here, right?
Why are
and
you
beat
in
your chest.
Yeah, I'm
FBA
listening. I'm trying to
business?
hear your babble.
Well, tell your
No,
Bible
let him get out, Reverend
cousin.
Green. I want to hear his "I
Tell
got
your
you," his
Bible
new
cousin
"I
to be
got you"
quiet for a minute.
question or whatever you
For a
got.
minute, right?
What you got?
It's not a got you question. It's just how you perceive yourself,
It
right?
is.
Super
You come here
Africa.
every
Whatever
day,
you
right?
think you got.
You
Let's
come
hear it.
you
Whatever
come
you
here
think
every
you
Super
day,
got.
right?
Africa.
Let's hear it.
Man, say,
Super Africa. According to him, they don't flee.
You come here every day, right? And bitch says how much of American you are, right? Nothing wrong with that. But my issue with you, right? Why do you have to flee to another country for you to find yourself a girlfriend or a wife? That's my issue, because at the end of the day, your wife or your girlfriend is supposed to be in America. If you so much as American, right? You know, with the you know what I'm saying, like with the 13th colony, right? 1786, right? Why you gotta flee? Because then if you find another wife or girlfriend in another country, what technically you are
Bro,
doing,
pause.
you
No
messing up your
Diddy. You
DNA.
sound
You messing up your
zesty as hell,
DNA.
bro.
You messing up your DNA in America because
Al
then you gotta
Green,
flee
Al
and
Green, man,
find
put
yourself
down those
another
drinks,
wife.
man. Drop the Hennessy, bro.
I'm trying to understand his logic, where he's going with this.
No, I'm saying
Where's I get you
consider
doing I
yourself
got
as an
you, but
American,
where is
right?
this
He
line of
player
Consider
hating
reasoning
too.
yourself
going?
as a
He's
super
pretty much
American, right?
saying why you're not dating your sisters, man.
That's what I'm trying
Why
to
you
say.
pocket
Exactly.
watching?
What are you?
You know what pocket
No,
watching is, dude?
no, hey,
Why you
Fade
eye
High
hustling
Castle.
so heavy,
Fade
bro?
High Castle.
I'm
What's
trying to
You need to
good?
be
understand
Yo,
checked.
man, drop the Hennessy,
where is
bro.
his
Drop the
argument
Hennessy, bro.
going?
He's
You need
just
to be
saying
checked
that.
Where's
too,
this
right?
argument going?
Listen, like me, right? I consider
Do
myself
you
super African,
qualify,
right?
bro?
Hold on,
Like you TPS or something?
Me, I consider myself super
I'm
African,
American,
right?
bro.
So which means now my wife have to be African. I'm not gonna go to Asia to find a wife. I'm not gonna
When
go
are
to
you
Europe
gonna
to find a
leave?
wife. You understand me, right? My wife have to
Why
be
do you
Al
an
Green,
why do
African
you
man.
because you
assume
Put
know
I'm
down the
what?
going to
Hennessy,
I
Asia?
man.
consider
And let's say I
myself
did go
Put
to
down
super
the
Asia.
Hennessy.
That's
African.
my
You consider
business.
yourself
Hold on,
super
why do you
American.
assume I'm going to
Why your wife
Asia?
have to be non-American? Why you
Okay,
messing up
yeah, and
your
so what?
bloodline? Why you
So
messing up your
U.S. citizens aren't
bloodline?
allowed to
Why
travel?
you messing up your
Wait a
bloodline
minute.
with a tether?
I'm sorry.
Why you
When did
messing up
this
your
rule come
bloodline with a
about that
tether?
U.S.
By your
citizens aren't
talking
allowed to
point,
travel?
by your logic, every day you come in every day and call people tethers and call
So
yourself how
you
much of
hold
an
on.
American you are, right?
If
Why
okay,
are you trying
Masaka,
to
take a
mess up
breath.
your
Take a breath.
bloodline?
If U.S. citizens
Why
aren't
are you
allowed to
trying to mess up your
travel, why do
bloodline?
U.S. passports exist?
No, listen, no.
U.S.
It's not
passports
about
are
that.
just for show?
No, listen. You call yourself passport bro,
Because you're not making
now,
sense, man.
which
You're just
means now you gotta
babbling.
travel outside the country and look for a
Damn,
vagina.
he hating. Why you hating so heavy, bro?
Why are you trying to look for a
Yeah,
Reverend
vagina
Green,
as
I'm
an
trying
Is
to
you
understand where
this
he's
your
Reverend
going
Green,
with
argument?
this.
you are the
Hey,
This
number
is
one
not
hater.
making
hey,
Reverend
is this
sense.
Green.
how Pan African works, yo?
Reverend Green, you the number one,
This
you
is
the
not
number one
making no
argumentative.
sense.
You come over here, you
I'm
cause
trying to see
disruption
how
every
like
time.
Pan African works, bro.
You cause a lot of disruption every time you come in the panel, dude.
Yeah, to the brother, what
This is crazy.
what nationality you claim?
Who,
The man
me?
in the hot castle.
Oh, he's American, proud American.
American.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to ask that.
Yeah, that's what he says. He says he's a proud American. He's a delineation
Delineation is
king.
holy.
It's like
Delineation is ordained by the
apparently that's
Most
an
High.
insult. We supposed to insult the America and insult the American flag, and we supposed to be ashamed to be U.S. citizens. Meanwhile, the people trying to get us to and feel that way are doing everything possible to try to get a visa to get into this country so they can
Right.
overstay to
Passport
become an
king.
illegal alien.
Passport king.
It
See,
makes
they want it
sense.
both
Come
ways,
on, man.
right? They backwards, man.
Do you control Homeland Security? Do you decide who comes in and out the country? No,
I
you don't.
voted for
And since
this.
you did,
I voted for this.
We're back to just this retarded reason again.
No, it's not
Hey,
retarded. Because
do you control logical reasoning and common sense? Let's start there. Because that's not even
let's continue what you're saying. No,
smart
because you
question.
sat here.
Hold on.
Take the
Some of y'all black
$2,100 and get out of here. Get out my
and
country.
you said to everyone else on this panel, you clearly said,
Yeah.
"Oh,
Hey, there you go.
you had to come get a visa and come over here." So I asked you a simple question: do you control Homeland Security, and do you decide who comes in and out the country?
Is that a
and
lie?
the answer is no. You don't control.
If you're not a U.S. citizen and you come from certain countries of the
Do
world,
you
do they not
control
need
who
visas? Is that a
comes
lie?
in and out the country? Yes or no? Do you? You don't.
That's the federal
You
government
don't.
does that. Y'all
Okay,
don't
but
understand
you
basic
don't.
U.S.
You
civics.
don't because you said you don't. You don't.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Y'all think? Wait a minute. I know y'all worship the King of England. Used to be the Queen of England. Do y'all think America's a monarchy? I don't think y'all understand how our government works. We're not a monarchy.
So if you control what you're,
we have something called the U.S. Constitution.
The people that come in
and the
and
U.S.
out.
Constitution.
So why don't you go kick out the 500,000 Ukrainians that came in through TSP?
We don't have.
Why don't you kick out the 500,000 Ukrainians that came out
to
the
pack up and
TSP?
leave. Y'all unwelcome guests here. Get out my country.
I don't kick out
Get out my
the
country.
500,000 TSP.
Pack up and leave. You don't love America like I do, then leave.
Hey,
TPS,
that's
Reverend
not my
Green, man.
problem.
Put down the Hennessy, man. Put down the Hennessy, bro.
You're nothing but a heathen. Get out of here, you Pan-African communist.
And instead,
put down the Hennessy.
You voted for Kamala.
I ain't vote for Kamala, moron.
Yeah, you did.
I got no sympathy for the Haitians. I said Kamala, not Kamala.
No, I'm talking about Reverend Green. He said that.
You voted for Kamala.
No, I don't. I'm not a Democrat. I'm an independent.
You do it again, right?
No, I won't.
I could care less.
See, you did it once then. You said no, I won't.
I did it once.
So you did it once.
I did not vote for Kamala.
Yeah, you did.
No, I did not.
You campaigned for Kamala Harris.
Dude, I'm not. I'm an independent. I'm not Democrat or Republican. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so you part of the why you voting? Why you registered in the American political scene?
Am I not supposed to participate in local elections?
When you talking about going to Africa?
Am I not supposed to participate in local
pack
elections?
Your bags.
So how about you go pack your bags?
So who's supposed to sponsor this trip to Africa?
Okay, maybe yourself.
Akon City?
You and yourself. How about that?
You babbling about nothing.
No, you babbling about nothing. You freaking Hennessy.
What year did you drop out of school?
Huh? Y'all live in a fantasy.
What year did you stop going to school?
What you say, Alki? What you say, Alki?
What year did you go out of school?
Huh?
What year did you drop out of school?
Ask your mom that. How about that?
What year did you drop out of school, bro?
Ask your mom that. How about that?
They get you like an SSI check or something? Like, what's good?
Yeah,
like,
ask your mom that.
You sound like you got nuts and bolts missing, bro.
Yeah.
Answer the man question.
When you leave to Africa again?
Ask your mom that. How about that?
That's all you got, bro?
Flag Day was what?
Yeah.
Why you upset?
Ask your mom that. No, I ain't upset.
Why you upset, bro? That you had a
Don't be like Brandon. Don't be like
upset?
Brandon and Dumbo or Dumby. Hey, just answer.
Holy mud cookies. Now you all shy and shit.
Who's all shy? I'm talking to you.
Haitian Flag Day was May 18th of this year, right? The Haitians were posting video on social media. They was playing their music for their country. They were so proud. The next month, which was last Thursday, when the Supreme Court said that anti-TPS, the very same Haitians that was waving their flags, playing their music, crying about going back to Haiti, talking about it's a death sentence. Y'all the ones who have identity crisis. Y'all want us to be ashamed to be in the USA while y'all doing everything possible to get in and stay in. Y'all have no claims in this
Passport
country.
King. I've never said to anyone not to be
they
proud
get
of
these
America.
crisis actors on TV.
Y'all can
Is it wild?
shame,
You know?
insult, guilt need to be right. No one is
I want to be an immigration attorney when I grow up.
Nobody
King, you know what's your problem?
Psychology no more.
Passport King, you know what's your
I want to
problem?
be an immigration attorney when I grow up.
You'll go on YouTube, you'll go on TikTok and see a couple videos you think everyone thinks the same. No one is not on monolith.
Okay, so Oh, so the Haitians aren't crying about being deported? They
So
really
are you
want to go back
saying?
to Haiti.
So are you
You're telling me
saying?
that's
So are you
what's
saying?
going on.
So are you saying
Hold
all
The
Haitians
Haitians
are
are
crying?
happy to
Trust
go
the
back to
process.
Haiti to hang out with barbecue.
Are you saying
They're
all
happy to
Haitians
go
are
back to
saying?
Haiti and hang out with
I'm
their
asking you. Did you talk
barbecue.
to all
Trust the
Haitians?
process.
Did you talk to all Haitians?
Oh, so okay. So the Haitians are happy to go back. That's what you're saying, Masaka.
I'm asking you. Did you talk to all Haitians?
Hold
I'm
on.
just asking you.
Hold on. They're happy to go back, be
325,000
with
of them
barbecue,
packing up.
and build up Haiti. They're looking
Okay, so
They
let
forward
me
to it.
answer.
fighting.
So hold on. So let me answer your question. I had a coworker that was Haitian, right?
Yeah.
He
Oh boy, here we
he
go.
packed he packed up and he left. So what's the problem? He didn't cry. He left.
So he left. Okay. What about
so
the other
what?
350,000? Excuse me, 349,000.
Why didn't you take him in, bro? Why didn't you take him in? Huh? Why didn't you take him in? Go to Africa with him. Are you housing illegals or something, bro?
Yo, man, you an alky.
That is a federal
you
crime.
sound like you on some wild stuff, bro. Like,
Yo, how many
That's a
drinks?
federal
How many drinks
crime.
have you had?
You
How
will
many
go to
drinks have
federal
you had?
prison.
How
Don't
many
do
drinks
that.
have you
Don't
had,
house
man?
illegal aliens. If you get caught, you will go to federal prison. That is a federal crime. I could drop the law in the chat that you're breaking.
Okay.
that's
letting
wild.
You know,
So,
hey.
But
y'all
anyways,
really
Pastor
on
King,
that.
what was you saying?
How did you get this deep into that game, bro? That's
you saying, Pastor King?
treasonous. You don't love this red, white, and blue?
Dude, drop the alcohol, man.
Someone put in the chat. I'm
So
sick of this
you
talking
saying you're
point.
not celebrating the 4th of July?
USA is exploiting Haiti. Y'all all
I
got
would
that
rather
same
celebrate
talking point.
Juneteenth
The
than 4th
USA
of
is
July,
exploiting the
man.
West Caribbean. USA is exploiting Africa. But do y'all tell Black Americans we complain? We don't pull ourselves up by the bootstrap? No, y'all the biggest complainers. Y'all the biggest tax cheats, scammers, frauds. And guess what? Under this administration, and even if Trump doesn't become president, well, he can't become president. Even if the Republican don't win the next election, even if a Democrat, which I doubt is going to win, but by some slim snowball's chance in hell, even if a Democrat wins the next presidential election in 2028, between the delineation movement, the nationalism, there's no going back. It's hit critical mass. Even if a Democrat wins in 2028, they're not going to be able to turn the clock back to what Biden was doing. That's done.
Passport
Yes,
King.
sir. Yes.
You have to understand.
I'm listening.
Okay, Republicans want to bring
what?
Republicans want to bring white people in this country, and Democrats
What
want to
else
bring
is
every
new?
other person.
Hold
okay,
on, you don't know U.S. history? That's nothing new.
Listen. Okay, and Democrats want to
What else
bring
is
other
new?
people in. Democrats want
You
to
heard of
bring
Ellis
other
Island,
people.
right? What you think Ellis Island was about?
Democrats want to bring other people to this country too. So it does not matter who you vote for.
Why didn't y'all come in here the right way? That's the crazy shit.
Well, guess what?
Like, you they wouldn't be even on TPS if they came through the right way.
Masaka, you trying to apply that I'm okay with white people coming in, but not okay with people
I
in the
never
diaspora.
said you was okay.
I don't
never
care about either one because guess what? None of those groups.
I never
whether
said
they're Europeans.
I never said that you was okay.
Australians,
South
Africans,
I clearly said
from the diaspora.
I
or
clearly said
none of those groups rock with my people.
I clearly
so I
okay. So I clearly stated to you, no matter who is in office, they're gonna bring immigrants in this country anyway. That's what I said.
Well, guess what?
You're not gonna fight it?
Hold on.
Huh?
But you're partially wrong.
So you be welcoming
I'm partially wrong. Okay, so let's talk about it.
Hold on. Let me explain why.
So you think it's a good? You think it's a good thing?
Hold on. Let's talk about it, right?
So are you for mass illegal immigration?
How many South African or white South Africans did they brought in this country? How many?
Are you for mass illegal immigration?
How many? How many did they bring in this country?
Self-deported themselves. They left.
I'm talking about. A
bunch of them left. You know why?
I'm talking about.
We got 20 million illegals up in here,
They realize
and you're talking about a handful of South Africans.
Passport King.
Cut
I'm
it
talking
out.
about
A lot of them
white
left.
South
You sound
Africans.
backwards as
How
hell.
many
A
did they
lot of
bring
them
in this
left. They
country?
realized how sweet they had in South Africa. They didn't have
No,
it.
a lot
Cause
that
see,
haven't
hold
left.
on.
There's
When
about
they came to
8,000 in this
America, you
country.
know what they thought? They thought they was going to be put up in all expense paying mansion estates and have black servants. When they came to America,
Shout out to
they
South Africa
recognized
right now getting
they
busy.
recognized it wasn't as sweet as they thought it would be. And guess what? Many of them packed their bags and they went back to South Africa. Now there's a new group
They
coming.
all
And let me
haven't
tell you.
left.
Hold
They're
on.
still in the country.
The new group that's coming, half of them are going to be going within 2 years. Because when they recognize, hey, this ain't South Africa. We had it way easy over there. We can't buck up at Black Americans the way they can buck up at the Zulus and the other groups because they could get upside their head. You know, they be like, you know what? We out. We're going back home. That's exactly what they want to do. They ain't going to be here for long. They come, they basically coming for a short stay vacation and they going
Now,
back
what
home.
about them 350,000 illegal Haitian immigrants?
Dude, we off that topic. We're not talking about Haitians no more, dude.
Okay. Bon voyage.
Okay, so
C'est
what
la
about the
vie.
five? So okay, so Al Green. So what
Who
about
next?
the five?
Hey,
So what
who
about
next?
okay?
Who up
So
next?
what about the 500,000 Ukrainians that's on TSP? What
Who
about
up
them?
next?
Okay, and so what about them?
What about them? No, I'm asking Al Green. What
What
about them?
about the starving kids across Europe? What about them, huh?
Exactly.
You ever think about
Yo,
that?
this dude drunk. He drunk as hell, man. He don't know what the hell he talking about.
No, you talk about the
Yeah, you never
Ukrainians,
put
and
too much thought into that
No,
one.
I'm not
And
talking
hold
Pastor
on.
King. Pastor King.
Hold on.
I'm not talking Pastor King. I wasn't talking to you. I'm talking about Al Green.
No, but I'm
He just
answering your
rap.
question.
He
The
just rambling.
Ukrainians, I hate to take up for them, they actually have a legitimate grievance. There is an ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine, and Russia and Ukraine been shelling the hell out of each other. So their TPS is actually legitimate.
hold on. So
whether you agree with it or not, they are in a war zone.
Hold on. So you as a Black American, right? You're saying that they have a legit war. So Sudan doesn't have a legit war. DRC doesn't have a war. Libya doesn't
Time
have
to
a
pack
war.
it
Is
up.
that what you're saying?
Go back to the lyrics.
Okay, and so you saying that those groups that you just mentioned, they have a right to be in the United States. Now, why?
No, I'm just asking you. I'm not. Hey, listen. I'm just asking you. You just said
I'm gonna
they have a
call you
legit
on it.
reason.
How
So
much
I'm
money
asking.
did
not
y'all
saying that
steal?
okay, I'm gonna say yes.
Under Biden.
Hold on.
Y'all
Okay.
stole
Yes,
billions
you're
and
right.
billions
Now, why should those
out
groups
there in Minnesota.
Hold on, Reverend Green. Yes, you're right, Masaka. Now, why should those groups be in the United States? Go. I'm gonna be quiet. You plead their case. Explain why they should be in the USA.
I'm not.
I'll
Listen.
be quiet.
I'm not pleading for no one's case. I just wanted to hear your opinion. That's it. I'm not pleading no one's case.
No.
That's my only question
Plead
for
your
you.
case. Why should the people from
How am I?
DRC,
How
as you
am I?
say, the
How
other
am I
ones
going?
should be in the
Listen,
USA? Plead your case.
Why?
No, go
Do you
ahead. Plead your
think
case.
illegal immigrants should get reparations?
Why?
Huh?
No, they shouldn't.
When the Democrats come back? Because
Did you
they
hear-
already
did-
saying that's what
Reverend
they're
Green,
going to do.
Did you hear what I said? I said no, they should not get reparations. So
But
what
you
else?
you for mass illegal immigration.
Who said I was for illegal immigration? Who
Yes or
said
no?
that?
Are you?
No, I'm not.
Then why are you here babbling for?
No, because you're babbling because you're too drunk.
Why are you on here preaching communism? We love this country. Get out.
Yo, are you okay, dude?
Get out.
Yo, you all right?
Pack your things up and leave.
Yo, man, drop the
Here's the
Hennessy, man.
thing.
Go back to Akon City.
Go ahead, Passport King. Go
Here's
ahead.
the thing. I love to keep talking about that FBAs. We don't run anything in America. You know, I'm not going to even argue with that. Okay, y'all right. So if we don't run anything in America, why do y'all, not saying you in particular, why do so many of the diaspora stay online? It's not just on Tariq Nasheed's forums. They have things like on Twitter Spaces. They have Clubhouse Spaces. There's YouTube channels of people from the diaspora, mainly from Africa, but even the Caribbean. And all they do is talk about Black America. Sometimes good, more bad than good. So it's not that we try to assert ourselves or be the main character. Y'all are obsessed with us. And I do understand part of it is context strategy, because if you talk about your homelands, no one cares. But if you talk about Black Americans and, the long list of different acronyms, it gets engagement. But it also is like, well, wait a minute. Don't y'all have stuff going on?
If what you're saying, if Passport King, if what you're saying is true, why did Michael Langley went to Washington, was complaining about IB in Burkina Faso, and then he went to Russia, did an interview, ridiculed Michael Langley.
Wait, Michael Langley who? Hold on, wait, Michael Langley who?
Michael Langley, the 4-star general that went to Washington D.C. Was complaining about IB in Burkina Faso and said that he was hogging all the gold to himself. And then in return, IB went to Russia, did his interview. He responded to Michael Langley, and then not only that, he said that it's unfortunate that there's a person who's responded to me that we're both black and he's doing this to me. But it's okay. But to let him know that Burkina Faso didn't own no gold refineries. So does that sound like someone who's anti-FBA to you?
Man, cut this nonsense out. You sound weird.
Wait. Say that last part again. You blurred up.
I said to you, he did an interview with RT. They asked him about Michael. Okay, so they asked him about Michael Langley. He responded to him. He said before he even came, there were no gold refineries in Burkina Faso, and he said it's unfortunate that there's a black brother like him attacking another black brother. So does that sound like someone that's anti-FBA?
Proud Americans, I want you to be careful out here this weekend. Watch out for Pan-Africans.
So who's
types of immigrants.
Are you talking about the guy in?
Be careful of crowded places.
Trying to claim his anti-FBA?
No. My response to you is if he did an interview and he specifically said that it's unfortunate that there's a black man that responded to me that way, and he's also black like myself. I'm asking you, does that sound like anti-FBA?
Watch out for these liberals, Proud Americans.
It sounds like babble because so
how does it sound like babble?
Hold on. You asked a question. I heard it. Now I'm gonna respond. So he basically did an interview and he did not like what U.S. military.
He did not. No. That's not what I said.
Are you for transgenders and women's sports?
Wait a minute. Wait. Let him go, Reverend Green. Let him go.
He said
because he just crying.
He said in Washington D.C. in front of the committee that Burkina Faso was hoarding all the gold, and the junta, who called Ibrahim Traoré, was keeping the gold for himself. He responded to Michael Langley, and he said before he even came to the administration, there was no processing of gold refineries until he came into the picture. And he said it's unfortunate. He said it's unfortunate that a black man like himself is attacking another black man like myself. It's unfortunate, but you know what? You should mind the business.
Okay, hold on. What's the attack? Did that general order a missile strike? Did he send his special forces? Did the African leader, did he get mysteriously unalive? Did any of that happen?
He did not attack him.
No. Did it happen? Yes or no?
He said verbally.
Wait a minute.
He did not attack him physically.
Oh well, okay. So he was attacked verbally, and this is why we cannot have unity with y'all in the diaspora. You mean to tell me y'all so weak that words break?
Did you
down?
not? Did you
So
not
no. So did the leader of Burkina Faso? Did he go in the bathroom and cry for 3 hours?
Passport King. Listen to what I said. I'm gonna say very slow. Listen clearly.
Unless you can say that the U.S. sent special forces and they try to take that man out.
Why are you trying to force him to believe in America?
There was no attack.
So let me ask you a question.
No. You're not gonna ask a question. I'm making a point now. No. So you're gonna stop. You're gonna take a breath.
No.
You trying to make it like the AES is a safe place.
You're doing semantics.
You're gonna take a breath because
what you're being ingenuous.
Very disingenuous.
You're very
weird, bro.
Because that's not what I said. That is not. That's not what I said.
War zone.
That is not what I said. I'm gonna repeat
then
myself
where's the
very
attack?
slowly.
He wants
hold on. Then where's the
Americans?
I'm going to repeat
to
myself
flee
very
America
slowly for you, so you
and live in the AES.
He went to Washington.
How does that sound?
He went to the committee and he said to the committee that hey, Ibrahim Traoré is hoarding all the gold for himself. So his response was to him before he came to the administration.
I hear
there was no golden
refineries.
It's
so Tory still alive?
He's pretty much saying.
Is he still alive? Yes or no?
He's pretty much saying that why did he go to Washington D.C. and why did he lie? Yes, he's still alive. Yes, he's still alive.
Because he's on the payroll, bro.
Hold on. The U.S. Special Forces go
Cut
in and
it
try to
out.
take them out.
Why are you doing semantics?
Hold on.
You clearly understand what I'm talking
It's a
about.
straightforward question. The U.S. Special Forces go in and try to take them out. Yes or no?
No.
Did
You watching
the
too much
United
movies, man.
States send
You watching
cruise
too many
missiles
movies.
into that country?
You watching too many movies,
but
man.
if you really,
We mean
but
watching
if you
too many
really,
movies.
but if
Hold
you
on.
really wanted to know,
Do you not know what happened in
You
Venezuela?
watching too many movies,
Hold
man.
on.
Be quiet.
We mean watching too many
Be quiet, man.
movies.
You watching
Do
too
you
many
know the
movies,
former
man.
president of Venezuela got
Anybody that call
snapped by
himself
the U.S.
passport king,
government?
ain't
That's the kind of
anybody that call
gangster
himself
you know
passport
Your
king,
what
boy
they
they should not
Torre
be
is on the
if they
talking.
wanted to
payroll,
get
bro.
Torre,
Don't you
if they wanted
understand?
to get Torre, he
Yeah,
would be
just like
6
you
Green,
feet
brought
shut
under
your mouth.
already.
man,
You're the
man,
one
just
that
like your
out of
leader.
touch with reality.
Just like
If they
your
wanted
leader,
Torre
man.
out of here, he
Tariq.
would be up out of
Just like
here.
Tariq.
Y'all the
He
ones
No, he
playing the
won't be
game,
up out
bro.
of here because you're not
Yo,
even listening to. You
the
didn't listen to one
AES
word
is
I
one
said.
giant laundromat, bro. This is where we wash our money at.
Oh
Dude, you
yeah,
don't even own anything, dude. So shut up, man. Shut your mouth.
just like your 50 governors, man.
Masaka, I'm happy. I'm not mad at you, Masaka. I'm happy because you just helped me prove the point.
No,
Y'all
but
don't
you're
have
not. No,
legitimate grievances. Y'all
You
just
want
be
me to
throwing
move to a
anything
war
against the
zone?
wall,
Pastor King.
Where's
trying
the
to
safe
see what
place in
state.
a Burkina Faso?
Pastor King, you literally is going to sit here, and when I say attack, you don't clearly understand what I'm talking about. You're thinking, oh, okay, he needs to attack him
What do
physically. You know
people
what the
do
hell
out there
what
for a
I'm talking
living?
No,
about.
because
He
what
went
you
to
said.
Washington. No, Pastor
So,
King. He went
so
to.
you're basically
He
saying
went
mean
to
words can
Washington.
kill.
He went to
So mean
Washington
words can kill
D.C.
Tory. That's
He
basically
went
what you're
to. He
saying.
went to Washington D.C. and he lied
This
in
is
front
what
of
these Pan
Congress,
Africans
and
are
he
doing right
said
now.
that
This is
Burkina
They out of
Faso
breath.
had
This is
gold
why
and they
y'all
did not
can't be
have a
taken
gold
They looking
refinery.
seriously.
flabby and
That's
sick
my
right now.
response
Hold
to
on.
you.
And
But
y'all
you're
have
being
the
very
audacity
disingenuous.
to talk. No, you're disingenuous. You have the audacity to try to look down and talk about Black American, and you talk about Tory's been attacked. The man's still
Okay,
alive.
so it's obviously
No special forces went in there to take him out.
Why did he lie? Why did he lie in front of Congress?
If the United States government
Why did he
taken
lie?
out,
Why did he lie
I
in
did
front of
not say he
Congress?
lied. I'm saying if they wanted him taken out, he would have been 6 feet under
How
already.
do you know that? How do you know that?
When's the last time you seen the president of Venezuela?
So did they take out? Did they
When's
take
the
out the
last
second?
time you seen him running the
Did they take out? Did they take
Why
out the
isn't he
second
looking like
supreme leader
Cuba
in
right
Iran?
now, huh?
You think they can't get Tory?
Did they take
Y'all
out
live
the
in a
second
fantasy
supreme
land.
leader in Iran?
No. Y'all live in a
Did they take out the second supreme leader in Iran? Is he still
trying to
alive?
move the goalposts? Burkina
Is he still
Faso is
alive?
not Iran, so don't play that game.
I didn't say they were Iran. I'm
Burkina
asking you,
Faso
did
is
they
not
take
Iran.
out?
Don't
No,
play
because
that
you
game.
no. You
Yeah,
sat here.
y'all
You
just want to
said
win arguments.
you sat
Thank
here
you
and you
for
said
helping me
you
debunk you.
no.
I
You
am
sat
so
here
happy,
and
Mustaka.
you sat
Thank you
here.
for helping me
You
debunk
sat here
you.
and you
Diaspora
said
people
that
are not
America can
no
take
near
out
as
Why you on
anybody.
Burkina
You said
Faso's nuts,
America can
bro?
take out
Why you on
anybody. That's what you
Torre's
said.
nuts?
That's what you said.
Why you on Terrare's
That's what
nuts,
you
bro?
said. Why on your
Why
mother's
you on
nuts?
Tariq nuts?
Why on your mother's nuts?
Why you on Tariq nuts?
Why
Why
you
on
on
your
the
mother's nuts?
AES's nuts,
Why you
bro?
on your mother's
Tariq
nuts?
nuts, man?
Why you on your
Why
mother's
you
nuts? Why you on
glazing,
Tariq
bro?
Tyreek's
nuts,
nuts?
man.
Why you on
Why
Tyreek's
you out
nuts?
here glazing,
Get on
bro?
Tyreek's
Provide you no
nuts.
governor, no
Get on
mayor,
Tyreek's nuts.
no Congress, no senator for over 7 years now. Over 7 years now. You call yourself FBA. Bunch of balonies. 7 years now. Where's
Okay,
the governor
and what's wrong with that?
Where's the governor at? Where's the governor at? Where's the mayor at?
You just
Where's the
babbling.
Senate at?
What are you
Holy
saying?
mud
Congress at?
cookies.
Where's
What
the
are
This
you
your
mayor at?
argument?
Where's the
Yeah,
mayor?
it's ridiculous. This is babble.
Y'all said
This
we
is
on
third world. This
y'all
is
said
Sir,
third
we on
world
put down the bush
babble.
meat.
Yeah, this is third world babble.
Chew your
Really?
food first.
Y'all just
It's beautiful.
you just throwing anything against the
I'm
wall to
being
see what
man,
sticks. This is
I'm
why I
eating
let
bush
y'all
meat, man, and it's
talk,
beautiful.
because eventually
You walk
y'all
down
talk
McDonald's
yourselves
and
into a
eat some fake
corner
meat,
and you just go
laboratory meat.
nowhere.
Exactly.
Just
Pastor King, just say, hey, I don't like black immigrants, man. Just say that, man.
no,
Can we just hear you say that?
okay. Here we go
Hakuna
again.
Matata.
Here we go
Just say,
again.
no, just say, hey, I
Ain't
don't like
no
black immigrants,
words.
man.
Same
Just say
insult
that,
don't
man.
need to be right.
Pastor King, just say that.
You got
Just say it.
nothing left. I don't like black
No, I do
immigrants.
got
That's
something
the
left. I
only
can go
thing
all
you
day
got
with you
left.
because you're
Okay.
disingenuous.
Proud
I'm saying,
Americans.
yeah, you're very
Just
disingenuous.
debunk
Put
yourself,
a
Like you
Messiah.
sit
USA
here,
flag in the
You
live
saw it as
chat.
attack.
you sit
And I
here,
asked,
you
I'm
sit
Proud
asking,
here,
Americans,
wait,
you
he's
huh?
say
Tory
No
one
again?
government.
thing, then you go in
The
the chat,
special
you
Why
say
forces
you
another.
proud?
need to
No
do
You
Jordan.
say
government.
another.
Did cruise missiles get
And
sent
then
to
you sit
Tory's
here,
country?
then you
Hold
sit
on.
here, you
Is he
say,
still alive?
Pan-Africanism is dead,
well,
bro. It's
Hold
over with.
Africans don't
on.
build nothing. They
When they
control
wanted to
the
get Saddam
resources. And then
Hussein,
when I sat
they
here
got
and when I
Saddam Hussein
told you the
and they got
resources
his
that they
son.
have,
So y'all
you
live
sit
in
there
a
and say,
fantasy
"Oh no,
land.
they don't control no resources. That's a lie. You just making that up."
Well, yeah, y'all are. And
Man said
But
he's
you
just
can look
jealous.
it
He's
up.
really
just
are.
jealous.
But listen, man,
Because
Listen,
it's
jealous for
okay.
what? Having
Listen,
dirt
Pastor
roads,
King,
he's just
dirt
it's
jealous
floors,
because you know
okay.
why?
bush meat,
Pastor
Because you know
King,
why?
living in
it's
shanty town.
okay.
I'm jealous for
Because
Pastor
you're a
that.
white man.
King, it's
Hey, what
okay. We
happened to
I'm
understand
Akon
jealous of
that
not
you
City?
having
hate
I'm
black
trying to figure
immigrants,
this
bro.
out.
Listen, we understand you hate
I'm
black
jealous
immigrants,
of
man.
not
Just
getting
say that, man.
dysentery or
You hate black
malaria. That's
immigrants,
what I'm
man.
jealous
We
of.
can hear it from your tone, bro. It's okay. It's
Oh
okay.
God, here we
So
go.
no matter
Now we're
what,
back.
man, you have a
Now
biases,
we're
man.
back to
Passport
this
King,
mess.
Passport King,
Nah,
you're gonna
back
Okay.
to
wake up the
this
next day.
mess.
Oh
You're gonna say,
boy.
"Oh
Nah,
wow, I
nah.
messed this
They
thing up."
got.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, y'all
Oh,
fantasize
oh,
about Caribbean men
oh,
again.
oh,
Will y'all just
yeah,
go to
yeah.
Yep.
Jamaica and get
Oh,
a rented tread and
oh,
be done with
yeah,
it?
yeah, yeah,
Because
yeah,
seriously, I can't help y'all with y'all
yeah, man.
Caribbean
These
men.
guys
Well,
is
man,
zesty,
I'm
y'all.
sorry, man.
I've been
Yeah,
told y'all.
Listen, man, I'm
exactly.
sorry that you
Just
can't
go to
believe
They
that black
just
sounded
go
people
to
like
can't build
switch
Jamaica
themselves
and get
hitters.
a
outside
rented
America, man.
dread.
Y'all
I
know
can't
that.
help you. I can't help you. I don't want to
Okay?
help you. I don't
Hey,
swing
it's
that way.
fine.
You
But hey,
clearly y'all
listen, man,
fantasize about
it's
Caribbean men.
If you
okay.
love
So
this
go to
country
But
like
Jamaica
I
look,
do,
or go to
put a
listen.
fire
Trinidad.
emoji in the live
Go to
chat.
well, maybe not go to Haiti. Barbecue's there, but hey, maybe you're attracted to barbecue. So yeah, go to Haiti. Maybe barbecue can
Oh
help
my
you out.
God, you want to talk about man? You want to talk
Hit the
about
like
LGBT?
button, share,
Born
You are
subscribe.
enemy,
American.
scorched
You are
earth.
American. It is your
Go look it
culture.
up how many
It is
gold
your
mines Burkina
culture.
Faso own.
It is your
Do you
culture.
own any gold mines?
Man,
Do you
Passport
have a
King, it is your
military?
culture.
Oh,
Are you
gold
Put a
It is
one
processing
your
in the
any
chat
culture.
if
local
you think this
Believe
delineation
that
thing is
it's your
working.
Nah, you
culture.
don't. You
Y'all in
don't.
these Wakanda fantasies. You
Yeah.
know it don't work
And guess
anymore,
what?
right?
Your
This
GDP
is not
grew in
the
Burkina Faso. And then guess
1990s. This
what?
is
It's
not the
not according to
1980s. This is
me.
not the
It's not
1970s.
according
Those
to me.
Wakanda
It's according to the
fantasies
IMF
and
and the
coming
World
to
Bank.
America
And
don't
then
work
guess what?
anymore.
Guess what, Passport King? Guess what?
The Prince
Guess
of
what?
Zamunda from coming
July
from
1st,
America. The
July
Prince of
1st,
Zamunda
the
fantasies
U.S.
don't work
representative
anymore. No one's buying
sat
that
down with
garbage.
3 ambassadors from Mali,
Oh
from Niger,
God.
and
Oh
Burkina
God. Yeah.
Faso and said, hey,
Yeah.
how can
Yeah.
we increase trade?
Yeah.
How
Why
can we
can't you just lead to
supply
Burkina
security?
Faso, bro?
Huh?
What's
How
Yeah.
can we
taking you
get
so long?
education?
No
How
one's
can we
buying
do
those
business?
Princess Zamunda
Yeah,
fantasies anymore. That's
yeah,
played out.
yeah.
It's
Everything's
just
for you
No
is a
one's buying
wow.
the
fantasy because you
Princess
can't believe it.
Zamunda.
Yo,
No one
Yeah,
believes the
everything's a
Wakanda Forever
fantasy to you.
fantasies.
all right,
Yeah,
man.
everything's a
He got
fantasy
the
to you,
latest
Pastor King.
technology. He
You
got
see what I
gold
mean?
mines. He
You
got
see how
diamond
Yeah, I
mines.
know.
you can't
They live
Man,
in
believe.
the
he got all the
future.
Yeah,
copper.
They
Africa
yeah,
got
got
time
all the
travel
yeah. But
everything
you
devices.
underneath
see,
his feet,
you
yo.
Live in
see,
green.
Pastor
They
Hey
got
King,
y'all,
they
hey
got
y'all,
Technological.
we're gonna go ahead and close out, everyone. Thank you for joining. Like, share, subscribe.
thank you,
Until
Dynasty.
next time. What's today?
Man,
July 2nd?
Passport King, man.
Yeah,
Make sure your
all
wife
Hey,
gets
look at this. See, he a
right,
loser.
peace.
it's American.
He's a loser.